been a while, but we're back. A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the IPA international event here at the fantastic Coventry Hilton Doubletree Hotel, where we're going to be bringing you 3 days of fantastic action featuring the world's best blackball players. And hope you're joining us on Billiard TV for the first time, and believe me, you are in for a treat, as well as our regular YouTube audience. I'm delighted to be joined by our regular pundit Mark Pickworth. Mark, it's been a while, but already Coventry buzzing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, that's the atmosphere that this Coventry event always has, and the players have missed us. Not too many players or people have missed us, but we are back, and everyone seems to be getting knuckled straight down to it, and it'll be interesting to see who picks up the trophies at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you join us for the first time, just to let you know that the 6 tournaments are being played this weekend. There's 21 tables in action, all behind us, behind that big screen behind us, and they've been busy away since 9 o'clock this morning with the amateurs in the amateur international event, and we'll be seeing the stars of the professional ranks very, very shortly. So, Mike, there has been a gap. The last event had to be rescheduled, so everyone's had the summer off. And what have you been up to much in the summer?
Well, there's been odd bits and bobs. I mean, I live in a seasonal town, so I've been busy working, etc. Not really topping up too much of my tan, but it's obviously been quite nice to have a little bit of time off. It's not a time off that we normally have in the pool season, but yeah, I think everybody's taken it with both hands and enjoyed the time off. But I tell you now, there's a lot of players ready to get knuckled down and try and get back into winning things.
Yeah, just speaking to some of the players sort of last night and today, everyone's been absolutely chomping at the bit to get back into action, haven't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've put up with messages and all that. Can we get something else on and all that? But we've been patient. We've been obviously still working behind the scenes. We don't always switch off, and it's been the right thing to do, just to wait right until now. And our last event was in Coventry here, and now we're back here, and can't wait to get underway.
Yeah, and it never fails to deliver here in Coventry either, does it? Always great matches, and that's what we've got in store for you over the next 3 days. As we said, coming up first of all, the professional players. Obviously, with the break, what do you think that impact is going to have on the players? Is it going to be more of a level playing field, do we think, this event?
It can be, but it is all about who breaks. Well, we always talk about it in comms. You always talk about it up on here, but it's such an important part of the game, and I'm sure it'll be an important part of the game for the years coming. And it is all about who has been putting in the time, who has been practicing, playing. Have people been going to comps throughout the summer, or they also enjoyed the time off, and just form come into it now. Now we've had 2-3 months off. It's going to be an interesting one.
And for all our new fans and viewers on Billiard TV, who are showing on various platforms, including Samsung TV Plus around the world, who are the key players in the professional ranks that they need to be keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, straight away we'll always talk about the number 1 player, Mark Farnsworth. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the number 1 spot goes this weekend. Your Clint Iancer, the world champion, he's chomping at Mark's heels, along with a few other players. Mark Boyle, he's not quite up near the number 1 spot, but he keeps winning tournaments. He won the last 2 tournaments back here in Coventry, and this seems to be his place to be. It's written in the stars for Mark Boyle all the time, so do not be surprised if he could be picking up the trophy once again here in this venue. Yeah,
Mark Boyle, as you said, did the double, very rarely done feat, winning the professional event and the open event. I mean, that takes some doing, doesn't it, in these fields and these races.
And just at the long races, I mean, he won that final 10-3 against an up-and-coming player, Ross Fernie, the final, the Open final. But there's so many more up-and-coming players. I mean, we've got 2 players here, Chris Bowron and Andy Croasdale. They can all cause upsets on the day. We saw Andy have a pretty good run in commentary last time. He battled his way through quite a good few matches and produced some brilliant stuff on here. Chris Bowron not really been at the races this year, so it'll be interesting to see how this match pans out. But there is so many players in depth here at the IPA. Dean Shields, Corey Rees, and there's many more. Gav Robinson, and I can keep going on. But there is a lot of players that cannot wait to get themselves on here and showcase themselves.
And just a word about the ladies, so the elite ladies, they'll be kicking off their campaign later on tonight. And who are the players that we might see in the final tomorrow?
Well, Deb Birchall, she's got to be the ultimate favourite. But I mean, just a big shout out for Rhiannon Graham, to reach that final. She was very nervy in that final, but put up a great fight in the end and really pushed Debbie all the way. Then you've got all the other players as well. It's just about who can really produce it on the day. And it's all about who can produce it on this table to pick up that crown at the end of the night.
Yeah, and just a word about the arena. What is it that makes it so different to playing on the tables in the outer arenas?
Well, it's completely different. It's the lights, the cameras, the shot clock, the beeps of the shot clock, that can really ruffle feathers. And when you've not been in here for 2-3 months, all of a sudden, then when them beeps start ticking, you can start rushing around and not really choosing the right shot. So it's about who manages that really well. There's some great players that manage this clock well. Liam Dunsters, he's back here on the IPA ranks. He's pushing himself. He wants to pick up a title very soon, let me tell you. And I mean, don't be surprised if he can do it. There's so many players in depth.
And our production team just running the shot clock beeps behind us, almost on cue. I almost thought it was planned. And then just a final word about the amateurs. About 160, 170 amateurs here this weekend, who we know, a lot of those players are professional level players. It's obviously just the system where they have to go through the amateur ranks to qualify as professional. Who might we see in the amateur final on Sunday morning?
Well, possibly Kieran Monaghan. He's number 1 at the moment, but he's already been beaten today, 6 frames to 4 against Sunny Singh. So he's having to go through the losers qualification now to try and get back into the latter stages in that. But there's so many more players. The Nicky Griffiths, he's won 1. There's Matt Steeper. There's so many. Jake Dillon. There are so many that can really push on. And Matt Schofield, he had a great run to the final last time, and don't be surprised if he gets himself back in the final, because he was disappointed the way that he played. But you've got to take your hats off to Kieran, and he's the man to be at the moment, that number 1 spot. When you're at that number 1 spot, sometimes there's only one way to go, and it's about how he can hold on to that. But I spoke to Kieran just after the match that he played against Sunny. He's still in very good hopes, and he's really confident about it. He can go on to maybe pick up 1, maybe 2 trophies at the end of it.
Yeah.
Remember, he's a world champion as well. He's won a world title this year as well.
In this very arena.
Exactly.
Well. Yeah.
So it's another thing that where he feels very much at home.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Mark. I mean, I think you're going to be quite busy today. Are you in the commentary box for this first match?
I'm going to go straight into there. I've got some company in there, but I'll announce that when I'm in there.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. Well, I think that is about it from us. Make sure you follow us on Twitter, on Facebook and all, and obviously on YouTube. Keep up to date with all the scores and the action on the IPA website, and watch out for some of the social media stuff that will be dropping in throughout the next 3 days. Some quite funny stuff in there. Even Mark's in there, and it's quite funny for him. So, I think it's over to you then, Mark. We'll get the first match underway. It's Andy Croasdale and Chris Bowron. Settle back, relax, and enjoy the next 3 days here at the IPA International event.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've dashed myself out of that playing arena here and got into the commentary box. And this is going to be some match-up. Andy Croasdale against Chris Bowron. This is the start of the professional event. We're going to be bringing you plenty of matches here tonight. We've scheduled 6 matches in, so we're hoping that we're going to get all 6 matches shown to you today. I'll be surprised if we don't. We normally have 7, but 6 for now, and we'll just see how quickly they go. So I did say when I was talking to Kevin, I've got some company in here, and I'm delighted to say I've got one of Isle of Man's finest players, David Addinall, fellow professional player. How you doing, David? Is it good to be back and amongst all the ranks?
It is, yeah, very much so. After what seems like a summer break, it's great to be back, and everyone seems to be back, looking forward to it and ready for it.
And you know, after the summer break, I mean, we as pool players, we don't have a summer break. There's no such thing. You know, there isn't a season, is there? We play all year round, don't we?
Yeah.
How does a player, you know, because it's a bit uncharacteristic to have this break, how does a player now react after being out of the game for so long? Because there'll be some players that, you know, quite happily took the break, but there'll be some players that have kept playing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to touch on, actually. I think because it's such a rare opportunity to have a break, sometimes people do take that opportunity, and then like there's others that do have plenty of competitions to still attend to, so they like to keep their arm in and match practice and keep it going and be ready for these events.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, does form come into it? I mean, there's a few players that have done pretty well on the tour so far. I mean, is it all of a sudden a level playing field?
I think it certainly does level the playing field. You know, we've got less to go on to try and judge these matches, but we know they're going to be very good matches nevertheless.
Yeah, and as Kevin said, we're going to have a bit of a new audience now on Billiard TV around the globe. So just tell them a little bit about the experience you've had with these 2 players, Andy Croasdale and Chris Bowron, 2 very, very good established professional players. I mean, Chris Bowron, this is his 2nd stint on the professional ranks. Andy Croasdale seems like he's been a professional for years, doesn't he? He doesn't seem to go away, and he seems to be getting better and better at the moment.
Yeah, 2 similar style players, really. They're both very attacking.
I think the best word is ultra attacking for these 2, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so.
I think it's spot the safety shot today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Certainly great for the viewers. Certainly all those new viewers. So it's you're in for a treat with this first match.
And what about your experience with these 2 players? You played anybody this season?
Sorry?
Have you played anybody this season? Any of these 2?
No, not
don't think
this
you
season.
have
I
you?
played Chris Bowron last year, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, don't think I've ever played Andy.
And straight away, and as you said, David, Andy is going ultra attacking. I mean, it was a beautiful break, wasn't it? So he's making very light work of this, but he'd have loved to have been on that one into the bottom right first, wouldn't he?
He's making
Can he? I don't think he can get through to that. Not the angle that we're looking at, anyway.
I think he'd be looking for somewhere in the centre of the table.
Or would you try and get right behind it? I mean, there is some blockers, isn't there?
Yeah,
It's
no,
risky. He does
centre
go
of
up
the
and
table.
down. That's what he's tried. Needs a bit more pace. He's
That's a great
perfect.
shot.
What a shot that is. Has he really been off for 3 months? It's over 3 months now, isn't it?
It's 4.
This black to take the opening frame. What a start from Crowe. Andy Croasdale. Great start indeed. 1-0 ahead. And he's giving Chris something to think about already. That's the start you want, David, isn't it?
That's going to make him feel good. Yeah, to get a start like that, get comfortable with the table. Sometimes it's just nice to get that first frame on the board, as we always talk about, but it's also getting used to the table, and that's got to make him feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great opening red that just opened up the table, but once he got that, everything else is, you still got to go round and get them. But even the last positional shot, just because he was out of position by half an inch, it's that recovery shot in it.
Yeah.
And they're the shots that can get further and further away from you, don't you? But Andy, he had other things on his mind. He wanted to make sure this first frame, and what a great shot that was. And 1-0 ahead he is. First look, I call him the dancer. He's called Bazooka, Chris Bowron. Only because he did some dancing at the Champions Cup event that we did. We came out dancing as we had the walk-ons. And that's a dry break from Chris Bowron.
I'll be disappointed with that. You hit the
Hit it well, do you think? I think he hit it pretty well. Not bad contact. Good cue ball. Not really too much threat in the pocket though, did it?
The enigma of the break. I can't work it out.
Just any new viewers out there, each player gets a 30-second extension per frame, and then you'll get 30 seconds per shot from then on. So the noticeable problem here is this yellow and red together, and I think he's tried to cannon that out straight away, and that is not really great. I don't think he's on anything, is he? Hard to say from here. Can he get that go? Just trying to cover a pocket, is he? No, it did go.
Wow.
So he had to play it off the knuckle, and he also had to play it at a decent pace for it to drop. I've had a little bit of a giggle over that, I think, but I mean, the only problem is, I think he's tried to cover the pocket there, and he didn't expect it to drop it himself. But you know, these new cushions have all been recovered again, so it makes it a bit more slidier, don't they?
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. The first day or two on it, can make them seem a bit more generous, and they should tighten up as the weekend goes.
Yeah, we can't be too critical about that miss. You know, these players have had 3 months off. Yeah, any new viewers out there, remember we're on all the social media platforms. IPApool.com is our website. We're on Twitter. If you're watching it on YouTube or Billy TV, just follow us on the YouTube channel. We have quite a bit of videos and that on Facebook, don't we, David? You can see David on there, and myself making fools of ourselves, playing Guess Who or whatever it is, don't we? So, well, it's some good fun though, weren't it? Just shows some great characters that we have here at the pool, doesn't it?
I had quite a few messages about that.
Did you?
How good I was, apparently. Yeah.
What, Guess Who?
Yeah, apparently so, yeah.
They never text you when you're playing pool now. I'm just ribbing you there, David.
I think I was about the worst at that.
At home, don't you?
Oh, it was good fun, that. It was great to get them videos out, and yeah, I wasn't the best, so it was certainly some good entertainment.
Next event, we're going to be in your home country, aren't we?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
A lot of people looking forward to us coming down again.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they love the event. You know, it's amazing the fact that we have.
Was it 4 years now? Is it?
I think this will be the 4th year.
Fourth year, yeah. This is the 4th year. Yeah, we had a bit of obviously a gap year, didn't we? But
also as well, there was a year we had 2 events. As a one-off, so that sometimes makes it feel like it's been an extra year as well. Tough shot there from Chris. He had to
play that with side, didn't he? So didn't really allow for it, and definitely seeing a bit of rustiness. So don't be surprised if that's the case with some of the pool you see. But I think sooner or later they'll find their form, won't they? And we're only into the second frame.
Yeah, extremely tough shots there when you're having to play extreme check side, especially when you still think this is still the only second frame on a table that they haven't played on for a long time. So
yeah, race to 8s. So.
Great effort there.
We have got a poll going off in the YouTube. If you are watching us on YouTube, get your votes in. Who's winning the first game in the arena? Is it Croasdale or is it Bowron? You decide. At the moment, it's looking like the man at the table. He's got a good chance now to open up a 2-frame-0 lead. Chris, he won't want Andy to get too far ahead, because I think once he gets ahead, he's a good leader, and when he is ahead.
Yeah, very much so. And I think the same can be said for both players. So very similar styles, as we mentioned earlier.
A little bit
He
short
can go
pace
on
on this one.
He can just you need to stop his momentum, Andy. And when he does get into one of them flows, he's hard to stop.
Yeah, never containing shot there, but that's gone wrong. Good chance now for Chris. Just got to hold himself together. That's not, I thought he'd miss that, but he's missed it near knuckle, and it has dropped, but it took the angle away from his position. And now, what has he got on? Has he just got a double? Top right? Or is he cutting it back? He's trying to cut it back. What about that one?
That was tough. There's always a chance that it was going to be the outcome, but he had to try it. Trying to judge the angle and the pace.
I think Andy's going for these. We're on about spot the safety shot, but seeing Andy goes there, I think he's on about his 3rd safety shot now. We're only in frame 2.
On for the socials.
Yeah, we bigged him all up for being this ultra attacking player, and he's going back to the roots and just doing a few snookers. There's nothing wrong with that though. It just proves how much these players want to win. Nice shot. He's got out the snooker. Sometimes that isn't all, because it's all about what you leave. Oh, great shot. Great control of pace. You'll have to leave this red at a little bit of distance, but one you'd expect him to get. Yeah.
Doesn't hang around.
No, he doesn't hang around, and I think once he does start to flow around the table, I think that could only mean one thing for Chris Bowron. He needs to be very beware. So 2-0 there. Stephen just talking to Andy. Both sponsored by the same man, Paul Corrigan. Paul Corrigan owns does some great events for us, and we've had the Scottish Open already this year. Also, that's in the beginning of June, and it's beginning towards the middle as well, weren't it? So. And then we're going to have the Masters up there at McGoldrick's. Fantastic place. Have you been up McGoldrick's yet? You've not been yet, have you?
I haven't, no. A few reasons I've not been able to make it. But no, it's just great that we've got 2 events there. I've heard nothing but great things about the club and the events. I've been up there, so do hope to make them at some point. But we have 2 opportunities now, as you mentioned, with the Open and the Masters now, June and December.
Yep, there's still a few places left in that. There's not many more left to have, I don't think. They have been filling up very nicely. That's in December. The November event's the Isle of Man, isn't it?
Yeah, the Isle of Man's 15th to the 19th of November, and the Masters, I think it's 1st, 2nd and 3rd of December.
That's right.
So
So
opportunity
he's
here,
going to
Andy.
start picking up his pace now. Nice cannon, and now he's in a prime position. Don't have to do too much with his cue ball now.
Just doesn't want to be straight.
Yeah, I think it's a tad straight, isn't it? I mean, he could draw it back, come off 2 cushions, but do you just stop it there, leave yourself a dead eye shot? I think that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, it's all you do there, and just take medicine and make sure you're cued as well.
Cue it, he did indeed. 3-0. Great start for Andy Croasdale. Not the start that Chris Bowron wanted him to see him have. So the votes were in. You've gone for Andy Croasdale, 88% of the vote there. What do you reckon to the outcome on that? Do you reckon the people that have voted, you reckon they've just gone with the way that they've seen the score go, or in your eyes, you think Andy Croasdale's a favourite for this match?
Yeah, I think obviously it's very high that, but I do think it is, because obviously the way the score's been going, and there has been some chances there as well for Chris, but they've all kind of gone against him, so I think that's all factored into that. But Chris is nowhere near out of this. It's only 3-0. Early days yet.
Yeah, but you know yourself, in these race to 8s, David, 3-0, it's not a huge lead, is it?
No, it's and you think of how far away you are from the finishing line still as well. It's still a long way, and all these players can whirl off like loads of frames at any given time, and suddenly the match can change.
Yeah, he just needs to get a few easy pots going. Don't want to try and make things too difficult for himself. Just try and keep it simple. It's so important at this game. Try and keep it as simple as possible. Because when things go difficult, they just all of a sudden get super difficult. So he's trying something here. I mean, he had to do something with them 2 balls in the top half of the corner, and I think he wanted to hit the underside of that red and not go off the top cushion, didn't he? Don't think he's got a shot on. Has he got a double on? He's used his extension already, so that clock ticking down, coming up to 10 seconds now. That's the beep for 10 seconds. The next beeps will be from 5. Oh, he's got a bit lucky there.
And also, if with the way that the reds landed at the bottom left, it's also a connector for the 8 ball.
Just makes you wonder, is that fluke? Here in frame 4. Could be a bit of a changer. Is it possible to say that at this stage of the match?
I think as long as his chance is taken,
that's
and that
another nice little flick.
Yeah, and I think he needed to. I'm sure he played that because he needed something with that, whether it was to hit it on the way back or on the way.
But you're at that half ball, you know, that little flick, you hit that half ball and you're probably not on, you know, he's not developing it.
Yeah. So he needs to make sure he gets this cue ball out after this shot. Leave himself an angle to get on the 8 ball.
Fluke. Maybe at the end of the frame, just to see. But, you know, these flukes are only useful if you can capitalise on it. Nicely done. Still work to do, though. Has he got an angle? Can he pinch the pocket and stun it across? It's not easy, this black.
This is not easy.
Be some clearances.
I mean, the one good thing is you know, you can cannon the yellow on the bottom cushion to help with the pace control, but...
Yeah, it was not an easy shot. I mean, I expected him to pot it, but I think he was concentrating on the positional.
If it was more angle, it'd have been totally different, but then it was hard to leave too much angle because the yellow's up the top. He had to make sure he got the cue ball out to at least have a shot.
Yeah, so the fluke might not be the outcome at the end of this frame that Chris wanted. That's not gone completely to plan. Can he hold this cue ball just off this cushion? He's trying to just pinch the pocket, but draw the cue ball around the side just to try and keep it in an area where he can just drop this in.
Important if you pot
Nicely
this.
done. But again,
angle, but yeah,
not easy, is it?
He needs to miss that red. Maybe a bit of right hand side to just try and avoid the red maybe there.
Can he dig into this cue ball, or does he go around the table? He's trying to just drop it in at weight. This is a big shot. It weren't easy, that wasn't. But
it's very tough.
Chris has got an unexpected return to the table, but this is not easy. This is one where you've just got to absolutely hit it like a dream. Everything's got to be right. The timing, the lot. If he gets this.
So tough. You just got to think to yourself, well, at least I've got a chance.
Not seeing the best of Chris. Good effort. The cue ball. Where does it go in? Going towards the pocket.
Well, if it's not your day.
Disaster. Yeah. I mean, he's had some nice flicks in this frame, but he hasn't capitalised on it. And I think he knew where the cue ball was going because he wanted it back down this end, so he wasn't leaving Andy a chance on the yellow if he did miss the red. Unfortunately, found the pocket in this black for 4-0 and 4 frames to 0. It is one-way traffic, David Addinall.
It is indeed, and even I mean it's not completely all been like that, but you know, the scoreline reflects everything. Any chances, that small chances Chris has had, has all ended up going in the way of Andy. And that momentum is hard to sometimes break. But Chris needs to believe he can, you know, get the next frame on the board and go from there.
Yeah, you say the next frame on the board. It's Andy Croasdale to break in the next one, and we've already seen he's broke pretty well so far. You know, he has got a pretty, well above average break as well, Andy has. It was absolutely hit it nail on.
It's massive in this
Kiss of
game.
death from the commentator, but
you can get yourself a good break, you know, and give yourself a lot of chances. It's huge.
cue ball.
Commentator's curse.
It was, yeah. Not lost it, have I? A few months of that off. Still got it.
I'm sure Andy will thank you later.
Hope Andy don't play this back because he'll be knocking on my room door later on.
Don't worry, I'll let him know.
Right, can always rely on the co-com stitching me up.
Of course.
So these rules, blackball rules, 1 free shot, 1 visit. So what Chris has done, just develop that red. we should see him go all out attack, and hopefully, well, we're going to see him get his first frame on the board. You've got to say he needs this, and as you said, David, I know we weren't going to get a chance of getting a frame on the board, but
This is the shot.
this opportunity, he has got a chance now in frame number 5, and he, as you said, he needs this frame on the board.
And this is just dot to dot now, so I think he's okay, but he shouldn't really be anywhere near that yellow. Even if he would have been too thin on this red, the red over the other pocket, you could have used the yellow as a stopper if you had too much angle on it, so shouldn't really be anywhere near that, but it's all okay.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone wrong. Yeah, he's made it, not made it difficult, but he put a bit more risk in the clearance, didn't he?
Yeah.
But should now see him get his first frame on the board.
Could have even gone the other way, you know, if you are going to go close, you could have hit it harder to make sure there was separation between the yellow and the cue ball, but that's gone.
Everyone has the different ways, what they ever see. Sometimes it's hard to see. The cue ball's okay. And this simple black to get his first frame on the board. And there it is. As a player, it's always the hardest frame in it to win your first and the last.
Well, you know, that was a reverse clearance and his first frame, so you know that could be the pathway back into this match.
There he is now, 4-1. Chris is going to be breaking in next. I wouldn't say he's broke too well yet in this match, but again, still early stages. Don't want this game to get too far away from him. And he seems very relaxed there. You won't want Chris to get too close to him again, but you know yourself in this blackball rule set, yeah, some players can just reel off 5-6 frames in no time at all.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're in a commanding position, and the next minute you're struggling to stay in the match.
Yep, and then there's nothing you can actually do about it. Losing that momentum.
Just out of your hands, momentum, everyone against you. He's unlucky there with this break.
That's unlucky. Yeah, he did need a ball.
Yeah, there's a lot of balls that threaten the pockets there. Bottom left, right, middle, twice, top right. None of them dropped. It's a dry break. Andy Croasdale's back. Can he get through to this red? If he can, there's going to be another chance he can get through to the red.
That was crucial, being on that one first and being able to get through. Trying to get position on that again would have been later on would have been really tricky. So
yeah, because
good chance now.
Yeah, the room for error getting on that red. I mean, what, a couple of inches max.
There's only one maybe tricky ball. I don't know what the situation is with that red close to the yellow on the break line. Whether that needs the cue ball in particular places, or if it goes past that yellow, or
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to take it now. We can drift up on the one into the right centre. Well, I thought he might have left that there, but maybe that red does go quite easily in the top right hand pocket. I think it goes top left.
if it does, then it should be fine. But it's
I think he's left. This is his route that he's chosen.
this way it's hard to get the cue ball out.
Chewing.
That's
Good
concern.
pot.
Yeah.
What's he on? Think he can get through to the one on the bottom left. I think there's a gap. Yeah, there is a gap. Bit fortunate.
Wow.
Maybe that gap's a little bit bigger than the camera suggests.
Wow. Yeah. That's a gap to find.
It's a gap that he's found, a gap that he's taken advantage of. One good positional shot now needed. Nice pot. It's fine. Just has to make sure the pot here, leave himself a shot on the black. I mean, he can go onto the top cushion and that. Don't think he's... Oh, is he? Is he on it? I don't think he is. What do you think, David? I don't know for that. I don't think he's on it. Oh, then again, Andy's seems to be, I won't say happy with it.
I think I'd have preferred a 2 cushion there, using the side cushion.
Can he get through to the potting angle? Clock's ticking down. He can get through to the potting angle.
Wow, cue ball.
He's had to play with that, a trace of run inside just to hold that in. That could have gone wrong, but it hasn't gone wrong. Andy Croasdale leads 5 frames to 1. Would you have gone off the top cushion there? Would you just drop that in? I mean,
I think you had to. You couldn't control the cue ball otherwise. But
would you have tried it with a bit of run inside, maybe,
yeah,
just to try and
I think off 2 cushions.
Off that top cushion, just text that yellow away, then, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, providing you play the shot correctly, you could still run into yellow. But I think with such a side, you'd avoided that yellow, and even if you're under overhitted it, as long as you got past the yellow, you should have a shot.
Yeah. So, never look at the Andy Croasdale break. I was bigging him up about his break's pretty good. Wetting off on the last one. He's moved his cue ball a little bit further left. Is that going to help? Success rate. Oh, the cue ball's bouncing. It's bounced off the table. Tell you what, the other thing that bounced was Chris Bowron bouncing off his chair, hitting up. He believes he's still in this match.
So we should. Breaks like that they can change the momentum again. What do you think about Andy changing his break? Because it's not been bad, has it?
No, I mean, it obviously the in off that's caused him to just move his white ball 3 inches the other side. But I mean, sometimes players, they do persevere with it, don't they? They just believe, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Some players, they like to change instantly. As soon as it doesn't work, they change it.
I think the majority will persevere, but like you said, I think other players may give it 2 or 3 and then change. But then sometimes I think people do change it even quicker because time's running out in the match. But obviously that's not the case here with Andy. But still, he won't want to let Chris back into the match.
I think this is something that just where that black is on that cushion, years gone by, there have been players knocking that black out. But in this day and age, players, they just persevere and just make sure that they leave themselves the last ball to get on that black down the cushion, don't they?
Yeah, very much so. The standards forever getting better. The tables that we play on as well.
Yeah, the condition of the balls, the cues, the tips, the chalk. There's endless amounts of things. As you said, the cloth. It all helps, and that is in the heart of the pocket. 5 frames to 2. Is this going to be the start of the comeback?
Could very well.
Is that water starting to taste better? Only Chris will know. He's going to be breaking in frame number 8. Can he get within 2? He really needs to. That is a fact.
I think the thing to remember as well is when you're behind like this, and I know you're still 3 frames behind, but your opponent still needs 3 frames to win the match. So you're nowhere near out of it.
You've already mentioned the word momentum. if Chris does get back to 5-all, you've got to favour him for the match, because that momentum swing has swung. But he just needs to try and hold himself together, try and keep these clearances, get them, and keep them simple. Better break again.
Great contact.
But the cue, how
Absolute no
lucky
reward.
is that? He cannot direct that cue ball any more middle part of that table than he has done then. That is so unlucky.
There's nothing to do with him, it's just it getting kicked in. I mean, to get kicked in at that part of the table as well, and it'd be the other end of the table where the cue ball goes in as well, because normally you'd expect it to be like the corner pockets up the top there, but not down at the bottom. That's incredible.
I'll talk about momentum again, just as he's won a frame. Things like these are happening and stopping him from getting this momentum.
Yeah.
And it's something as heartbreaking, as simple as that happens. And it stops Chris in his tracks. And what was a possibility of looking like 5-3 is now looking like 6-2, 4 behind. Crowe will be 2 away from getting into the next round. This red looks tight. He's made it very easy. Not as tight as it obviously was, because it wasn't very tight. It was just tight on the camera angles we're looking at. As you can see down that camera angle there, there's definitely a lot of room.
Next 2 shots are crucial, as long as you can.
Played that one
played that
well. He's picked up the pace, Andy has. Just noticed that from him now. He's not hanging about. Just to order his dinner.
It's about showing your opponent, how you're feeling, and making that opportunity hurt even more to help put yourself in a better position for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and as players ourselves, we always look at players' body language, don't we? And this is a very positive one from Andy Croasdale. 6 frames to 2, he now leads. One-way traffic at the moment, but you've got to say Chris has been unlucky. Every time he's won a frame, there's always something that's gone wrong for him, and just as we saw it in that frame there, it has gone wrong.
That's the thing, when you're trying to get back into it like this, and you get something go good like that, you want to continue it, but it hasn't been able to continue due to that bad luck that we've seen. It's not been missed opportunities. That break was a perfect example of what's happened. I don't think I've ever seen a break kicked enough like that before.
No. Yeah, as you said, his luck is not in. Andy Croasdale, his break, frame number 9. That's the difference in the luck, isn't it? That's when you should be going in off.
Yeah, absolute
your cue balls all over the corner pocket, balls flying around up towards it.
Nearly got kicked in off
Guess what?
twice.
They saved him. Look at this.
Oh.
That red hits that white. That's in. But
that was fractions
gods, the pool gods that we always look up to and dream of getting. They're out there looking after Andy today.
They're either on your side or they're not.
We've got to take it away from Andy as well. I mean, he's had some good clearances.
Exactly.
At important times. I think that's the other crucial thing in it. When you want to get far in tournaments, it's about making sure you get these clearances at very good times.
I think the thing is as well, though, is the fact that you are likely to get more of these runs if you're playing well, which Andy is.
I suppose the question is them 2 yellows together, is that a direct plant? I think he's going to have to make it a little bit. I don't think it's a direct plant, but there's plenty enough gap there to make it. Can't see an error from here, and we're probably going to see Andy Croasdale get to the hill and 1 frame away, getting into the next round.
Screw off the side cushion into the centre of the table.
Yeah, did have to make it, but Again, not a bad little flick, but
Could have been worse.
where that yellow's gone. Is there a bit of a drama in this frame yet? This is a big shot. One I expect him to get because he's picked up the pace, he's feeling a bit better, but this is his biggest shot in this match so far. Oh,
That's a great shot.
Absolutely up to the challenge.
They're not easy.
Look at that. What a shot that is from Andy Croasdale. 7-2 he now leads. What about that for a last yellow? Right up there.
Made it look so easy, but it's far from it. That's a brilliant shot.
Nice to have a look at that one again. That's probably the best shot of the match so far. Again, talk about importance of clearances, importance of timing. Look at this. Heart of the pocket, perfect position. Chris Bowron's corner, all applauding that shot from Andy Croasdale. They appreciated it. I hope everybody watching.
And the difference in the scoreline is massive, 6-3 or 7-2. It's huge.
Huge frame.
Chris
And
now
one
needs
away
to
now.
6.
Chris needs to remain in 6 frames to get into the next round. Got to start somewhere. Frame 10. Chris Bowron to break. The last couple of breaks he's broke nice but got no reward. Is it touch too light? Where's the cue ball gone again?
It's incredible.
Wow. You know, your luck is not in. Again, how is your cue ball gone in there? Look, it looks nice and safe on the top cushion, going nowhere.
I mean,
Comes off the top cushion and gets kicked in off.
You see it more often than you think. Sometimes, like the cue ball and the object ball can hit like that. But it came sideways rather than directly back and then kicked along the cushion like that. It's unusual to see that.
Well, now one person not feeling sorry for him is Andy Croasdale, because the way it is going round, slamming balls in. Just as he slammed that one in and a yellow potted in, remember, that's classed as a skill shot. You know, you put your ball in the opponent's ball at the same time. It's a legal shot. Needs to just go about his work a bit carefully because all his balls are in the bottom half of the table here, so you know he's now 4 shots away from getting himself into the next round, and he's just got to be careful with his cue ball, just make sure he's getting the right cannons, played that well.
Solved all that.
Played it perfectly.
Yeah, great shot there.
Making light work of these. This match is over, David.
Run round now is...
And over it is, 8 frames to 2. What a quick match that was, wasn't it? I mean, even less than an hour.
Yeah, they are both quick players, so it's obviously not a major surprise that, but it's the scoreline as well. But you know, he played well, Andy. Obviously had the run, but fully deserved victory there. Chris done as much as he could, I think, out of there. Maybe the odd chance he could have maybe taken, but that was tricky. He was up against it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the 4-0 lead, 5-2 lead. You know, then obviously the bad run started to hit Chris as well, and then you know, the writing was on the wall after that. But a very convincing victory for Andy Croasdale. So, well, what we're going to do now, I know Kev Barton, he's going to be in the studio. He's going to have a few words about Andy Croasdale's first match back since the last time he's played. And we're going straight over to the studio now with Kev Barton and our winner, Andy Croasdale.
Thanks a lot, Mark. And I'm here with Andy Croasdale, Crowy. We'll talk about the surname, the nickname in a minute. Not his surname. But first of all, good to be back.
Yeah, we've been back. It feels like we've been away forever, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It was nice to come back to have a weekend away and come to a pool tournament. Yeah.
And as it's got closer and closer, you've sort of been more eager to get playing.
Yes, yeah. To be fair, yeah, I actually put a couple of hours in this week actually, which doesn't happen very often, to be honest. So yeah, I've actually put a bit of practice in. Yeah.
Obviously, first up today, never easy. Particularly after the break, even with a couple of hours of practice, there's probably a little bit of unknown what it's going to be like. How would you rate that performance under all the circumstances?
Yeah, I brought quite well. Chris was unlucky. His breaks were. He brought really well, to be honest, but he just couldn't pot one. And when he did pot one, it just happened to be the white, which was obviously very unfortunate. So I did get a bit of the run to the green, if I'm being honest. But I took my chances when I got them. So yeah, but yeah, I was pleased with that. To be fair, yeah.
And first frame sort of set the tone of the match. Good breaking dish. There was a couple of nice positional shots.
Yes,
that must have really settled you into the match.
Yes, it did. To be fair, yeah, it was. It always helps, doesn't it? When you like that first frame, you can get the first frame under your belt, and certainly if you can break and finish, it just settles you, a little bit. And I went on from there. So yeah, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. It was nice out there. To be fair, the table was beautiful, absolutely amazing. And like I said, Chris was a bit unlucky, to be honest.
Yeah, and you and Chris sort of similar-ish type players, like to both get on with it.
Yeah.
And there's not going to be much messing about out there.
Yes, yeah. He likes to play pool as well and get on with it, a bit like myself. But like I say, he's breaks.
Yeah. And it's such a massive part of the game, as we know.
Of course, we can all pot balls, But if you don't pot off the break and your white gets kicked in and. You're up against it, aren't you?
So you're sort of in the tournament now. That was a round one match. So you're into the last 32 now. Obviously, still a long way to go. Yeah. And you probably know the answer that you're going to give me here. But sort of thoughts and expectations going into the rest of the tournament now. You've had a game. You've got your hand on the table.
No expectations whatsoever, if I'm being honest. I just each game at a time, and we'll just take it from there, really. Yeah. No expectation, no pressure. There is no pressure. It's a game of pool, innit? Just let's just play pool and enjoy it.
And obviously we're back after a few months, and obviously great atmosphere, great buzz. Speaking to some of the players, everyone's just really glad to be back competing again after such a break.
Yeah, well, it is good to be back. Like I say, it feels like we've been away forever because obviously we had Newcastle that was cancelled in the middle of it all, wasn't it? And so yeah, it's like I said, I was looking forward to coming away this weekend and hopefully playing some good pool.
So just a word about your nickname. Obviously, I've got an issue with it.
I think you should make one up for me. I think you should come up with one for me, Kev.
Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, Andy Croasdale, his nickname is Crowy. Now, for me, that is the laziest nickname that anyone can have. So if anyone has got any ideas about what his new nickname needs to be for next season, send them in to us, YouTube, drop us a message on Facebook, Twitter, whatever. But we need to get Andy Croasdale a proper nickname. So that's the campaign.
Fair enough.
That's the campaign.
I'll go.
I'll even get the shirt made.
I'll go with it, but let's see what it is first.
We'll even get the shirt made for you for the first tour for next year. Yeah. Andy, great fun as always. Thanks a lot, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. All right, thanks a lot. Cheers. So Andy Croasdale, great fun as always, and I'd say that was a pretty good performance first up. After bearing in mind the gap and first up on the stream.
Yeah, I mean you could see both players were very edgy at the start. Exactly the start that Andy wanted, 4 frames to nil up, and then once he got into his rhythm, we saw the proper Andy Croasdale. I don't think he got out of second gear, to be fair to him, because we know he's got so much more in that tank. But sometimes you're better off in these tournaments to start slow. You don't want to be producing your best stuff on the very first match, because you've got a few more matches to play before you even get into the quarterfinals. So it is now about how he manages that time, because he'll probably play one more tonight, will he? I think he does. And then it's about how he manages that, because they're probably going to have a 2-3 hours break, and then it's about then how what does he do in that time, and just to follow on from that match. But great momentum from Andy. Once he picked up the pace, you just saw that it was going to be one-way traffic.
And conversely, a word for Chris. Again, he's had the 3-4 month gap. He's coming back. He's got his hopes and expectations, and then the breaks do that to you, and you just really struggle to get any momentum in the match. Momentum
was a major word that we used in the comms, me and David Addinall. And when he won a frame, he's always going to the table to break off, and then the either dry or he's getting kicked in off. I mean, the 2 kick-in offs in the last 2 frames that he broke off in were absolutely unbelievable. You probably never happened to him again. I don't know what he's done wrong in a past life or whatever he's done wrong. He's done something seriously wrong.
Yep, so I hope our YouTube and Billiards TV viewers have all enjoyed that opening salvo from the IPA professionals even. So coming up next, Mark, tell us what we've got in store for the match 2.
Well, I did just look actually who it was, and so yeah, Robert Stephen. He was in Robert Stephen, Tom Barley, and he was Robert was in Andy's corner because they're both sponsored by the same guy, Paul Corrigan, who does a lot, and he obviously holds 2 tournaments for us in McGoldrick's up there near Glasgow, and but he's got a very much in form, Tom Barley. Both of these 2 players are 2 of the most up and coming and informed players of this tour so far, and Tom Barley, we had that World Championship run, and he got to the semi-finals of the last event here in Coventry. Everyone seems to be loving Coventry. It always seems to be their home. So, but again, we'll talk about this 3 months away from the table. Have they been playing? Haven't they been playing? Have they been enjoying the time off with the kids or whatever they've got going off in their lives? It's going to be a very interesting one to see which one of these 2 players. But Robert Stephen, up-and-coming player, former professional snooker player, against Tom Barley, who's got to say one of the most informed and one of the most up-and-coming IPA players that we've seen over the past 2-3 years. Yeah,
it's a real Scotland v England battle, and as you say, I think both players have been playing in a few tournaments, over the summer, from what I've seen on social media. So I think this could be an absolutely fantastic match from the get-go.
Yeah, and we always talk about the break, and Tom Barley, I wouldn't say he's got a big break, but he's also got a very loose cue ball, where Robert Stevens got a very controlled break. Is that going to be a difference in this match? We saw in the previous match with Chris and Andy, they both hit the ball head on. We'll now see Robert Stephen, he doesn't really hit the ball head on, he hits the cut break. So is that going to start working for him, where Tom is very head on ball, and we'll see a different contrast in styles throughout this weekend. And all the new viewers that are watching on Billiard TV, even if you just subscribe on YouTube now, you'll see that throughout this weekend, and it's about which one really works for these players, and how can they make that be very effective.
And we referenced earlier about the 30-second shot clock that the players playing when they're in the arena. I don't think any of these players are going to be impacted by that, do you?
No, I mean, we mentioned about Andy. I know we'll keep going back to the Andy match about the safety. There will only be any safety in the matches, and Andy played 3 or 4 safeties in the first opening 2 frames, which is unknown. So these 2 very attacking, and I wouldn't be surprised. There won't be too much shot clock issues anywhere. There won't be anybody running out of time. Probably commentators curse straight away. I've already had some of that come back to me. I haven't lost it in there. Yeah, it's all down about now who can hold themselves together. They're all biting at it. They all want to get back into it, and here they are.
Yeah. So are you back in the comms box
No,
for this one?
No, I've got 2 new people in there now.
Right, well, I'll let you lead the way then.
Well, in the comms now, it's going to be Dan Davey and David Addinall, who was with me on the last one. So that's a very interesting matchup indeed. So over to you, boys.
Here we go. So Rob Stephen, Tom Barley, self Dan Davey. Feels weird calling myself Dan. Daniel really, but anyway. Joined by Dave Addinall.
Hello, Dan.
This game, you who do you fancy?
So what do you fancy here, Dan, on this one?
It's tough. It's a tough first round match.
It is, and I think they both had a good season as well. Really, they've both had good results. And
yeah, probably 2 of, if not off the top of my head, the two of the biggest improvers in the last season or 2, I'd say.
Yeah, very much so. I think they both made semi-finals.
Yeah, yeah, and I think is this both their second seasons as pros? Maybe I might be wrong there, but yeah. So Rob's ranked 20, Tom's ranked 14, but
I think it's Robert's second season, but Tom's maybe third. Well, I think a bit longer, but I'm not 100% sure.
okay. So we've got, is it Tom to break first? There we go. Tom the Basher Barley. I always feel like this stream table brings the best out of him, Tom. To be honest, he's got quite a carefree style, very relaxed, very fluent. He's a hell of a break there. Has it come up dry? Wow.
Yeah, the shot clock doesn't really affect Tom
At all. No, it doesn't affect him at all. He really doesn't need the shot clock whatsoever. Robert's a lot more deliberate. He probably does get affected by the shot clock. His natural game's definitely slower than Tom's, but everybody's natural game is probably slower than Tom's, to be honest.
Yeah, everyone's.
Yeah. So first up, so he's gone reds. He's tried to go into the red that was on the cushion there, knowing he's sort of guaranteed to be on another ball. Missed the cannon, but he's got another chance to get onto it now. But tracer left.
Not too hard. That looks
He's played
perfect.
that really, really well. Very good shot. Judge the bounce and the spring of the cushion very well. It's always a bit difficult sometimes, like you'll that top cushion there would react differently to probably the ones that Rob and Tom practice on. This table under the lights is going to be super quick and well, perfect condition. And you just don't really get that in clubs. I mean, even the best clubs that really look after the tables, they're good for a short period of time, and they slowly sort of wear. But he's judged that first shot well. Could be the key to the frame. Needs an angle there.
As you say, it's perfect. It's hard to replicate these conditions in any club or pub. It's just
Nearly impossible. Yeah.
They do such a good job here at the IPA with these tables.
Yeah. To Rob there, just wanted to. Ideally, would have been either low or high on that, and so that he could. He wants to get on this one that he's got on now, and he's actually got on that really well. But he didn't want to be He didn't want to have to be screwing in and out of the cushion to do that. But he's recovered it well, and he's not as close to this ball as he maybe could have got if he was in slightly better position before. But he's on it nicely. Oh, I was about to say if he gets this frame over.
I'm surprised he hit that so hard, really.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit, because I mean he has hit that hard, and he could have played that almost as like a soft screw or a soft stun, whatever you want to call it. I mean, look, if he just rolls it in dead weight, he's still going to be on the one in the middle.
Yeah.
So there's an argument for that, and obviously then he's going to be taking the cue ball away from his last red, but he's only got to drop it in. It's right over the pocket.
I think he could have still been straight on his last ball, though, even there.
Yeah, could have been. Yeah, from there. Yeah, definitely. Tom's played a risky shot there. Didn't know exactly where the black was going, but it's worked out good in that respect. However, he's lost the white ball. He's now faced with a more than tricky long one.
I think he'll play the middle of the three, really. I mean,
well, the middle of the three is the easier pot.
Yeah.
But then he's losing the white a little bit. Yeah, he's played that. There's an element of safety to that. You look where he's left it now. Wasn't going to be leaving anything really easy. So a bit of a scrappy first one. Clever containing shot.
a good shot, but a bit of a gamble as well. And the shot he's really left on is the long red. He has opened up all his yellows, so
Yeah, he just hasn't got much angle, so he can't really punch it in and stun across. So he's almost got to just top it through and leave a bit of distance. He's missed the ball. He's missed it. So another chance for Tom. Scrappy first frame. Makes a change.
that through the gap perfectly as long as.
Yeah, he's going to take the harder pot, but he needs to because he can't get position otherwise. Yeah, he does that. He does that really well, Tom. He'll play what most would consider a slightly riskier, tricky shot to make the clearance easier for himself. But he'll kind of play it in such a way that he's so casual with it. He makes it look a lot easier than it was.
Yeah.
You know, those shots there where all the reds are waiting, and you've got an unmissable yellow into the corner, but you can't get position, so you have to play the more difficult one. He just gets down, knocks it in as if it was 100 out of 100 when, alright, you expect him to get it, but it's not guaranteed.
I think that's the beauty of Tom, with the speed that he plays, that he doesn't give himself to worry about what he might leave.
No,
on.
he doesn't. No, he
That's a
doesn't
good
overthink things. His single ball potting's very good. I think he's probably the first to admit sometimes he loses the white ball, but he digs himself out of trouble so well that it doesn't seem to matter most of the time.
I think that's a trade-off with that kind of style. You know, you've got to trade off all the good with the bad, really, and it's, you know,
Yeah.
it's very little bad, but occasionally, like you say, he does lose the cue ball because of his speed. But
Yeah.
99% of the time, it's all good.
So Rob Stephen to break. He employs the cut break, which frustrated the hell out of me about a year ago when I played him in the IPA Masters up in Scotland. I think he potted off 6 of his 7 breaks. It was ridiculous.
I'm having a bit of deja vu. We've had this conversation at the last event.
Probably have.
on
We probably
comms.
have. Yeah, I'm still scarred from it. It's a skill. It's a frustrating one to play against. It is a skill. There's no luck involved. But didn't work there for Rob. But he has left a very messy table for Tom. Very messy. So looks like he can just about get through to this. I mean, he only needs to really be able to hit the left-hand side cushion because it'll play as a big pocket off the red. Obviously, he couldn't get there, so that's a clever shot from Tom.
Ideally, if he had got through to that, it'd just been a little nudge on the other yellow and it all opened up.
Yeah, if he could see enough of it, which he obviously couldn't, he could have bumped that bad one out that he's right next to now. See a bit of old-fashioned tippy-tappy.
Shot. Attempt to open things up. For a while here, even Tom Barley's playing safety all the place.
Yeah, this is. I'm a little bit speechless here. This is the first safety shot. I've seen about 3 safety shots from Tom in a row, and they're the only 3 I've ever seen him play.
Double doubled his total for the season, I think.
Yeah.
Tom did play an attack and safety, but then Roberts put a red back in the mix.
Yes, as much as he has, Tom's got options. He could have bumped his yellow out that was on the left-hand side cushion, and said to Rob, look, do what you like and try and attack from there, probably from the red bottom right corner. But he's secured the pocket, which I think is the right thing to do. His next shot will be something along the lines, if he could, of bumping out his bad ball. But Rob has put Tom in a very good snooker there. Very good. He is welded.
This is very tough to get out of.
That's really tough, because I think he must be touching the red. And actually, one of the shots he could probably play, he needs to miss the black, playing with a lot of side. Oh, that's harsh. That's unlucky. It's a really good effort. Really good effort. So
the worst part for Tom there was it's almost like the only ball he could hit was one he didn't want to pot.
Yeah, I mean,
unmissable if you hit it.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been overly happy if he'd have hit the yellow and potted it, but it's better than giving 2 shots away. Rob's got a decision now. Does he take the pocket over the bottom left corner and carry on from there? Does he try and get a little bit more creative than that? He could possibly do that and go into the bad balls as well. No need. So if he had the angle, he'd love to play that and screw into the other one, but he couldn't quite.
I just think we're going to play the same shot.
Another snooker, yeah, I think he will. Tough though. Tough to get it from here, but it doesn't. It's not overly important that he does. It'd be great if he can, but it's not overly important because now he's got the security of 2 of Tom's ball yellows being safe. See, look, he's left a gap there for Tom, but it's almost kind of dangled the carrot there. Tom doesn't want to play. Doesn't want to play down here if he doesn't need to. If he was in an exhibition, he'd try and clear up from here, and wouldn't be 100 to 1 to do it, but see. I see what he was trying, but he was trying to leave that red on the side cushion safe, barring a double. Now he's given Robert a chance to go for these. He can play this plant and attack the bad area. If this comes out good, it's game on. Well, he's got a massive pocket now for the plant. It's almost unmissable.
It's a clever shot because I mean, a lot of players would have probably tried to disturb all
they would
there, and
definitely, yeah, and that was, I think that was deliberate from Rob. He kind of, I think most players would have figured it out eventually, but given that you've only got 30 seconds, are you going to figure it out? Is he playing a back double? Wow, that surprised me. That has really surprised me.
I thought, like you pointed out, the going for the plant because you'd even had the cover the pocket. If you
I don't understand it. Yeah.
Surprised.
Unless maybe he thinks it wasn't a big pocket, but surely it is. Surely it is. It might not be impossible for it to catch the near knuckle and rattle in the jaws, but well, he could have his time again. He'd play the double. He'd play the plant there. That's a much better shot than it looked from Tom. He needed to be as straight as possible on this, and needed to stay away from the red below the black and the black. Found the gap. Bit drag. Nicely controlled. Should be 2-0. Stephen Norfield is watching from Benamedina, still in the right van. So you may or may not know him, Dave, but he comes to a few IPA events, loves pool, and years ago he converted an old police riot van into basically a camper van, and he just travels around.
Oh, perfect.
Like, unbelievable. Really cool. Yeah.
Oh,
And
wow, that's amazing, that.
Yeah, he's a massive fan. He watches all the time.
Oh, it's great to see him
Yeah.
great to hear that he's watching it again. Surprised we don't see more people doing that, more stories like that. Or,
Yeah.
or there is and we don't hear about it.
No. See, referees just trying to make sure the balls are tight.
Imagine if everyone started doing that at each IPA event and 263 campers outside.
It's a big car park. That was a hammer break. Really good break from Tom. First glance, I suppose he's got the yellow, bottom left corner. Don't think he's got much choice but to take that. I think reds might be the better ball. The reds all kind of go. The yellows are a bit more tricky, but played it with pace, gone into his bad area first up. Oh, that's worked out pretty good.
That's nice.
He's now he's got a choice. Does he play this yellow off the red in the middle, or does that red stay there?
The top, maybe.
Yeah, does that red stay there and act like a bigger pocket for the other yellow? Don't think it did, so he's tried to bump it out, but probably needed a bit more pace than that. Needed to push that yellow down the cushion.
I'd have preferred playing the yellow in the top left and save disturbing that, but obviously it could have been looks different from Tom's view, of course.
One thing I'd say about Tom, he definitely plays more shots that would confuse a commentator than most. He just sees the game a little bit differently to most, which is actually really quite exciting to watch.
I think the speed is part of that as well. He was stood there too long trying to figure it out. It just completely put him out of his rhythm.
Yeah, definitely. He's just made a shot like he's just played there look quite easy, and he's actually played it very well. But it's come out a little bit awkward. He's dead straight. If he had a little bit more angle on the yellow, you'd be able to bring the white out to the left-hand side of the table, where you break from, and this is actually difficult. So
He's probably played that as good as you can do.
yeah, cut it in and play the cannon on the yellow, unless the yellow goes into the left middle, which we're not sure of. If it does, he could maybe try and swing through the gap. But I don't think it does. He's eyed up playing the cannon. If he plays the cannon at a decent pace, softly, he should be on it in some way, shape or form. Now, does it go anywhere? From here, it looks like it's maybe got the top right corner pocket. He's looked at it again. It must go just. Don't want to curse him, but these are the shots he seems to play really well. Yeah, he's a single ball pot and he's so good.
They're
So
horrible
good.
as well. Brilliant shot.
I mean, that was like a car crash of a clearance, but he just makes them.
Yeah.
You know, the white's all over the place. He's played a couple of really clever shots. Got a bit unlucky on a couple of them. Left himself an awkward angle. You know, the white ball was a bit loose, but he just keeps digging himself out of trouble because he's that good.
I think that's the beauty of the speed that he plays. You know, he's you don't have time to think, have no bad thoughts. You just play your shot. And say it's sometimes can be a bit of a Google Maps finish, but it's
They're
great
the best
to watch.
ones. They're the best ones as a spectator to watch.
Oh, most definitely. That's the thing what Tom brings, you know, whenever you're watching, he'll always be good to watch.
Always.
Regardless of the performance, he'll always be good to watch.
Rob just checking his grip. Where he's going to He's going to persist with his cut break. Doesn't surprise me. Now he tries to play a ball into this left middle when he hits that side of the table, and you see one track straight towards it but just went just below the knuckle, so he obviously hasn't got that break completely figured out on this table just yet. And you don't want to waste no time trying to figure that out, because Tom's already 3-0 up, and I mean if he gets these, he's probably going to take all of about a minute and a half tops. And the way Tom's been breaking, you know, he might be 5-0 down the next time he comes to the table. This is a big visit for Tom. We say it a lot, and it sounds a bit like a broken record sometimes. They're all important frames, but early in a match, your opponent hasn't won a frame yet. You've got a chance. These aren't gimmies, but it's quite an easy chance. You just need to play a couple of clever positional shots. Think your clearance through. And
The thing about, I mentioned a lot, momentum. You can't, if you got it, you don't want to let go of it.
No, you really don't know. I've seen it happen many times where, see there, it's just a little bit. I think he needed to move that yellow anyway, because I don't think it went into the corner, and it was difficult to get it into the middle. Now, would like a bit of angle. Yeah, hasn't got much. Well, what does he do? He can screw straight back into the cushion and back out towards the red, to the left of the yellow. Possibly. Is he looking at leaving himself a long distance plant? Oh, that is brave. I think the yellow goes into the top left, does it not? He could maybe have just played on it.
I was thinking, yeah.
Here we go. Oh, it's not quite dropped. That could be massive.
I wouldn't have wanted to have to leave that. I mean, I thought maybe, you know, screw off the side cushion and maybe screw into the red just above the yellow.
Yeah,
or if you go past it, you still got a shot.
Exactly. Yeah. What's the worst that can happen? Because like you say, if you go past it, you're still going to have the yellow over the left corner pocket.
And ideally, you'd actually have it to the top left.
Yeah, I think from our angle, it looked like it did just about go top left.
So important here for Robert to take this opportunity. Not straightforward, but one you'd expect to get himself into this match.
I think red over the middle next. No. Maybe red over the middle second last.
Yeah.
And then the one just to the right of the black last. Just doesn't want to be straight here on this red at the top. He wants to get as close to the red over the middle pocket as possible.
You see, pointing the tip, just need it about an inch off the cushion.
Yeah.
Don't want to be too straight on this one over the middle though. Want to leave with a bit of an angle. Just because you'd have to hit the cue ball a little harder to get it away from the cushion. Have it be natural.
Yeah, so he's just cueing off the cushion now a little bit, which he would have probably preferred not to have been, but
I prefer to have a bit more angle on that to cut it out so it can come out a bit further.
Yeah. He's fine.
Just pot at 100 mile an hour.
Yeah. I'd have settled the early match nerves anyway, so he's back in the match 3-1. That's a big let-off for Tom. That wasn't they weren't gimmies, but that wasn't that difficult a clearance. And when you're 3-0 up, and you know you probably should be taking those. You never know what's gonna.
The sort of clearances you know can go wrong, but you need to find a way.
Yeah, and you can so easily go on a run of 3 or 4 frames where you break dry, you don't get a chance, and all of a sudden you lose 3 or 4 in a row without making a mistake. So when you are winning 3-0 and you've got a good chance to go 4, people might say, "Oh, you should still be happy you're 3-1 up," but I don't know. See things like that turn a match sometimes.
So do you have any tips for the pro event? Anyone you'd pick out? It's probably the hardest event to pick out after so long, apart from after COVID that we had. It's our longest break since then.
Yeah, I think it's probably a harder one to pick from than most, because I don't know of any tournaments that I've played personally. I'm probably a bad example, but I've played one tournament since the last IPA event, and obviously it's summer, you get fewer tournaments during the summer, so I really have no idea who's in a bit of form, who's not, who's been playing some 20 or 50 pound a man tournaments, who's been putting the hours in. You don't really know, but if you're going to go on this season alone and the last, let's say, season, you've got to go usual suspects. Clint being world champion, Farnsworth and Dunster have been number 1 and 2 for probably the last 3 or 4 years, rankings wise anyway. Clint obviously now being world champion, you probably call those as the main 3. You've then got Mark Boyle,
They did the double last
that did
time.
the double last time, so maybe he's definitely in there. So maybe you'd call them the main 4. Then you start thinking, actually, well, Corey Reese seems to, he's won multiple tours now. He's always at the business end.
He's been doing well over the last 18 months.
Yeah, and I know he travels a lot. He plays in a lot of tournaments, and he'll go all over Wales. I played him in that thing, the only thing that I've played in since he travelled to Oxford for that. That's a bad shot from Tom. That is bad.
He's tried to force something that's not really on there.
He has, yeah, and he's kind of got a delayed reaction there off the... He's trying to bend it and cut it in. Yeah. And the spins just took that in as well. The run inside. Rob can't believe his luck. Given those last 2 chances that Tom's had, it's happened so often. You make one mistake and then you try and put it to the back of your mind, and you can't, and then before you know it, one mistake is 2. Before you know it, the match has turned on its head. I mean, 7 or 8 times out of 10, Tom gets these last 2 finishes and he's 5-0 up. And now he's looking at, I need to be leading 3-2, and if Rob finishes these, they're not done yet, but if Rob clears these and he's sat in his chair at 3-2, he'll actually be the happier of the 2, which is mad.
This is the thing about it, like taking your chances. I mean, that scoreline, what we've seen, doesn't reflect the match at all.
Yeah, you don't know when Rob's going to put a run together, start making a ball off the break. You hit a couple of dry ones, match can turn quickly.
As you mentioned before, that break. You're more familiar with his break than me, but it sounds like he's gonna find it.
Yeah, probably at some point.
Being 3-2 than 5-0 down, you feel that it's more likely to work as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Pool gods.
You'll feel better. Pool gods get involved. Rear their ugly head.
More time in the match as well, with it being 3-2 and say to the 5-0.
Yeah, you're not so desperate to find it because you're only 3-2 down, not 4-1 or 5-0 down.
What a shot to play here, though. Plays it well. good about that.
3-2.
On table 4, Greg Davis and Thomas Bartolomei. Greg Davis, Thomas Bartolomei, table 4.
So you're pleased to be back then, Dan, playing? I know it's obviously you've not played much and just that one tournament.
Well, yeah, I think it's good to have a break sometimes. You kind of feel, a bit more. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't played an awful lot, but I've played very little actually. But I don't feel like I'm not confident. The last tournament that I played might have been a month ago, but I played alright. I'm just looking forward to playing. Really, see, Rob's finally made a ball off his break, and made that ball into the left middle as well, which is his kind of trademark. A break he kind of copies from. I say copies. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Mark Boyle plays that cut break probably better than most. I remember he was saying to me that he'd not been playing much at all before the last tour, or way less than normal, and actually that was when he'd done the double. So,
Wow. Yeah.
I think a lot of it's psychological sometimes. People feel like they need, obviously muscle memory's a thing, but sometimes people feel like they need to be playing loads, and I think if you feel like you need to be playing a lot to be in good form, then you probably do need to be playing a lot.
I think the beauty as well of having a break as well is kind of no recent battle scars as well.
Yeah.
Come back refreshed and.
Yeah, you're looking forward to playing. Yeah.
Obviously you'll be a bit rusty, but it's just just got to play a bit to try and get rid of that and feel good again.
Yeah, talking of rusty, I mean, Rob's played a pretty bad shot there. He's trying to get on this one in the middle. He's overdone it. He's played a really good recovery shot there. Awkward cueing.
He deserves more from that shot.
He does, yeah. He's sod's law always the way, but he's now fairly straight on that. He's looking at maybe topping it through and getting off the top cushion side, and just about leaving himself a gap to play this yellow in the bottom left corner. But this is tough. Yeah. So much so, he's decided. Wow. He's played that so softly. He's complaining that obviously the pockets are too big, and that's played too generously. And that is harsh. But I mean, when they're brand new cloths, they do slide more. Brand new polished balls, they do slide more. It's a thing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
harsh as it may seem. On his club table that he'd have been practicing on, without brand spanking new balls, and probably without brand new cloth, and without the heat of the cameras making the bed of the surface even quicker than normal, that probably stays out.
Yeah, definitely.
But when you play it, they call it pocket weight, I suppose you call it, don't you? You know, when you play it as softly as that, you are giving it every single chance to go in.
To be fair, you're more likely to see it on this table. I mean, I've had it once, but
Yeah,
literally just once.
So
It's
I
quite
think
funny when you look at some of the club tables they've won. You're playing one down the rail and you know it's impossible for it to go.
yeah, you
And then
think it's in and it's not.
Yeah, and you see that. But
Like, Tom's just, I think he can double this. If he plays it at pace, it will straighten up. Yeah, I mean, he could easily play it at pace. So you see there, I mean, they're not ridiculously generous. That I've seen that going on other tables,
yeah,
into that corner pocket, and it hasn't. It's just played quite big off that far knuckle.
I think
Anyway,
it's also to do with the pace that the pocket's it's arriving at the pocket, and also the angle that it's coming in at.
Yeah.
I think people forget to remember, you know, if it's coming at a straighter angle rather than a sharper angle, it's obviously more likely
Yeah, definitely.
to go in regardless where it hits the cushion.
All about the pace this for Rob. Needs to just stay below the black.
And the gap.
Doesn't want to go behind the red. Is he good? No.
That's tough. That was a
That is that is. If that just rolls half a ball less, he's on that, or he can spin it in with a bit of side.
such a hard shot to play that was.
Is he looking at a treble? Yeah, he's let Tom off the hook there. Always was going to be tricky to get on that black, but
So it was such a tough shot because you underhit it, you haven't got a shot. If you
I think it's one of those though. You almost want to, if you are going to underhit it, at least you've got a shot into the middle, albeit very tight.
Yeah.
You know, you just anything but overhit it.
And you also had the worry of getting through the initial gap before you start worrying about that.
Yeah.
There's a lot in that shot.
See there, just look. Tom's just. I mean, just let the cue ball go a bit loose there. Yeah. Pocket weight, nicely played. (4-2). Kind of feel like Tom's got his payback there. He's massively let Rob off in the last couple of frames, and Rob's kind of had his chance to go 3 each and return the favour.
Good to see the Tom Barley break again. Oh, he's hit them well. And as you know,
Somehow dry.
I think there's a case for actually hitting them as bad as you possibly can.
It does seem like that sometimes. The amount of times I've felt like I'm breaking really well, and 3 or 4 in a row where you think, oh, how have you not got a ball? But Rob decision to make. I mean, like the first thing you look at, can I go reds and get into the cue ball enough to disturb the 3, the cluster of 3 at the top of the table. Probably is the shot. If you can get into the cue ball enough, I think you can.
Still a chance that some of that balls are going to stick, but it's a shot and that.
Yeah, I think more pace the better. Sometimes you can't play. There isn't always the perfect shot to play. Sometimes you do have to trust a little bit to luck. Not sure he's got it there.
The harder you hit them as well, you're going to probably hit them a bit thinner because you're not going to get as much grip on the cue ball.
Yep,
It's
definitely.
like
Rob
a
again,
22 shot.
looking to play safe. He's trying to weld Tom to this yellow. Not quite. Tom can play this into the top right corner. Knowing Tom, he will attack from here. No, he's
Another
not.
one.
Clever containing safety shot. Has left Rob all but a double. And he's got another yellow up in that corner. which could be useful to him when trying to get onto the other ones in that area.
I think the clever part is adding on to this, well, it's pretty much saying what you're saying there, but all them 4 balls link up a lot better since that yellow's been there.
Yeah.
Without that,
Exactly
it's
that.
hard to like link all the other 3 up.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, if the red wasn't next to this yellow at the top left-hand side of the table, we could go into it off of this yellow, but I think the red's just about going to get in the way. Wants enough angle to be able to go into it now. Don't think he's quite got it. Just an extra couple of rolls, and he'd have had the angle to disturb his yellow that's welded to the red. So this is getting more and more difficult with each shot.
Sounds crazy this, but you might even have to double the yellow off the concussion just so you, or safety. But if you were to attack, double the yellow into the corner just so you could get that angle again.
Yeah, and yeah.
I think this is a sensible.
I think he's in safety mode today. I don't know what he must have had. Some safety lessons.
Something must have happened during that summer break.
But I'll be honest, he's actually played some very good safety.
Yeah.
It's not something you often find yourself commenting on with any player really at the top level.
Yeah, as much
but
as
especially Tom.
Yeah, as much as we joke about that, but Tommy he has indeed put some good safety.
Yeah, he's just played some very clever shots. I mean, this here, if he has covered, if that first red doesn't go between the red and yellow into the top left corner, it's another fairly clever shot. Rob's got the chance to play one back, and that's good. And now it is firmly advantage Rob Stephen.
I think that's the other thing about potentially going for that double. Obviously, depend on the angle that was there. It might have been too far, but might not have had a better chance.
Yeah, that's the other thing you really need to weigh up. Yeah, and that's gone in off. And right now, while he's sat in his chair, I'm probably going to watch Rob clear these. He's probably thinking to himself, "I wish I'd have gone for a double." You know.
To be fair, I think the double may have potentially been too high, but I'm not sure. But I think it's worth.
But kind of his natural instinct is to attack, isn't it? And it's hard to take sometimes when you've turned down an option to sort of go for it, and you don't.
Robert's just going to have to be careful here. Make sure he does have his last red connects well to the 8 ball.
Yeah, all about the angle he leaves himself on this last red.
The cushion where he's left it is not ideal, but I think he's working that problem out pretty well. Plays his shot well. Which is not the best. Well, I mean, if you can use the yellow as a stopper.
It's really not great. I mean,
But he's probably worried about the yellow coming back in play with the cue ball.
yeah.
I think this is the shot.
Now, is that any good? Looks a bit straight to me. Is he screwing back? So you don't want to be screwing back towards the middle pocket. You don't want to be screwing back below the middle pocket. The yellow comes into play.
2 cushions. Okay.
He's just
Make sure you're
about
high.
pinched enough there. Played it into the right hand side of the pocket, and this is missable. It's not a 10 out of 10. I do expect him to get it. Should have been easier than this. He's played it well. 4-3. Made that ball again. Left middle. So he's figured it out. First 2 unsuccessful. The following 2. Made that trade butt ball into the middle pocket. So he's first at the table.
So it's not just against you then, Dan.
It's not personal, no. Just against me. I think first glance here is get nicely on the yellow that he's queuing over now. And it's frame over.
Yeah, it's all on that shot and he's played it perfect.
Yeah. Well,
He is.
I don't know if the first yellow passes the second into to this left corner. If it does, then he's as good as got these. Yeah, must be fine.
He's trying to get onto the yellow in the middle there, just under his that.
Yeah, understandable. So I mean, this is the key shot. Needs to get on this yellow into the left middle. The pace is well. Played a good shot, very good shot. So he's played it with lots and lots of running left hand side.
And it'd be understandable for people to think he would try and play this yellow in the middle and play the other side of it, but he's wary of the red on the cushion. He's played it really well.
Don't want to be going into that red. That was a bit of a risk. He's actually probably really got away with that, to be honest. That cue ball could have gone anywhere after that.
So he's be a bit careful here. He could potentially win them 2 reds, but if he hits the top one of it, then he should be fine. So he'll be playing there. At the top, or just to avoid it. Should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely fine. He'll take it. It's been scrappy. It's been a bit of a messy clearance. It could have been easier, but all that matters is that he found a way to make the clearance. 4-4. You probably have to say he's going to be the happier of the 2 at 4 each, given the chances that Tom's had. Also, he's dangerously started to make that ball into the left middle pocket.
Yeah, they've both played some good stuff, but also a few mistakes in there, which I think's created the topsy-turvy kind of match that's developed so far.
Yeah, a bit of an uncharacteristic one, but I'm used to seeing these 2 guys play an awful lot better than this. But it'll be the biggest tournament either of them have played for a long time. So
We have some matches on the outside tables. referee, Rick Lloyd, using the smart rack. We don't get enough mention of referees who do such a brilliant job.
Not unsung
hardest
heroes. Get on with it. 15-hour days. Just, I mean, sometimes more actually.
Yeah.
And they just get on with it. Absolute legends. Big break again from Tom. Now he's got the angle to. Has he got the angle to disturb this yellow? Bottom left, bottom right. I don't think so. Just needed to be a little bit closer to the right middle pocket, and he would have been perfect. He's not quite. Does he go into it now? Again. If the cue ball pulled up there, he could have gone into it. Doesn't want to leave it till the end. Or, what he can do, is just play on it. Maybe that's been his plan all along. He's taken them in such an order that he can land on it now. Yeah. Again, not a gimme, but play these at pocket weight and they will play quite generous. Yeah, very, very nicely done. So what's the plan? Double? Got to be, I suppose. He's probably got the angle now to go into it.
As regards to trying to disturb the black.
Yeah, trace the top and right hand side if he wants to. Problem is, I mean, unless he pushes it over the middle, it's probably not going to go into either of the corner pockets. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Oh my word.
It's the only way to get the
He
angle.
has butchered that. Started walking back to his seat. And as he's walking back, he's noticed that that yellow's gone into the middle pocket and he's disturbed the black. Gee, if ever there's a turning point in the game at 4 each, oh my word.
It's huge, isn't it? Here we see it again. Double kisses off the red. Don't know if he's relieved or a bit embarrassed there, looking at Tom.
Bit of both.
Yeah. Here we go, get to see the Robert Stephen Cup break again, just for you, Dan. What's the ball, but I don't think it was the one you mentioned.
No.
I think he's going to have a go at the yellows here. A few tricky little shots here. Positional play for this clearance.
Yeah, he seems to be quite happy going about it the way he's going to go, but
I think there's a couple of shots where it's imperative that you
That's the
straight,
first.
and I think he could have done with an extra roll there. half a
Yeah,
roll
first mistake. Yeah, definitely. He needed to be dead straight there.
This one and the next one, he really needs to be straight. But playing off the red.
Yeah, it's just completely. He's not got into that anywhere near what he thought he could. So you might see from the live chat that we've got Gav Robinson, Curtis Lee be next. He's played the double, he's missed it. You kind of feel like we talk about turning points earlier in the game, and that fluke from Tom. You see so often after a big moment in a match or a turning point that the following frame, the momentum carries on in that way. We've seen exactly that in this frame. Tom
That's
can
how they
attack
do
from
well,
here,
then.
surely, can't he? Can he play the one just below the white, play it into the bottom right corner?
No.
Go for it, don't you, Tom? Does he get a cushion? Just, but he's left the yellow.
Safety again.
It's not
Then-
me. It's just for me. Tom's natural game is to just get down. He's got a big pocket actually. The yellow's probably making it a bigger pocket into this bottom right corner. Get down and attack. That's your game, Tom.
I think it's a clever shot, apart from I didn't know that went, because he's basically making Robert move that yellow out the way for him. But
Yeah,
I mean, that could have gone.
yeah. Now the red doesn't go.
Referee to table 17, please. 17, referee.
So that next matchup you mentioned, it's safe to say it's a clash in styles.
Yeah, they can both talk. But yeah, Gav Robinson, almost like a jack in the box. It's a good shot from
That's definitely
Tom.
the best description. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like he's a bundle of energy. Curtis quite similar actually, but playing styles quite different. You know, Curtis a lot more measured, a lot more methodical.
Also feel the shot clock on the stream table definitely does help Curtis a little.
Yeah, probably
Get him
does.
into the rhythm. Of course, that's not all the time, because occasionally he does need that extra time.
Does, yeah, and
Yeah.
see Tom Barley makes no mistake. His safety shot paid dividends. Yeah, huge break for Tom. Huge break from Tom. Just he's hit another break really well. Another dry. Rob's out of his seat. First glance, I don't think there's an easy red or an easy yellow on. Always seems to be the way after you just made a mistake in the frame before.
Yeah, it's horrible when you come to the table like this. Sometimes the safety is just as hard as the pot.
you wondered looking at it if he could even get through to the potting angle, and I suppose he thought he could, but
It did look tight. Yeah.
did look tight, yeah. Now, is that good? Can he just, if he's on that in the middle, that's very good. If he's not, he's got a problem, but fine margins in this game. I think he's on it from his, yeah, from the way he's gone around the table, it seems to be quite happy with it. Now, just these are the bits where you know, if you were his manager or coach or whatever, you kind of right, just take the extra second or two and just figure out what you're going to do from here. Just that little bit of extra care.
It's just that split second, because you wouldn't want to slow him down, would you?
Exactly that. You want to keep him in his natural game, but you don't want to. You just want to just iron out those little sloppy positional mistakes, or where he just rushes or doesn't think enough. Sometimes his strength's his weakness. I mean, like that. Is he on that? He must be. In which case he's perfect. He was only just on that. But that's why it's so good to watch. He's left that about 2 feet short. But he just knocks it in as if it's an inch from the pocket. 7-4. Tom Barley, the basher.
Yeah, add on to what you're saying. He's definitely one of the most entertaining players to watch on tour. Shots he's having to create, the speed he plays at. It's always easy on the eye to watch.
Just never looks pressured, does he?
No.
Just very calm. When you speak to him as well in person, he's a very laid-back character. Gracious in defeat, humble in victory. Probably up there with the nicest guys you'd ever meet, to be honest, especially on the tour. And Rob's come up dry there, and this is Tom's chance.
It is incredible how relaxed he is. So I think it's a skill in itself just to be that carefree.
Yeah. And he's very laid back. Not an easy clearance though. You could suggest he'd add the angle straight away there to go into the red and yellow on the left hand side of the table, but he's going to it now. I think that was the reason. He wanted to go into it from behind, bump it out. It's come out okay. Played that well. Now the black does go into the left middle, if he can land on the red next to it last. Easier said than done. Just taking that extra bit of time now to decide what he thinks he wants to do. Can he put this bottom right, just stun out, punch out towards the middle of the table. Play the other red on the right hand side. Get over to this one, the one that he's looking at now. Bottom left, top left. That is your second last red. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. So this is the key shot here. If he can, doesn't want to leave himself straight, but wants to get quite close to this left middle pocket. Needs that to slow up or carry on. That is not what he wanted, but that's actually perfect.
Once you've got a cue, that's a lot better on this.
Yeah. Centre of the table. Oh, Tom, what have you done? Tom. That was the match there. If that drops, it's game over. They're already shaking hands. Wow. Not easy for Rob. 2 yellows in the top of the table are going to cause them a problem.
It's all about that yellow by the 8 ball.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just looked there as if he's queued up as if to say that if he gets right behind it, it goes, and if it does, then it's actually quite an easy clearance.
And especially the fact he's got the perfect connector with the yellow in the middle,
Yeah.
which is going to get him exactly where he needs to be.
Exactly, yeah. No, so obviously it didn't go. He's played into it, left himself the perfect angle, gone into it, and it's not come out good. I think ideally he just wanted to flick the yellow first. He didn't really want to flick the black. Black was always going to go in towards that red. He's played the double, played it a bit soft so it slid. And now Tom's got another chance for the match. Can he drop it and play a double? Or is he too welded? Does he have to go into it? Gone into it. And that has come out pretty good. Pretty good. A tester for Tom. I fancy him to get it. Yeah, he's played it well. Played it very well. There we are. Tom Barley beats Rob Stephen. I'd probably call that a rusty match.
Yeah.
Bit of cobwebs blown off from Tom. Couple of mistakes from both of them that you wouldn't normally see, especially when they're at their best. But a win's a win, and he's into the second round. And let's be honest, we all want to play well, we all like to play well, but a win's a win. He's through, and he's done. So next up, obviously, we've got Gav Robinson and Curtis Lee. And we will be back with you shortly.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with Tom, the winner of our second match on the stream. Tom, a bit of a mixed bag at the start, but the fluke seemed to turn the match completely in your favour.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's a big part of the big moment in the game, innit? But I think we both was pretty terrible, weren't we? I think it was a struggle. It was a struggle. Yeah.
So you started off pretty well. You know, you said it was a struggle, but you got into a nice lead, and then it sort of seemed to get away from you. Robert came right back at you. And then, you know, tell us about the fluke, because obviously that seemed to completely stop Robert's momentum in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was feeding off a few of his mistakes. He made quite a few mistakes. I played the one in the corner, tried to play outside, bring the black out, missed the red. Was it the red? Yeah, the red completely, and brought the black out. I mean, I got half of it right, just the other bit was wrong, wasn't it? But yeah, it's a struggle when you don't play. It's a struggle. I've been playing lately, and it's probably the second time I've played since I played my money match against my money match a couple of months ago, about a month ago, and it's hard to compete with these boys when you're playing as little as what I do, unfortunately.
Yeah. But it's a victory nonetheless. Puts you in the next round, so at least you've had a bit of table time and gives you a little bit of confidence going forward in the tournament. Yeah,
hopefully. Yeah. I mean, normally hopefully get better and better. I've never been a good starter, so I'll get through the first round and hopefully do a bit of damage, but you've got to be a lot better than that to compete with these boys.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's plenty more in the locker there, Tom, as we've seen. Certainly a good venue for you here at Coventry. You've had some pretty good performances in recent months. Yeah,
I've done well, especially on the TV table. I've a good record on TV table, I think. I always seem to play well here, and the table plays really well. I mean, when you're one of the first on, it's reclothed and everything like that. It takes a bit of getting used to, but after a game or two, you get used to it to a lot of rounds, don't you? So, yeah.
So we've had a bit of a break, obviously, since we were here several months ago. What have you been keeping busy? I know you mentioned about the money match that you played, but what else have you been up to in the summer months?
Not much. I work like not great hours. So I work like 12 till 8, so I don't really get time to play or all like that. So it's just work and family and stuff like that. No pub, but hours are changing, so I can get back into it hopefully and do like I can do.
And sort of thoughts coming up to this week, just really looking forward to getting back competing again, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, no expectations this weekend. Just enjoy it and just nice to be back in it. I mean, it's been like I say, been what, a couple of months, has it? 2-3 months.
It feels
It
like forever.
feels like ever, doesn't it? Yeah, and we've got 4 or 5 events coming up in the next 6 months, so perfect time to get back into it.
Yeah. Well, victory nonetheless, Tom. Good performance. I'm sure things will improve.
Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
So Tom Barley departs, but doesn't depart the competition. He takes his place in the next round. Mark Pickworth, I guess, job done, and the next game's the next game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he was definitely up against the ropes there at 4-4, and then that big ounce of luck, which you've obviously come on to, and wow, I mean, the rest is pretty much history. Robert had his chances really to, really take that match and push on for a win himself, but couldn't take the chances, and there you go, Tom Barley into the next round. But, we said that Tom's probably had a little bit more form than Robert, but, Robert, he'll bounce back and he'll move on from that. But, yeah, probably a little bit of rustiness from both players there, but Tom's in the next round.
Yeah, and just a word about Robert, he'll be extremely disappointed. We've seen his progress, meteoric progress really over the last couple of years, and that'll be a bit of a setback for him, that performance, you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's got up to number 20 in the rankings. Tom's at 14. He'd like to close that gap a little bit more, because both these players, they need to be in the top 10, don't they? And obviously chasing for the top 8. There's going to be a lot of players, really chasing up for them places now. But Tom's going to be in the best position for that now.
Yeah, just tell the audience about those top 8 seedings and just how important it is to get into that elite group.
Yeah, we say elite group. I mean, this year, we had a bit of a vote. The players, the professional players, should we say, we had a good AGM meeting about that, and they voted in that they just want the seeds to be done with the top 8. So then it is pretty much makes it more of a random draw. And what we're seeing now is there is some more very titanic tussles, just like the one we've just witnessed there, Tom Barley and Robert Stephen. They're mouth-watering ties, and since we've changed that, it has benefited everyone, and the players have created that.
Yeah, that probably would have been a quarter-final match last year, wouldn't it? But now it's the first round match, and it's, like you say, from the start in round 1 we get these mouth-watering matchups. Yeah,
you do, and that's going to continue. We've seen it right from the very, number 1, the very first tour that we had. And that's going to continue, and it's probably going to continue throughout this weekend as well. So I mean, the winner of that now plays Clint Jansen, so he's chasing a number 1 spot of his own.
Yeah, which we may well see later on this evening. Okay, well, we've actually got a bonus match for you now because the schedule's just not quite gone as planned, but that's the schedule's loss is our game, and we've got a match featuring Gav Robinson and Curtis Lee. It is England against Wales. Tell us about both these players, Mark.
Well, Gav Robinson, don't ever get to talking to him because he'll chat all day long to you now. But he's a great guy. Another one of the most informed players on the IPA tour at the moment. He really shows his emotion out there, doesn't he? Wears his heart on his sleeve. Curtis Lee, back to it on the professional ranks and that, plays with some great players, plays in the and all of that. But Curtis is another one that's really what I like about Curtis since his return back to the pro ranks is that he's calmed everything down. He showed a lot of emotion out there. He doesn't show too much of that now, and he now all of a sudden does all his talking on the table and not too much off it. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
It's the Rocket and the Grinder. So let's get over to the commentary box and Dan Davey.
Well, I'm not quite done, Dave. We want Dan to do some of the work that's going off behind the scenes. So I've dashed over from the studio that we've got set up next to the TV arena. Here we are for this next matchup, third match of the day. Gavin Robinson against Curtis Lee. If you're watching us on YouTube, there is a poll going off. Who's going to winning this one? On rankings, suggests that it's Gav Robinson. But Curtis Lee, he can cause an upset or two, so don't be surprised if that does happen. This player's not been at tour the last few months. Mentioned it probably 100 times. See so far that the obviously in these votes and that the audience have got it right every time. Are you going to get it right this time? That's the question. Gavin Robinson to break off in frame number 1, electing the cut break. And the cut break has resulted into a dry one. That'll start the rocket wanted. So Curtis at the table. So electing these reds. So looking at this, he's only got this ball in the top right hand pocket and 2 balls that are together near the, or above the black spot. So they need to do a little bit of work on them. Nicely done. But I don't think he's just got this. Well, I don't think that red that he is behind now goes into the bottom left. So it might be one that he's just going to have to drop into the centre. I mean, if I don't think he can pop the one in the top left. I think it's too thin. Might have heard the beeps there. It's just a little issue there, but it was a referee mistake, I'm being told, but that doesn't normally happen. So, but either way, the referee got in control of it and controlled it well. They did. Curtis, though, that's not phased him in any way. He's just still going about his work. This one's a difficult one. May elect to go to the top pocket, depending on how far this is off, or he might just want to just drop it into the centre. Opts for the one in the top pocket, and he struck it very nicely. Good shot from Curtis. As I said, he's very, very steady. And he controls his emotions hell of a lot more. But misses the red. Yeah, that's very jabby. Oh, first frame. First time back on this TV table. Yeah, just clip the yellow as well, but look where he's left them yellows on that top part of the table. This isn't going to be an easy clearance in any way, shape or form for Gav Robinson. So is he going to just look at maybe hiding the cue ball? Just trying to get a bit of control. That clock though, ticking down again. Gavin is thinking about going for this clearance. He's going to have to leave himself a nice angle on one of the 2 yellows that's on the baulk line. Probably the one on the left-hand side that's on the screen now. That's the obvious one that you can just cannon into the middle of them 2 yellows. Well, that's a turn up for the Bucks. I didn't expect him to go in at that opportunity. Thought he might have just left himself. I mean, he's going to get another shot here. They're going to cannon into him, but he's also going to attack 2 of these yellows off before he gets into him. So, eggs all in one basket here for Gavin. Might see a containing shot from him as well. A containing shot it is. No wrong with that. And referee Brian Moss, he just glanced over the red just to see if it's touching the cushion. If it is touching, another ball must hit a cushion. That red cannot make contact with that cushion again. That's why the white balls come back down, but the red also made contact with the left-hand cushion, so that's a legal shot. So what can Gavin do this time? Is he looking at trying to hide the cue ball again? You feel like it's not easy. Thin clip this in. He has thin clipped it in. He needs an angle. Has he got an angle? He has got a slight angle. I think this yellow though, the one that's off the cushion, does pass into the top right. If it does, it might make his clearance a little bit easier, but again, it's all about leaving the correct angle so he can get onto his last ball. He has tried to go into him. Yeah. How's that come out? I think the yellow passes. I think it does. Top left hand corner. Where's this cue ball going? It's going to glance past the red, is it? Or is there a bit of drama? Is he on the black? Might be able to get it with a bit of swerve. Oh, it looks like he is on it. Just nudges it out enough. And there is the first black of this match. 1-0. Gavin Robinson leads. Remember, all these pro rounds 1 and 2 all raced to 8. So Gavin, he cut break on the first frame. Let's have a look at Curtis. First time looking at his the way that he's going to break off. I'm thinking he'll do the cut break as well. I know that's something he's brought in his game very recently. This is, he'll say, he feel comfortable. There's the black ball. So, yeah, that 8 ball drops into the corner. It is all it is. There's a restart of frame. So black ball rules. Pop the black off the break. Here's a re-rack. No penalty. No winning frames. Just a very, very simple re-rack. Bit more work for Brian to do. Earning his money now. That looks absolutely spot on, Brian. That line at the bottom of the pack just shows the direct. Making sure that there's no tilt on the pack or back ball not on its spot. There's also 2 lines. We did have them just underneath the head ball. Just you can just see it, but you can't see it on your screen. So not a bad split this for Curtis. Potted a couple of balls. So elected the Reds. So it looks like there's only the one in the top left hand corner on your screen. So on clearances like this, it's just about making sure he takes these reds in the correct order. So top right, bottom left, leave himself a shot on the black. And it should be levelled up at 1 frame apiece. As I said, just leaving himself a shot at this black. Take it into the top left hand corner. It's a bit wide, and it is wide. Another mistake here from Curtis. Yeah, so Gav just deciding to take the one in the top half of the table. Then he'll take the ones all in this bottom half of the table. Probably leave the one over the left centre till the end. Then he can drift up for that black on the top cushion. Just trying to hold that with a bit of trace and run inside. That's fine. So he'll just drag this in. As long as he slows that cue ball down. Just needs to leave an angle. Looks okay. Just a slight angle, just so he can get the cue ball out of there and drift up a nice angle so he can take the black along the cushion. Just like that. This black to take a 2-0 lead. And 2-0 it is. Good start for Gavin. Been a little bit scrappy really from both these players. Well, I'm sure, as we've seen in the previous matches, the standard will improve. Just need to get a frame on the board, Curtis, and then you can just settle into this match. Not really had a close match just yet. So pretty much been one-sided. In that last match, had all the intentions of it going close and that. But Tom, a little bit of good fortune, definitely helped towards that win. Just made him get back the momentum. Don't forget, if you want to keep up with latest scores, all on our website, ipapool.com. We've got all the links on there. We'll do it through the Cuesports. It's Cuesports, Cuescore, sorry. Cuescore.com. Just have a look at that break there. Cut break. You'll probably see Gav change his break a couple of times. Nice, with it being open table, nice containing shot. Just handing the table back to Gavin, and obviously Curtis, he didn't fancy him. He said, "You can have another go." Still open table here for Curtis. So Curtis played that little containing shot because he wanted to be yellows, and Gavin was a little bit unlucky coming across off the cushion. Trying to get yellows himself. That's a bit jabby. I don't think he's on a yellow. Can he get through to any potting angles on any of them? I don't think he can. So yeah, just a containing shot, that's all he had on. So red's in play here for Gav. Yeah, he's got an opening pot on. Not sure how much of the pocket he'll be able to put that red in. Extension, both these players will get 1/32 extension per frame. 30 seconds per shot. Might seem like a little bit of time, but when you're out there and you haven't got any shots on, you haven't got the shot on that you want to play, that time soon ticks away. Good pot there from the Rocket, Gav Robinson. Useful double there from Gav. Shows his say problem ball. One left of the black. Will go in the top right, bottom right, whichever one, whichever way he leaves it. It'll only go bottom right, providing he moves this red. He's on the cushion next. Key shot come up very soon. It's all either about position, or I mean, it does that come off that yellow. So he's got a chance of clipping the black and then not getting the pace that it requires for it to drop. So bit more angle than he wanted, but electing to take it on now. He was taking this into the top right hand corner, very nicely done. He should never have been looking at anything else apart from it in the top right. And that is exactly what he's done. Now this simple 8 ball into the right side pocket. 3-0. We know it is. Frame 4, Curtis Lee to break. Sticking with a cut break. Cue ball, it's okay. First glance, the yellows don't look bad. Just the opening pot on this yellow. A little bit tricky, but one that I don't expect him to get. And if he gets this and gets position, because when he's potted this, he's going to be possibly canneling into a ball, but that's perfect. Executed very well from Curtis there. To take the tricky one out the 2 or 3 that he had a chance of potting. But now this should be straightforward to get his first frame on the board. He left himself a bit of hampered cueing. Again, it's over the line yet. We'll have a little bit of a positional shot after this pot. It's okay. It's not bad at all, to be honest. Probably play 2 little stop shots. One bottom left hand corner, one right centre. Let's keep it simple, just like that. Needs a bit of an angle. Just to roll it, well, sorry, I'm not saying it needs a little bit of angle, probably wants to leave it straight if anything. As long as he's not cannoning into anything, he'll be fine. Yeah, not cannoning into anything. So got the absolutely perfect position. This 8 ball into the top right hand pocket. And there you see it. That is his first frame on the board, and it's now 3 frames to 1. You feel a little bit better now. We'll be having to break next. So frame number 5. The Rocket, Gavin Robinson to break. The referee, Brian Moss there, making sure everything is perfect. Gav electing to move his ball to the other side. Trying to make something happen off his break. Doesn't get a lot of power, but he's got a ball. And wow, look at these yellows. Reds are okay, just that red on the bottom cushion is the issue. So he would have to cannon that out if he was thinking about taking reds, but surely he's going to take these yellows. Yep, yellows it is. Don't want that red to go anywhere near that one. It's the only problem when you start canning into balls. They can go into awkward positions, and that's exactly what's happened. You'll probably see him probably just try and get this either red away or get the yellow out of there. Either way, he's going to have to clash into it. He's used his extension, so the clock's ticking down. Cue ball okay. Yeah, cue ball's alright, but is he on a yellow? If he is, it's not easy. If he is, it's not easy. Forced a mistake now. There's that loose shot there from Gav. Should have been really taking them. But he's got her now. Tricky opener for Curtis. Nice shot. And that kiss has really not favoured him. Not only that kiss just made sure he's only got rolling along this bottom cushion because he's left no angle at all. He's kissed the red over to the yellow, so it's a containing shot. And played pretty well there from Curtis. Shot clock pressure just made him rush that one into the middle a little bit. So he hit it clean, but not one I expected him to miss. Obviously played a bit more power, so that might be another reason why he stopped out. Either way, Curtis is back to the table. Putting that red over the pocket, let's give him the obvious shot to open up that pocket to allow that red to be potted in it. That's covered by the yellow. So the question is how he's going to get that yellow away from that red. Key shot. Just stunned behind it. I mean, this can be a nervy one. Surely he plays this positive. Stunning up into the yellow. Now he's trying to play the positional shot. Probably was the right shot overall, but it was tricky. It was one of them. What I mean by that, it's just one of them shots. When you don't, you get them all the time. Perfect. This time, better work to do, and that's the reason why he's missed the red. He didn't get the ideal position. Some latest scores up there, look. Richard Swaffield 4, Nicky Griffiths 8. That's Nicky Griffiths, Adam Griffiths 8, sorry. So Adam's won that. 8 frames to 4. He's into the next round. And Wade Morley 5, Matty Rowland 6. Bit of a north-east tie there. Trace of run inside just to check it back to try and keep the cue ball intact just so he can stun up the cushion. Rattled in, and now this black to go 4-1 ahead. Anybody just joining us, either on YouTube or Billiard TV? It's our third match of the afternoon. This is the professional event here live in Coventry. Race to 8 for rounds 1 and 2. This is the rocket Gav Robinson we're looking at the moment. Looking very relaxed now, 4-1 ahead. Curtis sticking with the cut break. The cut break continues to be dry. Not happening out there for Curtis at the moment. So the votes were in. 80% of you think that Gavin Rompson is going to win this match, and at 4-1 probably tells you that's probably it. He's at the table again. There's a cue ball. He's snookered himself. Poor shot from Gavin Robinson. Is this a chance that Curtis has been waiting for? Yep, just got out the snooker. So, what Curtis do here, just use his extension. And for his last 10 seconds. Trying to cover the cue ball up and away. I think Gav can get down to the one below the black spot. What can he do with the cue ball? Don't think he can hide it anywhere. Really tried very hard to hide that cue ball. Yeah, I think it was one of them that didn't quite have the natural angle. shot from Curtis. We're going to see a containing shot of his own. Or does he think he can go a bit more attacking? 4-1 down, suggests no. Well, yeah, containing shot, and he's glued it behind that yellow with a shot. Can Gavin get the one cushion escape here? I mean, if he can, then them 2 reds at the bottom of the table are quite a big target. That's what he's looking at. I'm playing it with a bit of swerve as well. Yeah, a little bit. Direction very good. Very good shot from Gav. Once he could get to that side cushion, you knew he had a very good chance of hitting them 2 reds. Yeah, it's not a bad reply from Curtis. He's leaving Gav a chance. I just feel like if Gav does miss it, Curtis will probably go for game then. He has absolutely nailed it. Great pot from Gav. Another containing shot, nothing wrong with that. Great shot. 3 cushions, gone out of it nicely. What's he left though? Couldn't do much there, Gav. The way that some of these frames have gone in this match does prove that it's not all about potting sometimes. It's about getting a good strategy together, and some frames they do take a bit of working out. Trying to get the balls that you need in the good positions. So looks like he's going to go straight into the cluster of the red and the yellow. This could go wrong. Cannon into balls. But is it going to go wrong or is it going to go right? Got the cannon. I've got to say, that's gone wrong, especially with the hampered queuing. It's a horrible one. This is. Again, just tried to hide the cue ball. It's not come out well. I think Gav's got a choice of 2 reds here. So we can get through to the one in the that's over the pocket as well, but electing the harder one, and it's not really cued down that well. Look where he's put the black now. Disasters. Well, it's not great news for Curtis. Good positional shot there from Curtis. Is he on it? Has he got enough angle to be on it? Looks a little bit tight, but it's pretty much straight down to it. So not that tight and goes in nicely, but still need this black, Curtis. And we're going to see one of the first skill shots on this TV table for this tour. Missed the yellow. Concentrating on so much to get down table, and he was nowhere near getting on the black anyway. I don't think, does the black pass to the bottom left? It's just the way that he's tried to drift the cue ball down in that with that angle. So we'll never know. Definitely don't pass. I'm looking at an overhead screen, so no. Say Gav don't want that to drop. The only problem doing that, Gav, is you've put that red closer to the pocket, which in effect makes the skill shot black onto red, both part at the same time, a little bit easier. And that's another slice of good fortune for Curtis Lee. For him to hide the cue ball from everything down the table. It's proved a problem now for Gav. He needs to try and hide it. Where can he hide it? Great pot. Great pot. Very close to his work. What a very good pot indeed. On the black has made all the difference now. I'm sure that red passed it over into the bottom right hand corner. I know one thing, it doesn't now. Everyone will think that Gav Robinson's in good shape here. Got one good pot here from Curtis. He's got it. He's going to have to play a skill shot. Excuse the to do with the clock. Just some like technical aliens in it. So, skill shot, black onto red, both pot in this shot. Oh, it's very close. Just can't get enough roll on the black. Never easy, especially when you're coming at an angle that's horrible. You need to be directly behind them to make them a little bit easier. So that's one free shot, one visit. Where's that red gone? Disaster for Gav. It's all he's got on here. He's going to have to try and clip this red in. He's down quickly to it. Has he clipped it in? Yes, he has clipped it. Cue ball's okay. Yeah, that's a disaster for Curtis Lee as well. Just when you thought there was going to be a bit more drama. Nicely done. 5-1 to Gav Robinson. Wade Morley was one behind there, 6-5 down he was. He's now one frame away from getting into round 2. I'll let you know how that one goes. But one frame away for Wade Morley. One-way traffic on this TV table at the moment. It's been like that for all 3 of these matches. Is this how this third match is going to stay with the one-way traffic? Gav Robinson to break. Can he extend his lead once again? 5-1 he leads now. Black ball's down. And we're seeing another re-rack. But if the black is potted, off the break. Straight forward. Gets them re-racked. Gav will break again. No penalty. No loss of frame, no winner frame, whichever one you think. It is just a re-rack. Brian earning every penny out there, racking these balls up. So got a ball last time, but unfortunately the black went down as well. So re-rack, has he got a ball this time? The black is down once again. Brian starting to smile. A referee, Brian Moss. Even Gav's got laughing and that. Clocking the frames up, Gav is. Just not getting any frame scores with him. Making Curtis wait even longer. Just keeps putting the black off the break. Attempt number 3 in frame number 7 for Gav Robinson. Black's tracking around again, but he's got a ball. Got 2, 3. Yeah, he's got 1 yellow, 2 reds. First glance, obviously the red and the yellow are together just above the cue ball. That's the issue. Which colour sets better? I think yellow slightly, only because there's a ball near that cluster of the 2 balls above the cue ball that need some work. Don't think he'll want to take that yellow now. I mean, it's tricky. For me, just take this one over the corner. He's just about leaving himself the angle so he can do something to to get it out, trying to hold that cue ball with the tracer on inside just to check it back off the cushion. So let's go up table. Where's the cue ball? Very loose cue ball there from Gav Robinson. Yes, a chance again for Curtis. I mean, weren't ideal, weren't natural position on that yellow, so he had to try and make something happen. So, one free shot, one visit. Just going to trickle this along the cushion. Good pop. So it should be straightforward here, and Curtis getting his second frame on the board. And we'll break in frame number 8. Even though the frame score doesn't really show it, Curtis has had chances in all of these frames, so he should be a little bit closer together than what he is at the moment. But 5-2 he trails. Evan Parry-Williams, nope. Craig Brown 3. That's the result there. Look, Wade Morley 8. Matty Rowland 6. Look, Matty Rowland was 6-5 up in that match. Lost the last 3 frames there to lose that match 8-6. Evan Parry-Williams, he's got it all to do. 3-0 down. Another match that's just kicked off. You know, we spoke earlier when the programme started at around 3 PM about Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. His match has just kicked off against Jason, top of the bill, Hill. Can he go on to picking up another IPA title here in Coventry? Seems to be doing it regular at the moment. The latest score, I'm just being told in my ear. Scott Anderson, Pigeon. He's playing David Casey. David Casey 4-1 ahead in that match. And I can tell you, Scott Anderson, he's been having some pretty good results on his first year as a professional. But he's up against it, against new professional David Casey. 4-1 he leads. We'll keep you up to date with all them latest scores. Scott Anderson being told is now reduce that now to 4 frames to 2. He trails. So Gav Robinson can be a bit disappointed. He should at least be at definitely 6-1 up now in that chance in that last frame. Just down to a poor positional shot, and then he quite wildly went in off. Gave that Curtis the chance, and he took it with both hands and got his second frame on the board. Gav really pushing out the boat here, just deciding he is gonna take these on now. So he's put the one in the top right, but is he on his next ball? I don't think he is. He's not on anything. What can he get out of this? I mean, the one in the middle of the part of the table, left of the black. Cut that back into the bottom right corner, but the cue ball be close to going in the centre, or it's going to be close to the centre. So good pot though, very good recovery, but still work to do. I mean, the natural angle is where that yellow is on the top cushion if he wanted to play position going on and off the cushion. He might just have to not even get a cushion involved here and try and stun it across. I mean, if either of them two balls do go to the bottom left hand corner, I think that camera angle we just saw for a tiny second then elects that it doesn't go. Yeah, I think it goes in there. So they did only just go in the middle. So problems for Gavin Robinson. I think the only shot I can see him here is playing red off red, trying to put one into the corner, and he's rattled it. I mean, he didn't play it with much conviction because he wasn't on his next red, I don't think. I think that passes into the bottom left hand corner. It might do though. Hard to see from the camera angles I have. So Curtis back to the table, won the last frame. Can he get this frame as well? Put a little bit of doubt into the Rocket's mind. Uses a 30-second extension. Looks like it's just a containing shot. Useful one. I think Gav's asked for total snooker. Brian's come around and said it's total snooker, so what then allows it for any new viewers out there, what that then allows him to do is not hit a cushion after he's hit the object ball. I mean, not that there was any doubt that it was going to hit a cushion, especially going for that one. Good shot. Is he on this red now? Into the left centre. I think he is, you know. How does he get position on the black? That's the question. That clock though, ticking down. He's used his extension. Cue ball, lost the cue ball again, and that's just down to clock management. Didn't really manage that time very well. You know, you can say he's a little bit unlucky not to leave an angle. But he was getting out of a snooker himself, so he didn't really have much control of it. So, perfect opportunity for Curtis. Just needs to pick these off one by one. Starting the bottom half of the table, work his way up. So after this one, that's all the balls at the bottom half of the table. What's he done there? Canning into balls. I don't know, he's just rushed his shot a little bit. And now he's giving himself something to think about. I'm thinking that he takes the one over the pocket, leaves himself on an angle on the one on the top cushion. Try and drives it around the angles. Deciding to just leave himself at a deeper angle. Is he going to take the one into the... He's right behind it. But it's a big shot, especially when you're 5-2 down. Not a shot you want to be taking. So he's taking this one along the top cushion. You know, also not straightforward and position. Getting away from him a little bit, but it's a chance. Got to keep yourself very steady on these shots. He's done exactly that. Great shot from Curtis, and you see a little bit of emotion there from him. Just clench the fist, just put it on the table, and that means he knows he's back in this match. He'll only be back in this match if this black goes to the left centre pocket, and there you see it does. It's 5-3. Was 5-1. 2 on the bounce for Curtis Lee. It's putting a little bit of doubt in Gav's mind, and you know, waiting off twice in that frame. Gavin, a little bit wild. He will be breaking in frame number 9, Gavin will. He needs to try and stop this momentum that Curtis is starting to gain. Because what he don't want to have is Curtis wins this one. David Casey 4, Scott Anderson 4. What a match that's turning out to be. 4-1 David Casey left. And within what, 5-7 minutes? Scott Anderson has pulled off the last 3 frames. Seems like a very high standard match, that one. Is this one going to start igniting into an absolute classic as well? It's a dry break, and Curtis is out of his table like a whippet. I think he's only going to have an option of yellows. I don't think he can get through to the red or potting angle of the red, so but it's not bad, these yellows. Got that, he, you know, took his hardest yellow out the equation straight away, landed on that. He's got a simple plant into the right centre, and that'll drift him down table. That's fine. choice of yellow, so he just needs to make sure he takes the right shot. He seems to have picked up the pace a little bit as well. I don't know if that's a good thing for Curtis or not, but at the moment he's in good stead here and it's working well for him. Slow down a little bit now. Just this is where it's really important he gets the right pattern, takes these balls in the right order. Surely he's going to go within one frame of the rocket, Gavin Robinson. After putting these 4 remaining balls, there's one of them down. His perfect position on his next. Doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. It's imperative he leaves himself a nice angle just so he's not going too far away from his final black in the centre, but it was executed nicely, and you know, everything was about position, keeping it simple, and simple he's doing at the moment. Just when you thought Curtis was out of this match, he's back in it. It's 5-4. Is that going to ignite Gavin to, you know, really pushing himself to try and, try and stop this momentum? I mean, Gavin's probably going to have to spectate a little bit longer because it's going to be Curtis to break in frame number 10. 5-1 up, Gavin was. 5-1 is now 5 frames to 4. Very slow start by both players. You know, pretty much a low standard start. But it's these two's first matches, so can't probably be too critical. But Curtis, the momentum is with him. He's breaking in frame number 10. He'll stay with a cut break, I suspect. Just placing that cue ball in the position he's obviously practiced for months for. He's got a ball again. And Gav is sitting in his chair, waiting for an opportunity. But again, look at these reds. They're there for the taking. Can we see this match levelled up, and then we're going into a best of 5? Good chance for Curtis now. That's in on reds. Don't want the big clip in that. Oh, it's not bad. That could have been a disaster. The red he's closest to now. You feel like he's going to have to take it now, but I don't think it's the right choice if he does. I think he needs to wait. Yep, and he has elected that because he'll be going away for more of his balls. Imperative now. That red I was on about, he gets good position on it. You know, probably from this shot really is ideal. A little bit shorter pace, but I suspect that he'll take it anyway. Because he'll be, well, not perfectly, but he's guaranteed to be on the one over the corner, I think. Yep, he's hit it just enough. He can just get through to the one over the bottom left-hand corner. It's just about making sure this control this in a very good manner. Don't want this to skid. Might play where a trace aside or Will he just try and overcut it? Just so he can gain the angle out. Putting any side on it. He just noticed he used his little butt as a cord, just to extend his cue, so he could reach that and play it pretty naturally. So just a nice little stun up here. Don't have to do too much. If anything, done too, overcooked it a little, making this black a little bit more difficult than really it should have been. It's black then to level this match up. Momentum continues to swing. 4 on the bounce for Curtis Lee. Gav seems like he's been sat in that chair for hours. Evan Parry-Williams was 3-0 down in that match. He's now 5-0 down against Craig Brown. Curtis looking very relaxed now. What's that Gavin Robinson corner looking like? Look, he's trying to G himself up. He's talking to somebody in the crowd or just outside the TV arena, whichever one it is. Gavin Robinson up against it now. You wouldn't have thought so at 5-1 ahead. It's 5-5. And it's a best of 5 now. Needs a ball. He's desperate for a ball. And it's dry again. Curtis is out his chair very quickly. As I say though, this frame is looking a bit untidy. There's work to do, lots of work to do. Feels that the yellows are the best opportunity. He's missed that one though. Give the table straight back to Gav. This is the most shots that Gav's had in the last 10 or 20 minutes. Coming up next, Adam Griffiths against Gareth Hibbott. Last 32 match. It's coming up right after this one. And don't go away, because this could have all the makings of possibly a deciding frame. Good opening plant there from Gav Robinson. He just needs to try and steady the ship a little bit. Just not get too panicky yet, you know. Both players 3 frames away from getting into the next round, so plenty of work to do yet. No doubt there'll be plenty more drama in this one. Just going to develop these yellows out. Nice cue ball as well. Think he'll be happy with that. So can Curtis make something happen down here? Can he, if he can get that red and cover that pocket, bottom right hand corner one. He's not played that well. He's let Gav in again. Gav won't be potting any balls here. Probably be trying to develop another yellow if possible. The one on the right hand cushion is the one I'm alluding to. It's just how does he do that from that angle that he's got at the moment? He'd be desperate to get that out, I'm not sure. Again, that clock ticking down. Not really managed his time well, but what he has done well, he's got that yellow out I didn't think he had the angle to do what he's done there. Great shot from Gav Robinson. Definitely needs to stop this momentum swing from Curtis Lee. And he's doing it well. Yeah, I'll give Curtis any choices there. I mean, the black looks like it's got a bit of coverage, but all Gav's yellows are in the top half of the table. You feel like he's going to have an opportunity to make something happen to get the black out. And I feel like he wants to pull the trigger. And I feel like he's pulling the trigger now. He's going all out attack. And this is how Gav plays, so you know, I wouldn't expect this any other way. It's all about the angles, Gav. What you left. I mean, could play this off the black and pop the yellow in the top right-hand corner. That'll probably get the black out, but he will be possibly canning into that red, so will that come into play? Got a bit of hampered queuing as well. Has played it off the black. Black's come out nicely. Came out naturally as well, so had definitely a lot more scope for error there. Great shot. Still needs to be careful with this one. Yellow onto yellow. Don't want this yellow to the one that he's going to play into go off, because it is just off straight. Don't think it goes past again. Then beeps are clicking down. That's why he's played it with a bit of pace, so he's guaranteed to be on a ball. And now, great chance for Gav Robinson to regain the lead. Nice shot there from Gav. Hold himself together here. Dropping this in. White on and off the top cushion. Where's this cue ball going? Where's it going, Gav? That's again, just rushed it a little bit. And Gav is really feeling it out there. You know, and that's just down to the pressure that Curtis has put him under. Now he's having to try this off the cushion. He needs this black to pot, and what a shot that is from Gav Robinson. What a time to do it. 6-5 he now leads. Wow. Should never have been in that problem though, Gav, should you? And I think he's mad with himself for even being in that situation. But what a recovery off the side cushion to pot the black. Great shot. Let's take another look. Hit perfectly. Great shot. Is that going to be a big moment in this match now? The momentum stopped there from Gav. Finally got another frame on the board, but 6-5. This match now heating up. Frame 12. Curtis's break's been working for him recently, and it's just starting to dry up. We're going to see another momentum swing. Gav's back to the table again. He's going to have a choice of either colour set going for him, but the reds, they're the ones that's a bit more spaced out. Opted for the yellows. Nothing wrong with that. Just how Gav sees them. I think he'd love to have been on the... I do think the yellow with it, well, a cluster of 3, but left of the black spot. Them 3 that are in a bit of an L shape. Like triangle shape. I think that one on the far left, that one just passes into the bottom left now. I mean, if it does, is he on it now? Does it go? I think he is. He is on it. If this goes, another great opportunity, but he's missed it. I think it was a little bit tighter than I was making it out to be. He hit it at a very, strong pace. Maybe that might just have to hit it at a lesser pace. It looked very tight though. Well, that camera angle suggests it wasn't tight. That's maybe a poor miss from Gav Robinson. You'll know. He was the one directly behind it. So, Curtis Lee. Reds are all there for the taking. This is tough red trying to come down table. Played it well. Just got this red on the right and cushion above the right centre. We can leave that either through a double or get behind it and put it in the top right hand corner. He's going to have a choice. First things first, make sure you leave yourself an angle to get up table. Looks okay. I wanted that just to run through another half an inch, just to give him a little bit more angle, but he might be able to pinch the bag a little bit more than we can see. So just keeping it simple. Still not perfect position, but he's in good position. Does that red pass into the right centre, the one that he's closest to? Don't think he's got all the pocket if he does. Does he have to take? I think he's got to take this in the top right. He has got to take it in the top right, and he's missed it. Yeah, very edgy. A lot of pressure out there. These are big frames now. Gav back to the table. Didn't expect this chance, I don't think. Missed opportunity for Curtis Lee. Don't want to be straight, Gav. You don't want to be straight, son. Careless shot from Gav. I don't think he can pinch too much of this. Oh, and I think him looking up to the sky and just showing a bit of motion out there just tells you its story. He has tried to do it. I think he's got everything out possible out of that shot. Big shot. Nicely done. Yeah, stayed down on that, and he knows how big of a shot that was. So 2 yellows and a black to go 1 frame away from victory. Not been the prettiest of victories here, you know, he'll probably add. Simple black to lead by 2, and 2 he is leading by 7 frames to 5. He's going to be breaking in frame 13 as well. So have we seen Curtis's lead last shot, or is he going to get a chance to come back to the table and make it a bit of a fight, and who knows, go down to a last frame decider? He's going to have to take the remaining 3 frames to win this match. David Casey, Scott Anderson. What a game that's been. 4-1, David Casey left. Scott Anderson came back to 4-all. And now David Casey is 1 frame away. He's leading Scott Anderson by 7 frames to 5. Exactly the same the way this score line is. I've been told that was 7-4 as well, so he took the last 3 frames, David Casey, but Scott Anderson making a little comeback of his own. Is Curtis Lee going to have a chance of a comeback? The only way he's going to have a chance, he needs to get to the table. He needs to win this frame. Is he going to have a chance of winning the frame? Or has Gav got other ideas? He's got a ball. He's got 2. He's got 3. 2 reds and a yellow. And look at these. They're not bad. I mean, for me, first glance, if that yellow does pass into the bottom left-hand corner, top left-hand corner, I'm looking now, then for me, he takes the yellows. But what he does, he'll open up both colour sets if he does miss it. So, big decision for Gav. But knowing Gav, he'll be positive about it. He'll think that he can get these. Yellow as he is, there's that red going. It was tracking towards blocking that pocket. He's okay though. Say okay, I think. Is he okay with the angle that he's got? Is he straight enough on this yellow so he can top it through and just pass that over yellow that's in the right hand side, well, the right hand side of that black spot. He has topped it through nice. Probably light another inch, maybe 2, just so we can just naturally come on and off the cushion with the right pace. Can he play this with plenty of run inside? Try and keep it as natural as possible. Oh, he had a perfect angle. Perfect angle. And now we're probably seeing the closing moments of this match. Still a key positional shot to play, so still a chance of a drama as well. A bit of drama anyway. So as Gav now thinks, does he just play this off the 1 cushion? Does he just draw it back? Does he play it off 2? All them things will be going through his mind. Just elected to draw it back, leave himself a more difficult pot. But what he's also done, he's left himself some difficult cueing. I think, you know, his left arm's going to be close to this red ball. Seems to be okay. A little bit nervy, but he's lost his cue ball. That was a very nervy one, and we are going to see a little bit of drama. Maybe this match isn't over yet. It's another good chance from Gav. I mean, the positive shot was played out of 2 cushions, that little shot that, you know, I was talking about. Not only has Gav missed the pot, he's not left this yellow in any positive position. So Curtis is now free rolling this frame, knowing that Gav, if Gav does come back to the table, he's going to have that yellow on the cushion. You feel like Curtis takes this frame. We're breaking in frame 14. If he gets the ball, are we going to go down to a decider? It's got all the makings of it, especially with the drama that we've seen. Curtis has decided to add a little bit of drama, just losing his cue ball a little bit. He needs to get this back in prime position. You'll probably see him play the top. Alright, now he could just hold it enough into the middle part of the table. So, key shot. Just got to hold himself together. We saw, you know, there's definitely a lot of nerves out. Yep, quite natural. Didn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Keep the basics there. Keep it simple. Nicely done again. And this 8 ball into the left centre. To 7-6. Game on. Curtis to break. The 14th frame. The black is down. And 7-6 it is. 13 frames out of a possible 15. What a topsy-turvy match. Gav led 5-1. Curtis came back to 5 frames all. And Gav went on to win the next 2, 7-5 all. Curtis now going to take this into a deciding frame. He's going to be breaking in frame 14, revving himself up. A few deep breaths. Just got to keep positive thoughts going through your head. Geeing himself up now. Wade Morley there, sat in the Curtis lead corner. Gav Robinson, he's nipped out just for a second. He'll be feeling it, and obviously he'll know that's a missed opportunity to get himself into the next round. Pretty calm on your picture there, but I can guarantee you there'll be some nerves in there. He'll know that if he misses a simple ball or simple opportunity, could be his last one. Every shot could be his last. So he's got to hold himself together just to even take this match into a deciding frame. But again, talk a lot about momentum. That'll be 2 frames on the bounce with momentum for Curtis if he does take this one. £6-0 now. Craig Brown leaves Evan Powell-Williams. The other match that's going off. Remember, up next is going to be Gareth Hibbott, Adam Griffiths. Last 32 match. Just been joined. Let's say he sneaked in or barged in. Now Chairman Kevin Barley. Kevin?
Good evening, Mr. Pickworth.
How you doing? You okay?
Not too bad, yeah. I've just been out in the arena watching a little bit of this game. It's getting a bit close, isn't it?
Yeah, 5-1 Gav Robinson.
Yeah.
Gone back to 5-all. Then Gav Robinson 7-5-all.
Curtis Lee won't just go away, will he? Won't go away.
No, he's not going away. And I think Curtis now showing a little bit of frustration. Gavin's taking a little bit of extra time here than what a normal comfort break is. So, but he's missed an opportunity. He'll be seasoned at missing that. Gavin will.
Might be a queue for the toilets.
Yeah, getting busy in here. I think he's walking back into the arena now. There he is.
The gunslinger.
Missed the chance, an opportunity. Curtis continuing to do the break that's it's not really been 100% working for him. He was dry on the last one. Needs a ball. It's a must.
Winding it up.
So long as he's taken on a break, needs a ball.
Yeah, it didn't time them. I think the white slipped off a little bit there.
Yeah,
And look at those reds, Mark.
He wanted.
Even yellows. He can take his pick here.
Oh, the yellows are surrounding the black, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't... I don't think that was his best break of the match. Just... You saw the white slide down towards the corner pocket, so he just didn't quite get that second ball down.
As you said, Kevin, electing the yellows. It's all about making sure he leaves the angle, because these yellows are all closely knitted together, so it's imperative that he leaves the correct angles.
Yeah, and the white's going the wrong side of the table for him, but depends how adventurous he wants to get with this positional shot. He can just dolly it in and leave a yellow to bottom right corner, which he has done. So now it really should be pretty easy. Everything's got an easy pocket. He's just got to see this match out and take his place in the next round.
Both these players have shown nerves, and I guarantee there'll be quite a lot out there, because this match is all of a sudden there's going to be one-sided, and it's turned into a bit of a tense affair.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely on Gav, because like you say, he's let a 5-1 lead slip. It's going to be quite difficult for him to go wrong here. I mean, this is, for these guys, this is easy peasy. But pressure can do strange things. We see it match after match, tournament after tournament.
I reckon he takes the one in the bottom left-hand corner next and stuns it up. Talking about comebacks, Scott Anderson's got a comeback of his own there. 7-4, David Casey left, and Scott's took the last 2 frames. Evan Parry-Williams, he's making a bit of a comeback now. That's his first frame. 6-0 down in that one he was.
He's a bit more of a comeback.
Yeah. This is tentative, this one. Just needs to, don't need to do too much with it. Oh, he'd have loved that to... Is he okay? I think he's alright, he's fine. I'm just making a bit more drama out of it than I need to.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't think it's ideal. He'd have liked it either a little bit left or a little bit right. So I think he's just going to have to screw this back really delicately, just 2 inches. He absolutely wants to be straight in on this final yellow. Yeah, it was a little bit of a...
It's tentative out there, you can feel it, the tension out there.
Yeah, he's actually got a nice angle here to run the white down off 2 cushions behind these two reds. A little bit of left hand side, spin the white round.
Yeah, it's all turned out very simple. A dry break from Curtis Lee in frame 14 has gone to the end of the match. So 8-6, Gavin Robinson just gets over the line in the end. We actually thought was going to go down to a deciding frame, but it didn't turn out to be that. Kevin Barton, he's rushed over to the studio now. He'll be having a few words with Gavin in a moment or two. But wow, what a match that was. Just turned out in the end, it had all the makings of a deciding frame, but wasn't meant to be. So a great comeback and a bit of a fight from Curtis Lee, but that didn't happen. But let's head over now to see what Gavin had to say about that match, and head over to Kevin Barton.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm here with the Rocket himself, Gav Robinson. Gav, maybe not the full Rocket on show there, but job done in the end?
Yeah, I feel like I got off to a good start and got myself a little annoyed because I've quit on a shot a bit on that plant. I think I was 5-1 up at the time, and to be fair, he's had a couple of runs before that to not allow us to move it, and snookered us at the bottom when he's missed the pot. But and then from there, all 5 all, I didn't really feel like I'd not really done much wrong. I shouldn't have went down the middle at 5-3 because I'd been cut breaking all the way, and even though I wasn't getting brilliant splits or a ball most times, he was breaking down on a few, and I think I got myself annoyed when I cut break at 5-3 and left him a really, really easy finish, which is what he wanted to see, isn't it? And then from there I'm under it, and I had to just get a little bit of air there because I was a bit flustered in the arena because of the lights and stuff. It's been a while, hasn't it? I was red hot. That last finish was the hardest one I've took for a while, to be fair. They were easy as well.
But yeah, I mean, like you say, they were all there, and you showed the composure and you know, the maturity that you've showed over the last sort of couple of years, you know, to finish the match off in good style. Yeah.
The second to last yellow was definitely harder than it looked because I didn't have any angle on it at all, and that table's so reactive, Kev. It's unbelievable. I literally, especially when you start being under it as well, it just felt like I was getting faster the whole time. I missed a sniff at 7.5, but I needed an angle on that one as well, and just ended up straight. But I couldn't have hit that one along the rail any softer, so just pleased to get over the line. It's been a while, hasn't it? I think I'll settle better next time. It just, to be honest with you, I felt good at the start, and then just got a little bit flustered out there, and maybe a bit of not being under the lights enough at the minute, but got over the line. That's the main thing, isn't it? Yeah,
over the line. And just a word about Curtis. You know, obviously 5-1 down, didn't let his head drop, and you know, pushed you all the way in the end. Yeah,
should have put him away, to be honest with you. Well, 6-1 up, I feel like obviously I'm freewheeling. I can have a go at a few. I think I give him a little bit of light in that frame. It is what it is, Kev, isn't it? You've got to. He's never going to quit. He's not called the grinder for anything, is he? You know, he'll battle away, won't he? But I don't think I need to get my brake working a bit. Obviously, cutting, I was the best one. I hit a pot at the black twice in a row, and I think I'm 5-2 at the time. I would have literally had rollings on reds to go 6-2, and then the next finish I get a ball and the horrible. It's just pool, isn't it? But I've played a lot better and lost, so. A win's a win, isn't it?
Like you say, a win is a win. You are in the next round. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, Gav, and hopefully we'll see you later on.
Perfect, thanks, Kev.
Thanks a lot. Rocket Robinson. A little bit misfiring Rocket in that match, but you know, as we've seen with a lot of these matches, they just want to get their hands on the table and get in the next round.
Yeah, and you know, when you do play your first round, your first match, it's always the hardest one, and like you said, they just need to try and find a bit of momentum, try and make things work. I mean, that game had, you know, it was very, very scrappy at the very start, but we had a bit of drama towards the end, and you know, that could have gone either way towards the end, and Curtis put up a great fight, but Gavin Robinson held himself together. I'm not sure how he did, but he's in the next round, isn't he?
Yeah, he said it by his own admission. He was getting very flustered in the arena, frustrated with himself. But maybe 12, 18 months ago, he wouldn't have taken that time out and gone to the, you know, for the comfort break. So it just shows that he's maturing and developing as a player.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've got to go and give yourself a good talking to, haven't you? And you know, things aren't going right. It's about how you deal with that. And sometimes, you know, the top half, the better player, if you want to call him that, you know, they've done the right thing, haven't they? They've gone out, took a moment to themselves. Probably took a little bit longer than he should have, but come back and got the job done, and he's in the next round, and credit to him for that.
Well, coming up next is the match featuring the 2016 World Champion Gareth Hibbott. But we caught up with Gareth a few weeks back, and this is what he had to say. Gaz, can you tell me about when you first got into Cuesports, how Cuesports found you?
Oh, I think I'd been and played at my friends' houses when they had the little old sort of squarish tables that were made out of, I don't know, the worst wood in the world, and so I liked the idea and got quite good at it at their houses and thought I need one of them myself. But so it ended up in our main room, really. I got one Christmas, and it ended up in like our living room where we all just sat and watched telly. It was there in the middle, and it was used as like a bit of a dining table as well when it wasn't being played on. And so that was probably, I don't know, 9 or 10 years old. I got into that, and I'd be queuing shots and hitting people on the head, and the balls would be flying off. It was great, good times. So then I started playing league pool at about 12 because my mum worked in the local club, so I'd start going in there and playing on a proper pool table, and I was playing league pool at like 12 years old, so pretty early times.
And did you progress from that then into snooker?
A few years later, yeah. They had snooker in the club, but I don't think you were allowed to play them until you're probably 14 or 15, so I just stuck with pool till I was around that age, and then got into a little bit of snooker afterwards, 15, 16 I think, yeah, and just started playing local leagues at that, and that was how it started, yeah.
And was your intention to try and develop yourself as a snooker professional? Was that your ambition at that time?
I probably thought about it, but I don't think I really ever did it as a full-time thing where I thought I could make it. I possibly could have, and looking back now, but I stayed loyal to my local club. It was just like a working men's sort of sports and social club, and there were snooker clubs in town that had dozens of tables and there's people playing for money every day, but I never really got involved in that. I just stayed at my local club. They'd let me have an hour or two's practice here and there when the cleaners were in the mornings and stuff, so I never really got to that side of it where I'm playing for money all day or I'm playing different people. I was just like, I did my own thing at the other end of town, and I'd played snooker one morning, pool one morning, depending on whether I was working or in college or whatever, different things. So it just, I never really got involved with the side of it where people were getting sponsors to say, oh, we'll pay you to play and see if you can make it as pro. I was just out of the way, really, in our little club. So it never really came up as an opportunity that much. So,
do you think if you had gone down the professional route, do you think you'd have been successful?
Possibly now, looking back, yeah, the standard I've got to as I've got older. I mean, I was pretty good when I was young, and I go to pro-ams and do okay, but I never really put the time in that some of the other lads that my era were playing. But now when I look at how good I've got later on and how good I am in the balls and stuff, yeah, I'd probably, if I'd put more time in and practiced against the right people, probably could have improved and got to a good level, yeah. But I'm happy with what I've done at pool, so it's just what it is.
And just finally in snooker, you're renowned for getting 2 147s in the same day. Tell us about that day and that experience.
Yeah, that was, I guess, about 4 years ago now, just before lockdown. So I was playing a lad from Liverpool. He'd come along. We were going to start practicing regularly. He worked in Southport, where I'm from, and we just met up after work and played for a little bit of serious practice, and maybe a couple of quid. And I think he was winning, and then I had a ton, and then another break, and then it just came. I think we were level by this stage, and the first one, because it was our match night as well, so there's people starting walking in. It was getting to like 6 o'clock. People started walking in a little bit, and the room's getting a little busier. And first one, they were all there really, and I've just had to hold myself together. So I took all the reds and blacks, got nicely on all the colours, and that was just like. So the next one, he didn't want to go home because he planned like this 3 or 4 hour practice session. I was ready to that would have done me, but we moved on and he broke. So the next one was straight from his break-off shot as well. I potted a long red and on the black, got into the pack and started again. And then the room there's 1 or 2 people walking in still, and there's a bit of a buzz in the room, and it's like 7, 8 reds down, and it's on again. And and I was just in the zone by then. Everything was flying in. I was getting back on the black. I was bringing balls off cushions, and I know it's been done, the 2 147s back to back, probably 15 times that I've heard about, but to actually do it on your next visit, it's pretty rare, I would have thought. So yeah, it was nice.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed, and what a great story that is from Gareth Hibbott, and back-to-back 147s. Wow, incredible. You know, if you did just miss that interview, it's all on our social media pages. You know, that is definitely worth a listen. But yeah, if you did just listen to that then I'm sure you're very, very impressed with our very own godfather, Gareth Hibbott, and he's going to have a pretty tough match-up here against new professional Adam Griffiths here. Both from pretty much the same part of the country, there in the northwest. And it's going to be the godfather who's going to get this match underway. He's got a very good break. Sometimes a loose cue ball, and there straight away a loose cue ball it is. In off. What he does absolutely connect with that pack, and very nicely indeed. But it's all about that cue ball control when you do break off. And that's give a first opportunity to Adam Griffiths. So remember, 1 free shot, 1 visit is what happens when you're going off. So what you see the players do mostly is the developing shot. So a little bit to work to do here. We're going to stun around the back. Well, he's stunned it, so he's just stunned it off the cushion. Not bad. Had option to do both. No, it doesn't look like he's wasting any time here. Wants a bit of an angle. I don't think he's got the angle. He's not in perfect position. So, just needs to be a bit careful with this one. Yeah, so Gareth, he's in the top 8 seed. He's number 4 currently. He's right up there in the mix. You know, don't be surprised if he goes up a place or two after this tournament, especially if he has a good run. Adam Griffiths, new pro, so he's one of the lower down pros, and you know, because it's a 2-year ranking list, that's why you'll probably be low down for a year or two before your ranking starts to take shape. Playing shots like that, Adam Griffiths, there's a good chance your ranking is going to increase very nicely. He's on this yellow, I think. Don't have to do too much with this, just run it through. Yeah, and then he's got this 8 ball into the right centre. So the poll is out on YouTube, if you are following us on the YouTube channel. Decided to go in the top corner, showing a bit of positivity straight away. And setting out this match and punishing the in-off from Gareth Hibbott in the opening frame. And 1-0, Adam Griffiths is leading. Yep, just as he potted that into the corner, just about to say there is a poll on our YouTube chat. Who wins the next game, Gareth Hibbott or Adam Griffiths? Is that Adam Griffiths opening frame going to change your views? And a few votes in already, and you've all gone for Gareth Hibbott by the looks of it. So, but 1-0, Adam Griffiths leads. He's going to be breaking in frame number 2 as well. Surely there's some Adam Griffiths fans out there. Give him a vote or two. But you have been correct every time so far. Adam Griffiths, a very established player. Don't be surprised if there's an upset. Good break of his own. Cue ball just stays out. He's got a ball. Or 2. Or 3. 2 yellows and a red. Look at the cue ball. Glued to that top cushion. But he has got a yellow over the pocket, but for me it's probably not the right shot. He's drifting down towards the black. But yeah, this is the right shot, and this shows that he's playing with positive thoughts. Great opening pot from Adam Griffiths, really setting out a statement here against former world champion, former IPA's #1 player, Gareth Hibbott. Is he going to go 2 visits and 2 frames to the good? Oh, he's missed that one though, just as I was bigging him up. That was a nervy one. Took the right shot as well, and yeah, a big nod of the head there. Didn't expect him to miss that one. So, the Godfather, Gareth Hibbott, back to the table a bit sooner than they thought he would have been. Thought about, I bet he thought to himself, could be 2-0 down here before I get back to the table again. He's not. He's only 1 down. He's got now a chance to reply that Adam Griffiths miss. This clearance is all about that red on this caution on his screen now, but the played that well. Gareth has come through a lovely gap with a trace of run inside. So he's perfect position. Yeah, this one. What can he do with this? Might have to just to leave himself a tough shot here. That with Tracer check side. So, oh, great shot, great shot. He's got a bit of hampered cueing on this black, so a bit trickier than he wanted. Just shows you what a great player he is. Great clearance, and it's 1 frame each. Great standard start by both players at the moment. Just that one missed pot from Adam. But he took out a good clearance in the opening frame with the in-off from Gareth Hibbott, but 1 frame apiece. Fair reflection so far. Gareth Hibbott will be breaking in frame number 3. Remember, went straight in off on his previous break, so surely an improvement from now on that one for him. A little 1 chance miss there from Adam. Cue ball spinning in the middle of that table. The clock will need resetting. The cue ball's not stopped yet. It does now. Dry break though from the Godfather. Check that cue ball just in the middle of the table. Drops this in. It should be a pretty simple finish, and everything going against the serve, as we say in tennis, and we use that terminology here in our pool world. Oh, has he got too much angle? Can he just hold this enough? Nicely done. He did just have enough angle just to hold it. 2-1. Adam Griffiths leads. It's been a good standard so far from these two. So, yeah, not too much they've got off their own breaks, but yeah, very good start. Adam Griffiths, he'll be breaking in frame number 4. Had a good break in the last one he just broke off in, but couldn't capitalise on his break. for Adam Griffiths to break. Yep, he's got a ball. He's got a red. Well, I think just first glance, I'm not sure. Has he got an easy opener? He's got that red straight down into the bottom corner if it goes. I think it does. The one in the middle part of the table. Yep, that does go. Just on the far side of the pocket, so don't think he had all the pocket to aim at. These reds are a little bit close together, so again, just needs to be careful where he goes about his work. Probably doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball, but again, just needs a bit of care and attention, the positional play. Cannon into balls, it can go wrong, and it has gone wrong, I think. Yeah, as I said, you know, when they are close together, it's never that easy. Especially there was a couple of yellows in the way as well, just causing a problem. Can he pot this? It's on its way. Has it got the pace? It has got the pace. What a shot that is. Tricky one. Is he on his next red? I think he is. I think he's going to have a chance at this. It's all about how this turns up for him now. Great pot. Where's that gone? Red gone now. Oh, doubled it brilliantly. And what a great break and clearance that is. That's exactly how you do it. He leads. That's going to relax him a little bit now. Gareth Hibbott, his break's not been working in off on frame number one. A dry break on his previous one. He's got a ball. Where's the cue ball? It's okay. Spinning again though. These have split pretty well. You'd expect him, you know, a number 4 seed, Gareth Hibbott, take these ones out. electing the reds.
Table 5, Donkin, Walker. Donkin, Walker, table 5.
Just electing to draw this back, and then this black to the bottom right hand corner. Three-two. Breaking clearance again for Gareth. We've seen two on the bounce. One from Adam, one from Gareth. Don't want Adam to get too far away. Frame 6. Adam to break. There's Corey Reese. Action. All professional action. Mr. Magic. Top half of the table. Corey's 2-0 ahead in that. Get some latest scores on all them matches soon. And Griffiths. Is it going to drop? No, it isn't. And Gareth, he's back to the table again. Yeah, a little bit of work to do for Gareth. It won't be straightforward as his previous clearance. Yep, electing the reds. Going to be looking at going down table soon. That's where his problem is. I think he's on this. If he is on this red, below them yellows, and is exactly the order he wants to play it in. He is on it. Just drop that in, cannon into the yellow, just open up and get himself another angle to get on and off this cushion. And, yeah, I think he's fine here. He can play this a couple of ways, really. I think he'd like to take the one in the right centre next, so it's just about whether he just trays it on and off the table, leave this side of the black. The cue ball, though, is going to be canning off the top cushion. And coming down, you know, there is some traffic around there with the two yellows, so he'll do well to avoid them, you think, but he should be on a ball next. He'll be looking not to be. Just managing his time very well there. And his experience. Yeah, as I said, that yellow's just come into play a little bit. But he's got a choice of reds. Needs to be a bit more careful here. I mean, top right, maybe then one in the left centre, but can play this a couple of ways. He's going to take this down in the bottom corner, nothing wrong with that. Just believes in his ability, believes in every ball he can pot. And it's just all about getting position on his final red. And he'll have that 8 ball into the bottom right hand corner for another break and clearance. Sorry, well, a 1 visit clearance, should I say. Because he'll be breaking in the next. Great start. Great standard from both these players shown start of this match. If this continues to deliver this standard, then wow, we're in for a treat. We're going to have a dramatic ending. Who's going to be the first one to falter? 3 apiece it is. Power break from the Godfather. Great break there. Just got to be careful, the top left hand corner. Scores, I promised you. So Corey Reese 2-0 ahead against Andy Croasdale. I think I mentioned that. Mark Boyle. I'm not sure what that means, so we'll come back to you on that one. Bit of a typo error, I think, but great pot. He's developed that yellow. What a shot that is. And former world champion. Can he now just hold that? I think he can. Well, that one just over the top right hand corner. And that's the latest score. Look, Jason Hill 2. Mark Boyle 6. Mark Boyle pretty much continuing where he left off from winning both these titles here at the last tour. There's the cue ball from Gareth Hibbott. Has he overrun this? Yes, he has overrun it, but won't be a problem. He might just play this off that red, just to hold the cue ball if he can see that much angle. I think he can. I mean, he doesn't have to do that. He'll just not even play it off that red, just drop that in. Cue ball a bit further away from the black, but either way, shouldn't be a problem. Has played it off the red, and that's the right shot. Looking like Gareth is now going to take the lead for the first time in this match, and he has done with his second break and clearance in a row. 4 frames to 3, he now leads. Yeah, great shot that. Brilliant shot. Brilliant developing shot. Not a great clearance. And 4-3. He leads. Adam needs to try and slow him down a bit. The only way he can slow him down if he gets his brake working. He's had one braking clearance already, Adam has. He needs to keep up with Gareth Hibbott if he wants any chance of getting into the next round. Successful again. What a match this has been so far. Now, is that just changed a little bit? Does that black pot? Because if it does, these reds are going to have a chance. But that red that's in the bottom half of the table, what can he do with that? The yellows are the obvious one because of where the yellows are. Around that black, but it's about that one that's next to the black. That's what's predicting Adam to have a go at these reds. That red bottom off the table, that's the one that he's going to have to deal with. We'll play a double on it. Probably ideally don't want it to be his last ball either. He'd love to. We'll be playing a double and trying to get position on the black. The black needs a bit of care and attention. Imperative he gets this pattern right. Imperative. If not, he'll be handing over the table to Gareth. And we've seen he's in no mood to be messing around. He is going to be leaving it to his last ball. Huge moments in this match. Himself has he left himself the double? Oh, I think he's only left himself the double into the bottom corner and not the double into the middle. He's going to have to go round the table with the cue ball if that's the case. Which, wow. I'm not saying it's going to be in the lap of the gods, but this will be some shot if this comes off. He's missed the double. No, he missed the double. I don't think he's left his red potable. So, Gareth, he's going to have a free go at this. But again, he's got a tough yellow, so he's got a little bit of work to get that out. Corner, is he going to play a containing shot then? I think he's touching. Is he touching ball? If he is touching balls now. Just got a little shot onto the top cushion. Oh, what a touch that is. Maybe a two cushion escape here from Adam, but we have to play it with a tracer's side as well. It was a one cushion escape. Great shot. It's come out pretty well, that has, for Adam. I'll say that. I think it has. Yeah, like this. Going to develop that, and has he hit it enough though? I don't think he has. Yellow, still a problem. Marvellous shot there again from Gareth. Just showing the other side to his game. This one's a lot more difficult than the last one was. Look, Adam just made that escape look very easy for me. To get out of this one as well. Unlucky. Lucky indeed. Looking like Gareth's probably going to extend his lead now. Next match, world champion Clint Hansen up against Tom Barley, who you've already seen on this TV table already. What a match that is. Gareth Hibbott, 5-3, he leads. He's going to be breaking in frame number 9 as well. Mark Boyle, 1 frame away from getting himself in the next round. They're against Jason Hill. Jason Hill's got a mammoth task ahead of him. Corey Reese now, playing Andy Croasdale, who we saw earlier, leads Andy 3 frames to 1. Paul Harkness 1 against our very own Kev Barton, 1 apiece. Kev Barton returning to the pro ranks, grafting away. He said he was getting his cue back out. Now he's got his eye back to some normality. We'll see how well these eyes work. We'll keep you up to date with that one. Just trying to get out some work, if you ask me. Kevin is doing a good job of it. Good break again from Gareth. Remember, he's cleared on the last 2 times. He's broke off. Gap. Oh, it's in these reds. Nice shot. You feel like once this red's out the way into the right centre. Can't see a problem, especially if he gets position after it as well. He's got to just stun this past that yellow. Maybe take the one in the bottom half of the table, but he's got options of doing a few bits with this. Yep, go up table. Slams it into the right centre. That's the result. Jason Hill, Mark Boyle, 8 frames to 2. Mark Boyle has won that one. Don't think he's overcooked that just yet. Not bad though. Okay. positional shot that is. He's a man on a mission. The Godfather continues to keep winning these frames. 6-3. He now leads. Another break and clearance. 3 on the bounce for the Godfather, Gareth Hibbott. Adam Griffiths really up against it now. There's a matches in progress. Paul Harkness kept Barton now leading 2-1. Them eyes are working. Them eyes. Must have had a big operation on them. Still to continue working at his age. 2-1 he leads Paul Harkness. He's got a tough match there though, Kev has. Corey Reese 3-1 up there. See Matt Davis there, just waiting around for his opponent to come. We're playing David Casey, I think it is. I'll get back to you on that one. I'm sure it is. He must have beat Scott Anderson then. And Griffiths continues to be successful off his break. Needs to keep with Gareth if he's got any chance in this match. 6-4 wouldn't be many moons away. You know, only really one breaker serve down if that's the case. He needs to get this one on the board. It's a must. If he doesn't, Gareth Hibbott will probably go one frame away in the next round. Off with a plant there, red onto red. Out of position already. Feel like Clarence could get away from him. He needs to get back into position after this shot. Not sure how he's going to do it. He's going to have to do it with probably, you know, a nice cannon. That red though, top half of the table. Hasn't got many options for pockets. So one near the left centre. Don't think it's stuck out enough to pot anywhere. Don't think he's on anything now. All to do. 6-3 down. Seems to be, I've got to say, digging a bit of an hole in this 10th frame. Don't have to produce something magical. Don't think there's a good safety shot. He's just got to hide the cue ball. Just, yeah, like it. Blew it on the cushion. He left the thin clip into the right centre. Looks ultra thin. Does that come off that red? I think it possibly does. Clock ticking down. Uses extension. Both players use the extension in this frame now. 30 seconds per shot from now on. I think he's hit it hard enough. He hasn't. Now, can Adam Griffiths get through to, I don't think, can he get through to any potting angle on the left centre? I don't think so. If that yellow's a little bit shorter of pace and the Gareth would have left a big pocket. He hasn't done that. Again, containing shot, nothing wrong with that. Not a bad little shot that. Useful one. Swerve, and that's a foul.
I think. Yep, 1 free shot, 1 visit. And referee Rick Lloyd onto that. So, very good chance now. Get this match to 6-4, get within 2. And he's just hoping to get a chance off the Gareth Hibbott break, which for the last 3 frames hasn't been possible, as Gareth has cleared every time off them. First things first though, Adam, get this frame on the board. He has this simple black, simple 8 ball into the right centre. 6-4 it is. Gareth Hibbott will be breaking in frame number 11. So 6-4. I feel this is an important frame for Gareth. He's got a ball, he's got the black. So we all know we've seen quite a few of them already today. The black going in, and all it is a re-rack. And Gareth will break again, no penalty. No loss of frame, no nothing. Just a re-rack. Plain and simple, re-rack of the balls. Cue ball's nice and safe. Back ball still on the table. So, chance again for Gareth. Look at that cue ball just spinning and spinning and spinning. We've seen that pretty much every time from Gareth. Is it something that he's worked on, or is he just coming across the ball? I don't know. It seems to be getting the spin from somewhere. Is he using different tips? I know one thing, if he does win this match, there'll be one thing I'll be asking him. When I get him in that studio. Yellows in play.
Please.
Yeah, probably just overwritten that a touch. But yeah, like this. Just drop this into the right centre. Oh, he's punched it in and drawn it back. No wrong with that either. That just shows real great positivity. about leaving an angle, getting the cue ball out, avoiding all them reds. That's still on the table. Yeah, this is a good way to go. Plenty of room for error. And then that black 8 ball into the top right hand corner. Something like that. And this is for 4 break and dishes in a row for Gareth Hibbott. Wow. 7-4 he now leads. Been an onslaught when he's got his break work. He went in off on the very first one he had. Since then, 100%. Apart from that, sorry, he got a dry break, didn't he, after the in off. Then went dry break, and then he's had 4 on the bounce. And Griffiths, broken cleared on the last frame. He's going to need another one to stay in this match. You feel like, you know, the form that Gareth's showing in this match at the moment, he wants to get this match over with very quickly. Gareth Hibbott 1 frame away. Adam Griffiths, frame number 12. Needs a ball. It's not a bad break, but it's dry. And the Godfather, is that going to be Adam Griffiths' last time we see him in this match? Or is he going to get another chance? The way that this table's opened up and the way that Gareth's playing at the moment, you just feel it's going to be a 1 visit clearance again. Sure, out of these 12 frames, if he does go on to clear these, there's been 11 1 visit clearances. If not, it's 10. And it's been a pretty incredible standard from both these players. But the man at the table is taking it at another level. He's a little bit short of pace, but I think he's okay with the angle because he might be able just to flick off the red, so then that'll regain his angle back that he needs.
Extension, please.
There's the latest score. Paul Harkness 1, Kev Barton 3. Kev is rolling back the years there. Was 1-0 down, took the last 3 frames. Currently at the table here. But wow, this man at the table here, Gareth Hibbott, what a performance that has been. Another 1 frame, well, 1 visit clearance there. And Gareth really hitting some form. We'll go and have a few words with him in the studio, as I'm pretty much, I think, going to be on my own tonight. But while we're waiting just for that interview, I'm going to put you over to something you just watched for a few seconds.
First to guess the item wins.
Have you got it? What is it, Gav? Pineapple. Why didn't I get a go? I was like last time I beat you, I just took it. It's a pineapple.
Right, next.
Snake.
Yes, that's the way. Next line turn.
He's got it. Celery. No, not celery. Flowers. Spring onion.
Yeah, that's the way.
One of them sponges used in the bath. I couldn't get it out.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
Person. Oh, it's Dan Fairway, that. No. Dan Davey?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
See how I knew by the boobs?
I can't believe you think I'm that short.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that little video there. Well, pretty much what Wade Morley was enjoying groping Dan Davey. I'm not sure that should have been shown at this time of day. But yeah, so here I am, Gareth. Great start. You've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, really pleased. Yeah, Adam got off to a good start, and I can only really remember one mistake, just missing a swerve shot really in a bit of a frame where he did well to hang in on, where he'd missed his finish, and he played a couple of good safeties to make it tricky for me, and I missed a swerve. And I think that, apart from a couple of bad breaks, was my only mistake, I think.
Couple of bad breaks, yeah, we'll start with that one. I mean, your break was pretty much phenomenal once you got going. In off on your first one,
yeah,
dry break on your second one,
yeah,
and then after that, 4 clearances on the break.
Yeah, I moved it to the side a little bit. I was going straight down the middle the first couple, and they were obviously potting 4 balls, but the white was straight in, so you need to do something different there. The second one dry. Putting this spin on, which obviously it must be to do with the cleaner balls, because I'm not doing that at it's one of them. I had to tell them to reset the clock because it was spinning for that long after, so that's not really planned. But if they're coming out like that, especially I think the game after he got one back to 6-4, I potted the black off the break, which was a little bit fortunate, and then the next break they came out lovely and easy, so that got me away again to 7-4 rather than possibly 6-5 if I'd gone dry. So.
Yeah, and I told the viewers, I was going to talk to you about this extra spin you was getting on, because, again, we've never seen that from you before. I mean, have you changed something equipment-wise, or are you doing something differently? Because normally when you get spin on your ball, you're either coming across the ball, or sometimes you get it when it comes off another ball and it makes it spin, but you're doing it every time, so it must be something to do with the way they're cueing. I think
there was only one that I hit there that came back in the line that I wanted to, and it wasn't spinning all over the shop. So obviously when they're not going in off, you're usually potting one, but it buys you a bit of extra time as well. You can look at the table for another 15 seconds while it's spinning around. But no, it's not planned. I had a little practice earlier in the week, and I've not been doing that with the break cue, so it must be just the slidier table and the clean balls and the new balls, because I wasn't doing that at home. So.
And I see now referee, they must have resetted that clock. They thought it was going to stop, and it just continued.
I was down to about 19 seconds, and the ball was still spinning. I'm like, I need these seconds.
And Adam Griffiths, he's going to be a really tricky opponent in there. He really kept up with you towards the end. And I counted at least 10 one-visit clearances from both of you in that. And, he put up a good fight.
Yeah, he started really well. We played my first match the last time we were here as well on the stream table, and I played well against him there too. So I had that in my head, and whether he did or not, I don't know. But obviously he's had a game previously, but on the outside table. So we're both starting again really on the main table, because it is a lot different. So it's playing lovely, it's playing quite generous, and obviously breaking well, but that's what they like when they're new, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to play with, these tables with the top conditions, the new balls, and, the game's changed so much over the years, and do you think that's sort of benefiting, and as that gap closing up a little bit with somebody, the players like Adam Griffiths all of a sudden are getting a little bit closer to you?
Adam's always been a good player, but you do get early rounds now that you think, that's going to be a toughie, whereas in the old days, you can play anyone really that's ranked in the top 70, 80, whatever, and they can have 4, 5, 6 dishes against you, the way the tables play and the way people break now. So you just have to treat it as a different game and try and take every one of your chances, rather than the old days you could maybe get away with missing the odd one and the odd tactical frame, but it just doesn't really happen now.
And this is our first competition now for a few months, well, tour competition. What have you been doing with your time, and have you been putting in a bit of extra time? You know, everyone's been a little bit different. Some people have enjoyed the time off. What have you been doing?
Just a normal summer, really, Mark, to be honest. But funnily enough, when we should have been in Newcastle, I ended up there on a stag weekend that weekend, so we were on the race course where the hotel is for Newcastle races, so I ended up going to the Ladies' Day when the tour was cancelled, and one of my mates' stag do's. So yeah, just a couple of little holidays and work, and no, I've not really played much, to be honest. We've got a table at home, but I'm working away a lot, so I don't get on there that much, but I do enough to just keep myself tuned in. But it's different when you get to something competitive. I've only played one tournament really in the last probably 3 months. So.
Well, you seem in very good spirits, so I'm going to wish you all the best for your next match. I don't think it's tonight, is it? We'll give you a bit of time off.
And a few hours now.
And you've seen our chairman, Kev Barton, he's back playing. He's winning 3-1 at the moment.
Oh my God. Danger man, eh?
Danger man.
He'll hold the draw up, you know that.
But yeah, well played there from Gareth Hibbott in the first match for him. Up next is going to be Tom Barley against the world champion, Clint Jansen. So I'm going to be commentating on that. So I'm going to quickly dash over to the commentary box, and we'll be up with this next match, Clint Jansen against Tom Barley. Oh, I've dashed through to the comms box again. So I'll come through like a little underground tunnel. But yeah, thanks for your patience with that. Pretty sure I'm going to be on my own for a little bit longer. A little bit unfortunate because everyone's either playing or they're away having something to eat. I've been left here all on my lonesome. But Clint Jansen, the world champion, the current world champion, he's chasing a number one spot. He wants that number one spot off Mark Farnsworth. Is he going to get it? That's the question after this tour. Good start from Clint. Looks like he's got a new trim as well. So he's had a few snip. Looks a little bit on the short side, but there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with the short side. So first look at the current world champ, Clint Jansen. I know there's a few of you have been waiting to watch Clint in action, and here he is up against Tom Barley. Though we've already seen Tom, he was under a little bit of pressure early on, but got through that match 8 frames to 4. So Clint just electing the reds. Didn't get the position he wanted on this bottom red, so designed to... Oh, he's missed that near knuckle. See, this is different territory now for Clint, because Clint's... this is his first match, where Tom, he's already played a match already. Against... Oh, it's Stephen. Just forgot there for a minute. It's a thin clip down the cushion as he blocked the pocket. I mean, the red's obviously blocked by the black. Not sure there's enough room for anything to go past that yellow, so Clint
He's up against it in this opening frame. Missed that red into that near knuckle. Elected to take the tougher pot of the two reds. Again, this one's not easy. He's got that one very nicely. Very good pot. As I said, work to do. Got to get on this one in the bottom corner soon if he is. If he is looking at trying to take this frame out now. So another tricky one here. Definitely have to with that one he's closest to now. He'll have to take that into the bottom pocket. Looks a bit too cute of an angle. Take it into the centre. So now he's got an angle to make something happen in this bottom left-hand corner if he wants it. You feel like this is the time he needs to do it. Gotta be careful here, because if he stuns this in, he clips the left-hand side of that black, that white will be tracking towards that pocket. Clip the red, that's okay, because he's was always going to be on the one in the top half of the table, but there is traffic in the way. There's like these yellows, they're like blockers. To come off the cushion, that's the problem. No cloth, no cushions. They're all a bit slidey. Going to take him, going to take Clint a little while just to adjust to these new conditions. And Tom, he's wasting no time. He wants to take this opening frame, and he'll be breaking in frame 2 as well. So, and we know how quick Tom plays. He could reel off 2, 3, maybe 4 frames in, God, 5 minutes. Nicely done. Now, he's in prime position. Can't see any problems here. For Tom, the number 14 seed against the number 3 seed. Good start, Tom Barley. Bit of a scrappy one from Clint. Thought Clint might have gone for that one in the top left-hand corner. I mean, I'm not sure who am I to criticise the current world champion, but you know, I just feel like it was a chance missed. Maybe that miss into the right centre early doors really just started to make him think a little bit differently. I don't know, but it's only the first frame, so it can't be too critical just yet. He's going to have a tough match here against Tom, especially if Tom gets some rhythm going. If he gets this break working, starts potting balls, starts getting a nice white in the cue ball and a piece of string, then this could be a tricky time for the current world champion Clint Jansen. Frame 2, Tom Barley to break. Cue ball, unlucky. You've got to say that's unlucky to be kicked in off. Drew it back nicely onto the top cushion, right down the centre of the table. And just with one of them travelling balls, kicked it into the top right-hand corner. So Clint and Jansen, 1 free visit. 1 shot. To try and level this match up. to open up the balls a little bit, trying to open up that black, so that black's now potable. Clever shot. Andrew McKee won. Matt Davis won. Clint should make light work of these. Yeah, unlucky there from Tom with that kicking off. This match now looking like it's going to be level at 1 frame apiece. Now, simple 8 ball into the bottom right hand corner. Here he goes. 1 apiece it is. Clint will be breaking in frame number 3. Barton 4-1 ahead now. Andrew McKee on that top table, just setting them up now. 1-1 with Matt Davis. He just walking out of the arena. Andy Croasdale on this table closest to his ear. Just gone in off. Playing Corey Reese. I think that was, it's 5-4 now, so that's been a bit of a comeback here for Andy. It was 3-1 behind, I believe, maybe 4-1. Ty Hansen. Try break. Slowing down his momentum. Trying to get some momentum going, he was. Stopped in the tracks of his break, his dry break. Tom won't waste any time at all. Yep. Shot. Is he on the red? Does any of them reds go? I think he's got one in the top corner, which might be his. Just elevating the cue a little bit. And draw this back, nice shot. And match up after this one coming up, Rob Donkin against Craig Marsh. Another great match up. So, just been told that that's his touching ball. So players, they must play away from that, but they've still got a contact to cushion afterwards. either with another object ball or the cue ball or whatever, but they cannot, that ball that they're touching, they cannot move, just like the rule in snooker.
On table 8, please, Brady Weston and Mira Arya. Brady Weston and Mira Arya, table 8. And on table 18, Claire Smith.
But that is very positive indeed. What a positional shot. Great shot. So the yellow on the right hand cushion, that's the issue for him at the moment. I feel like he'll probably leave it for a double. Don't think he's going to have an opportunity to cannon it out. He could do if he can draw this back and leave himself an angle. Well, he hasn't got an angle on this yellow. So he's may have to leave a double on that. Is it going to be his last ball? It's not going to be straightforward for him, that's a fact. Yeah, going up table, so the double will be his last ball. It's not bad. Don't forget Clinton Hansen, he won the world title here back in February. He's undercut that though by about 3 foot. What can he do with this one? What can he magic up? You feel like he is a must pot. Clock though ticking down. Didn't really get anywhere near that clearance. That ball on that right hand cushion was always a problem. Barley now leads 2 frames to 1. There's Matt Steeper behind him, who he's talking to. Ruiz just took that last frame there, 6 frames to 4 now. He leads Andy Croasdale. Kev Barton absolutely rolling back the years. 5-1 ahead now against Paul Harkness. No doubt we'll not hear the end of that all weekend if he does go on to win that match. Andrew McKee too, Matt Davis too. All these matches in progress now, all to get into the last 16. Again, the black ball potted, which means a re-rack. That's got to be what, 5 times today that I've seen? Maybe definitely 4. Definitely 4. Gav had 2 on his own, 2 in a row. Tom, though, making Clint wait a little bit longer before he can get another opportunity at the table. Cue ball, it's okay, he's got away with that one. Oh, just as I said that yellow just tracks over near the white. What has he left himself? Has he got a chance of this 3-ball plant? Red onto yellow, onto yellow. I feel like if he can get through to the red, it's his only shot. Should take his extension. He has took his extension. Each player gets a 30-second shot extension. Is he going around the back of the... No, he's tried to... Wow. Wow. I'd like to see that one again. I've actually lost track of what was happening there. I think he's potted the yellow in the top right-hand corner, has he? It's not a bad opening plot. Oh, he's lost the cue ball. Look where he's put the black. Very loose shot there. It's not phasing Tom, though. He's cued it. Look at the way he's cued that back. I mean, it's unbelievable cueing, even though it's a bad shot. To draw that back from that distance. Oh, right, so it just was that yellow that dropped in. Look at that. Look at this. Incredible cue action, but also a bad shot at the same time. So, Clint Ianson, you feel like he should be out of this match now with the amount of mistakes he's made, but takes his clearance out. It's 2 frames apiece. He's level. Just not come out well. Yeah, that one. Gonna have to do a bit more work, but how quick is he playing, Clint? Seems to have picked up the pace. Still work to do. Yeah, I've never ever seen Clint Ianson be as quick as Tom Barley. Never mind even being level with him. If that's possible. He is trying to keep up with him. Definitely playing at a quicker pace. Maybe that's something he's working on, or feels that it's working for him. I mean, the errors we're seeing from him though, it's just not like a finesse Clint Ianson that we normally see. So, total snooker been called. So this allows Tom to make contact with a ball and not a cushion after, but clearly did. Don't forget, there was a vote going in the YouTube chat. If you've not already had a go, get yourself on there before we tell you the results. Especially with the way that this match is, I've got to say, evenly poised, but we're definitely not seeing the Clint Ianson we normally see. But there's still time. Tom's already played a match already. Again, look, another miss from Clint Ianson. Tom is getting chances. Hit the cue ball well there. I think he left a gap. I think so. get through to this the potting angle on this one in the bottom right hand corner. Nicely done. Himself the double. Look, Clint Irons straight down on the shot. Missed the double. He must be getting up to missing about, what, half a dozen shots now. Just, I don't know. It's peculiar behaviour from Clint. Going off with Clint, it's not affecting Tom Barley. He now leads this match 3 frames to 1. Okay, Barton's dropped a frame. Was 5-1 up. He's now 5 frames to 2 ahead. Seems in good spirits there, Tom. Not sure what's going through that man's mind, Clint. Have a look at the Clint Ironson break. Head-on break's not really been working for him, so it looks like he's gone electing for the cup break now. Blackball again. A re-rack. It's been the story of the day. That's at least 5 now, I've seen. Maybe it is just down to the new balls, new cushions, new cloth. The reason why these balls are flying everywhere. Seen in the chat, Tom Chadwin. Has Clint got somewhere else he wants to be? Right, the pace he's playing at. I think he has. He's got a ball. It's a tricky split this is. I mean, the red and the yellow, I don't think, can he see enough of that red to put it in the top left hand corner? If he can, then he probably needs to be taking it now. Either that will be his last ball, or that will be tricky to get on if there's only so much angle. Again, straight down to it. I think he's got to try and develop it somehow. The reds are the ball he's chosen to go for, which, you know, the 2 yellows on this left hand cushion, that'll be the reason for that. Needs to make something happen in his top half of the table. Oh, he's not played that well at all. So I was right the first time. It is 6. Number of 8 balls in off the break today. 6, eh? There's a little stat for you. Oh, Clint Hansen. What am I seeing from you today, son? Definitely out of sorts, Clint Hansen. Yeah, I think this year I've seen more errors from Clint Hansen in this match than the whole of this year, because he's been in pretty scintillating form. Remember, he won 14 matches on the bounce when he won the Worlds, then continued to win the first tour event, the first pro event, should I say. And then he went on to got to the, I think it was the quarterfinals or the semi-final, which was 14 matches in total. Incredible standard, incredible start to the year. But now we're seeing a very out of sorts for Clint Hansen, which must have its reasons. Tom Barley, he's out of position here, trying a bit of a double, and he gets it. He swallowed it up in that middle pocket. I thought he'd miss that then. This is looking like, pots this is looking like 4-1. Very good shot. Just drop this in. Didn't drop anything in, does he? Slams them all into the heart of the pocket. And the black also goes into the heart of the pocket, and that is problems for Clint Hansen. Still seems relaxed early, world champion, but for me, out of sorts. Sorry, it's not right. I'm sure you all agree with me at home. All of you watching, so if you've followed the IPA all over. Well, that's a stat that you're not going to see too many times, and probably not any more times from all the Clint Hansen fans. 6 on forced errors, at least 6. What a break that is from Tom. 3 reds, 2 yellows, 5 balls off the break. Incredible break, probably the best break of the day so far. That's not a way to obviously end up with a pretty much best break of the day. Only for power more than anything. But has also made, you know, because he potted so many balls, it now made this frame a little bit untidy. So a little bit of cat and mouse going off. I mean, this won't be a bad thing for Clint. Might just steady him up a little bit. hitter from Clint. Followed, but oh, I didn't think that was there. Wow. Yeah, sometimes when players do start to quicken up their game, you know, they try and make something happen, trying to make them feel a bit better. I mean, that's a big bottle of water there. Maybe he's feeling a little bit under the weather. You'll remember, he's only 2 frames behind it. It's like 1 break a serve, and he's going to be breaking next. Corey Reese results in. He's beaten Andy Croasdale 8 frames to 4. Up next, Rob Donkin against Craig Marsh. Another latest score, Andrew McKee 3, Matt Davis 3. Someone's just messaged me, well, I'll tell you who messaged me, Scott Anderson's just messaged me asking for a stopwatch on table number 2. That's the table that Paul Harkness and Kev Barton's playing on, so not sure what's happening on there. We'll have a look at that in that. So yeah, there's obviously a bit of a slow frame, bit of a tactical one. Dry break though from Clint Jansen. Not what the doctor ordered. Another pro match just kicked off. Liam Roberts against Nathan Bridges. I'll just be going on the Andy Croasdale table. Again, Tom seems to be having to pull out a decent shot, and he's up to the challenge. Is he drawing that back enough? I think he's okay. He could go either way, whether, you know, top one first, bottom one next, it doesn't matter. This is the right way of going. Keep it as simple as possible, this game. That's the key. Left himself, let's say, keep it as simple as possible. He's now left himself hampered queuing. This is a big shot to get his 3-frame lead back that he's already had. Could be a nervy one as well. No nerves shown whatsoever. Made of steel. The man from Scunthorpe. 5-2. He leads the current world champion Clint Jansen. And he'll be breaking in frame number 8. Tom breaks and clear these. Can you see any way back for Clint Jansen? That's the question. Doesn't seem his normal self, definitely. successful break from Tom. Seems to get a lot of action off all the balls. But look at the way these clusters have gone. It looks horrible. I mean, first glance, definitely reds are better. The only reason for that is because they've got most of the pockets. But it's all about the black. So, yeah, but that red that's over this bottom right hand corner, that's going to be his ball where he can just develop that pocket. It's just when he does it. You feel like he needs to take these out in the top half of the table first. Just needs to be a bit careful with this one. Maybe there's a bit more room in that top left hand corner than I think for that red. And that's why he's probably electing to try and clear this pocket. Well, needs to be certain that he definitely cannons into this yellow. You don't want to be sticking behind the black. Needs to make sure he gets out and something like that. But where's the yellow gone now? He's gone over the other corner. It's caused a bit of an issue. Yeah, rerouting he is. So, coming off 1, 2, maybe 3 cushions to either get the red out. 1, 2, he's trying to drop on it. He's trying to drop on it. Has he got enough pace? Oh, what a shot that is. Great shot. This is a chance. Can he just play this at an angle to miss the yellow? If he does, he'll be perfectly on the black. He's going to make it. And this now for 6 frames to 2. Break and clearance for Tom Barley. Definitely, what a positional shot that was. And key shot. Look at this. Let's take another look at this. If this is it, no, it's not that one. But this is just showing all the clips of this clearance. So the break and clearance been very, very useful. This is the shot. Look at this. 1, 2, and just drops on it. Looks like it was going to run out of pace, but perfectly judged. A lot of people say he probably got a little bit nice little lucky flick on that, but he deserved it. Go out for your shots. That's the rewards you can get. And here you go. And, just as we're sat there watching Tom, Clint Jansen, he's broke dry. Another dry break from Clint Jansen. Probably his 3rd of this match. And Tom, he's wasting no time at all. So all these yellows look in the pork part of the table. So this clearance now is just all about little stun shots. Just stunning it past the table. Keeping the cue ball. Just make sure he's not going too far. Not too far out of your work. You just feel like this is just a natural angle to cannon into that red. Just drop it at a nice pace. Trying to get the red out of the way. Don't think he's perfect here. Don't feel like he had to do that, but I'm not sure he had the correct angle now, the way it's come out. He's played that nice little stun shot, like a little stun run through, but obviously put at an angle. All about the little stuns and that. This game, and Tom is winning at all aspects of this match at the moment. It's another 1 visit clearance with this if this black goes, and it has gone 7 frames to 2. This is the break that we didn't see as I was watching Tom. A couple of balls, I don't know, one ball threatened the pocket, that centre, and that was it. Frame 10, Tom Barley to break. He's got a ball again. He was very close to going in off once again, but got away with it. You need to take this look with both hands, because there'll be other days where it'll go against you. But look at these reds. I mean, I think there's a clear plan, yellow onto red. I think it clearly goes. You feel if this drops, and it has dropped, the writing's on the wall for Clint Jansen. He's going to be knocked out of the first hurdle. The number 3 seed. Get Barton 6-2 ahead now against Paul Honkner, so that marathon frame that I've been told about. 6-2 ahead. Tom Barley 7-2 ahead. Is this the closing moments now, this match? I feel if this goes in, it's straightforward. He's left himself tricky, hampered cueing again. He must just love testing his cue action. Just like they're over the pocket. He's just knocking them in for fun. And the other thing, he's knocked the world champion out. 2 balls away from doing that. It's all very, very simple indeed. You knew where the winning line is. There it is, 8 frames to 2. Tom wins. Got to say, a very out of sorts Clint Jansen. Not one. You know, we're probably going to see again. But Tom, he's won his 2nd match today. And a very convincing one against Clint Jansen. Now I'll go and have a few words with Tom in the studio. So bear with me. I don't know if I've got another VT for you just to watch while we get over there, but I'm sure we have. But I'll be talking to Tom straight after the VT.
Drink on it?
Yeah, we'll have a drink on it.
Has your player been world champion?
Yes.
This would be a good one, actually.
I think.
I'd take loads out.
So you're stumped if you get something wrong here, aren't you? You don't know.
That's actually taking loads out. Clint has, Curtis Lee hasn't, Mark Farnsworth has, Dan Davey hasn't, Ryan Clark hasn't, Corey Reese hasn't, David Addinall hasn't, Jason Hill. He has got some form of world championship, hasn't he? Andrew Mackay, no. Craig Brown, no. I definitely haven't. Tom Barley. Kev Barton, chairman, has he been? No, and JJ.
1903.
I'm not sure, I'll keep him.
Right, okay. I'll go, is your player English?
No.
No. Right, okay. Right, okay, so Gav's gone, Corey's gone, Clint's gone, I've gone, Sloth is gone, Mark, David, Clark, Jason, I think McKee's English, E. Brown, Barley, Barton. Right, there we go, happy days, I'm happy with that.
What's that?
Yeah, go on.
Would you say your player has all of their hairline left?
Oh, all of it
that's
left?
Not, yeah, that's not bald, completely bald.
That
includes.
I don't know what they look like younger,
Yeah.
So I'm giving clues here. I shouldn't do this, should I? But I'm going to say, yeah, they still have.
Yeah, they still have.
Yeah.
I think we'll take Marsh out because he does shave it. Jason's lost his. JJ's lost his, isn't he?
Is your player in the top 10 rankings?
Top 10, yes.
Yes, right, okay. So I don't think JJ is. I don't think Dave Addinall is. Corey definitely is. It's Boyle dropped out. Oh, I might have stumped myself there.
He's borderline, isn't he?
I might have stumped myself. I don't think Curtis Lee is. Yeah, I'm gonna leave them. I think.
Does your player wear glasses?
No.
That's only Mark Boyle down then.
I might have a go here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. Is your player Ben Davies?
No. Did he lose a life for that?
Yeah, go Emma. Should I go?
I might have to have a go now. Is your player Mark Farnsworth?
It is.
Yes. And we're free there. So there's Clint gone, Gareth gone, and Ben Davies.
Okay, Paul.
Thank you.
Well done.
Well, hope you're enjoying all the fun there that the players are had, and it's pretty ironic really that Rob Donkin's card was Craig Marsh, and that's who he's playing in the next match and that. So, but Tom, got to be pleased with that one, haven't you? Beat the current world champion and did it in fine style. Got to say, Clint was a little bit out of sorts there. I'm not sure what went off, but you know, you didn't feel sorry for him, and you went on to win the match.
I mean, I think first 4 frames were a bit scrappy, but I think after that I played really well. I don't think we had a couple of dry breaks, and I think I punished them all. I thought I played pretty well there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing an out of sorts player, you know, how do you cope like that with a player? I mean, you seem to have blocked it out of your mind completely.
Yeah.
But some players, you know, it can, you know, their behaviour can be behaviour, can't it? So, you know, how do you do that as a player?
You've got to keep them down when they're down, aren't you? I mean, someone of Clint's quality, you only give him a couple of frames back in it, and you could be 4-4, 5-4 down within no time. You've got to keep them down while they're down, unfortunately.
And in your first match, it seems like a distant memory now. You was 4-1 ahead, nice and comfortable. All of a sudden 4-4. All of a sudden it's gone all twitchy and it's all a bit of drama. Then you had that bit of slice of luck, and all of a sudden you've gone 5-4 and you've took the next 3 frames quite easily. Is that a very much distant memory now?
Yeah. I mean, I got up against Rob. Rob was a bit scrappy. Like, I don't think he played very well, and I definitely didn't play very well. And get your arm back in them, and it's getting through the first round and then getting involved further on.
And we talk about rankings. I mean, what's your aspirations? You know, do you want to try and get to top 10, top 8? You know, top 5? Do you think it's probably a little bit far for you to go to that? I mean, the way that you're producing, though, you seem to be getting to the latter stages, into the last 16 now. What's your expectations now?
I mean, I was after the top 16, got top 16 this year. I'm hoping top 8 maybe this year. I mean, it's hard to break in with them boys so far. They're constantly winning. I'm not that far yet. I'm semis and quarters, and I just need to go a bit further, a step further.
But the year that you've had so far, it's been phenomenal, and your best IPA year today, it's got to be, hasn't it? It's got to be right up there, and probably your best sort of thing that you've done in your career.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Worlds, I was in theory 2 frames away from getting through to a final, losing on 2 deciders with Simon. So I've had a couple of good semi-finals in the pro event. I think, I need to do well in both of them, though. I seem to do well in one of them and not the other. Need to do it consistently.
Well, you've been doing well so far, and good luck for tomorrow. So I'm going to let you try and prepare for that. Obviously, you've had 2 matches, so had one more than some of them. That. So just as Tom gets prepared for the next match, we're into our next match now. It's going to be Rob Donkin against Craig Marsh, and I think I'm going to take a rest myself, Tom. I am. I'm going to hand over now to Dan Fairway, who's over in the comms backs, and this next match up, Rob Donkin against Craig Marsh.
Thanks, Mark. Back to the action. Rob Donkin versus Craig Marsh. England v Wales for this last 32 match. These two still in, well, technically the second round, but I think this is both of their first matches of the International Professional Tournament. The 2 players have completed the lag, and it will be Craig Marsh to break off first. Cue ball's close, 8 ball's close. And a yellow finds a pocket. It's an absolutely enormous split. Every ball bar 1 in the top half of the table. And a superb opportunity for Craig Marsh. But he's tried to play red off of red there and he's got it horribly wrong. Felt like he had to go reds, probably because of that 8 ball covering the top left pocket. And that's a stinker. That's a really bad opening shot from Craig. Perhaps just the cobwebs settling in. He needs to shake them off. But, could be a frame or two before he gets the chance, because these reds are sitting fairly pretty. 3 that are together are a little tied up. I think you might be able to get through to the middle one, but you've got to be really bang on with the cue ball. If not, he may have to go round behind them at some point, either now or with the next shot with the red over the pocket. Or he's tried to get into them. That's not the friendliest of nudges. I'm not sure if the red that he's just moved will still pass to the top right corner. If it doesn't, the middle of the 3 might cut thin, but he'd struggle to control the cue ball, and where the red ends up, he'd be cannoning into is anyone's guess. This is a really tricky little situation here. Is he playing red off the red, or is he playing the 3 ball plant? Well, it was a little of one and some of the other, I think. He has made a red to stay at the table, but that is where the good news ends. Or is it? Does this red still pass? Looks tight. Really tight. Yeah, too tight, but played it at a nice pace. Covers the pocket. Poses a big question for Craig Marsh. That was a fortunate little touch for Rob. Really flirting with danger with that shot. Looked for a second as if the cue ball was going to drop in. Then it looked as if the red might find its way in. He might not have minded that much if the red had dropped, because I think you can probably just about see enough of the red next to the yellow to pot it. Oh, has he fluked this? Has he fluked this? My word. How has that found its way in? Can he see the red over the pocket? If he can he conjure up a way to get on the remaining red? Fluke was big, but it may not be fatal for Craig. And Rob just doing the sensible thing, covering the pocket, but I don't think he's fully covered that. I think Craig can either pot this yellow or get the yellow in front of the red. I don't know that he wanted that to drop, but Craig's going to be forced to go game here. Does have an angle on the yellow closest to the left centre to stun up into the black and red. Got to be worth a try. There you go. Terrific shot. Doesn't leave anything easy. Looks like Craig has one shot available, and it's the long pot down to the bottom left. Queuing off the corner of the jaw. This is tough. And so it proves to be. Rob Donkin with another chance in this frame. This has been a really scrappy opening affair. But it's not over yet, because Rob's queuing off the rail here. The red he's got a pot is welded to the cushion. He doesn't have a huge amount of options to come across the table. This needs to slow up. This is a really tough shot. Cutting this black into the left centre. Big shot for Donks. This to get on the scoreboard. Oh, far jaw. So near and yet so far for Rob Donkin. But Craig Marsh has looked a little bit wobbly in the early running of this frame and this match. And there's nothing easy on for him here either. In fact, he's going safe. That really surprises me. Because he's left a one cushion escape and the black's pretty near the centre pocket. He can see the 8 ball. He can't cut it into the middle. So his cushion first. He's going to hit it, but the cue ball's going to go in as well. There's a good effort from Rob, but not good enough. And surely now we will have a winner of our first frame, and if it's not Craig Marsh, then something is very wrong. And so it comes to pass that Craig Marsh wins the first frame in this professional last 32 match here at the IPA International event. And yeah, we'll just watch a few, I mean, I don't know about highlights, perhaps lowlights from that frame. Back on the, look at that fluke from Rob Donkin. And one man who's itching to tell us what he thinks about this match has sat down next to me and watched the lion's share of that frame. It's Scott Anderson. Good evening, Scott.
All right, Dan. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, you know, I'm here.
You still batting?
No, well, not in the amateur. Still in the open because that hasn't started yet. So
that's true. Who you got?
I don't know.
Oh.
I've taken a leaf out of David Addinall's book. I don't tend to look at my draw until I absolutely have to anymore.
Don't lie.
No, I don't. Honestly, I genuinely don't know who I've got.
Scrappy first frame.
Yeah, that's an understatement. It was awful, actually. It was a really poor frame of pool.
I was shocked because these two are like, well, they're both got the same philosophy. They attack, and it.
Thing is, you've played on this table.
Yeah.
This is their first table. Sorry, their first game of the tournament on the stream table. It plays completely differently to anything you're practicing on.
Yeah, it's I've just played on the Pro 2 table. They are very, very reactive, so slidey. But they do play. I actually enjoyed it, but it's just getting your head around it. Like what you got to change. Oh wow, Rob.
Oh Rob,
that's unusual. He's hit the red. What, double kiss the red?
Yeah, I mean he's absolutely smashed the red there.
He's just thrown his arm in that one. Which is a sort of shock, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's sort of on tilt a little bit from that first frame because Rob knows he should have won that frame.
Yeah, I don't know much about Rob, to be honest. Everyone knows who Marsh is, but I'm guessing you know Donks a bit more than I do.
Well, yeah, so Donks is from Essex, plays in my county area, if you like. And class player. He's a former tour winner.
Oh, has he won a tour before? Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's won a tour event. He won an open event. So, I mean, that in itself is a fairly exclusive club. As Craig Marsh very nearly goes in off and hands Rob another visit to the table. I will say, yes, we've had a couple of scrappy frames, but
it should lighten up, shouldn't it? It should get going.
It will. I would argue that neither of these two players has had a lot of run so far.
Well, let's remember we've had 3 months off.
Yeah.
We've had a few months off.
True.
And the tables are playing different to what they do in the club.
What a shot that is!
That is a great shot.
That is a phenomenal shot from Rob Donkin to get that yellow out into open play, and that is the sort of thing that Donks can do. He's got that sort of cue power. There's quite a few players, even on the professional circuit, that wouldn't have attempted that.
Nah, I'd have just covered the bag.
Yeah.
I was being boring.
But yeah, I know, I was saying the first frame, it didn't have a lot of run. I know Rob had a massive fluke, but even from that fluke, he was in a really horrible situation.
Yeah, there was no, like, golden chance, was there?
No. And when Marshy came to the table, he was left with an awkward one.
Yeah, he's trying to play the skilly, he's a bit unlucky. You can tell both players are like not used to the conditions yet.
No, they're struggling for pace here.
Yeah,
they're really struggling.
I can't imagine what this table's playing like, but the 3 outer ones for us are very reactive. So I can imagine these are pinging a little bit more. They're breaking well though.
I think you might have hit. Dog Smith. I think you might have hit the nail on the head there with your choice of word, because a lot of people refer to like a new cloth as fast or an old cloth as slow sometimes, or the other way around depending on the cloth. But reactive is what these are when they are that fresh.
100%. I can't even get my table. Well, 3 of my tables at home, I can't get nowhere near this.
No, it's. They are at a point where it is so difficult to play even a stun shot.
Oh.
You try and play a stun shot and you screw it back.
Honestly, I did it earlier, so I don't even. I just all I had to do was stun a ball in, and I ended up going back an inch. I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
It's simple pool, and it's making me look like a schoolboy.
Yeah, and that is kind of what we're seeing here at the moment, isn't it? To be honest.
Yeah, which is it's a shame because you're talking about 2 class players.
Oh, world class. Yeah.
I know I don't know much about Donks, but I know he's a class player. Do you know what I mean?
That shot there
is prime example about pinpoint. Do you know what I mean? It's
and a prime example of how reactive it is as well. I mean, Craig's cued that beautifully without a doubt.
He wants to come back an inch. All he wanted to do is come back an inch.
Yeah.
He's come back 2 or 3.
I mean, come back a foot. Good recovery. Needs another one here, I'd say.
No, just roll this one, top left bag. Just drop it in. 2 cushions.
I think he's going to stun.
Turning this.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Stun back across.
Still a great shot. Still a great shot.
Yeah, that's nice.
Marshy flowing's hard to beat, isn't it?
He's great to watch.
Yeah.
He's absolutely fantastic to watch when he's flowing. When he's not, he's great to watch, but there's fireworks off the table rather than on.
Yeah.
A wry smile and a puff of the cheeks from Craig Marsh.
And he's a good lad as well.
He is. Donks will be disappointed. Donks has had 2 glorious opportunities.
Tell
in
in his
this
face,
match.
can't you? The impressions are he's a bit annoyed with himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to blame him. I would be, had I missed those chances.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2 scrappy there's 2 scrappy frames there started off in it.
I think the problem is that I think if you're playing Craig, don't get me wrong, Donks is fantastic, but Marsh is the name here. Craig Marsh is the former world champion. Craig Marsh is multiple tour winner. And I think if you're playing him and he's getting off to a bad start, but you're not punishing him then, you can just let him get into his rhythm.
I've been fortunate. I have played Donks before. I played him in a doubles match. And well, it was a lot better standard than this because him and his partner, Toby Bolt, they basically dished me 6 out of the 7 breaks there. I was like, cheers, boys. And my £100. But I've also played Marsh a couple of times in doubles and singles. And they're both so similar in like how they play the game. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Craig playing.
It's just fluent pool, isn't it? When they get going, it's going to be fluent. He's not happy with that.
No, it's difficult to tell what he was trying to land on there. Whether he was trying to land on the red to the left of the cue ball and play it into the left centre, or come further down the table and play that red nearest the right centre. But he's still on here, but he's got to take out a tricky pot now. Whichever way he goes, really. He could go long here and then use that yellow on the cushion to just hold the cue ball for the red down the rail. Centre.
Oh, that's a good shot. Yeah, I'm shocked he didn't play the red down the rail. He still would have. Double kits could have come out wrong.
It could. To be fair, I thought he might play it in such a way it went cushion first, and then
he's got a chance here to stand in the gap between the red and the triangle here at the top left, like he's played now. And then at least he's on one of the reds guaranteed.
Yeah, that's a great shot as well.
He's gone a bit too far, but that's only because how fast the table is. Now you can play this off either yellow, I think. I'm probably going to play the one closer to the pocket, so he can drop on it, so he can play the red in the middle.
Yep, just push the cue ball through here. There you go.
There you go.
That's the shot.
It's alright, it still goes in the bottom left.
Yep.
But he just needs to make sure. He doesn't snooker himself.
Yeah, it's slightly tricky this, because you can't really top it through because of the yellow there. So
he could stud it across all the way over, but if you hit the yellow, then you could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, so he's going to stun.
Stun it over to the other side. Oh no, he's played it to measured it.
Yeah.
Which is perfect, because now he's just going to play it in the same pocket. Or drop it in, go middle.
I was going to say, I think drop it in and go middle or even long. Oh, no,
I thought that's what he was going to do. But I thought it was a bit more natural than what he had to hit it with, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's had to hit it a little bit. That's a little bit more better from Craig, isn't it? But more of the fluency's coming out of him now.
Yep, 3-0, Craig Marsh. It was more fluent, but it wasn't perfect.
No. The rustiness is coming out.
There was a... there was an early reroute in that frame. And as you said, he played for that. He played to hold the cue ball. But when that double kiss happened, it could have come out a lot worse.
We've got some
live scores coming in all the time here.
One of us was going to say it.
Yeah. From the IPA International Professional Event, and Kevin Barton is on the hill against Paul Harkness. 7-3 to the good. Matt Davis also 7-3 to the good against Andrew McKee. And the other match in progress at the moment, Nathan Bridges, veteran Englishman, 3-1 up against Liam Roberts.
Ed Sheeran, yeah. Can't believe how long Kev's been playing. What's he been playing? 4 o'clock?
What's that, sorry?
When did Kev start? 4 o'clock?
Oh, no, earlier than that.
Earlier? Oh.
Yeah, they started that match yesterday.
I did tell Pickers and Bronny that stopwatch was needed for that one.
Yeah, definitely want the shot clock on Kev. I know that from experience. Rob Donkin with a chance at the table, and you feel it's a chance that he really needs to take. 3-0 down, has missed 2 chances in the first 2 frames.
I tell you what, I do find that as well, like, after having a few months off on these tables, it's how they are breaking really well.
Yeah.
So, I always find, my breaks today, I always find like what's happened here, the black's in the middle of no man's land, and no ball to get on it, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's, I think, the situation that Rob Donkin is currently sizing up. Going to go the double here. He does love a double, does Donks?
Oh, he's got in off. Oh, he's trying to stun into the red.
Yeah. I don't think that was on.
I think you had to follow through if you were to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
With a bit of round to the side.
Oh, Craig with
Got to make
another
sure
let off.
Yeah, just got to make sure he's come out plumb. Oh, he's come back. Oh, yeah, he's alright, he's alright.
Those 2 together have
No, he's fine.
just about come out right.
I'll be personally playing this a little bit side, come down and take the yellow near the black, so then come back up for the 2 yellows middle.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'll personally be doing now. Can either do this fin and come back. Oh, he's not doing that.
No, he doesn't like you, mate.
He doesn't. What do I know? He's a world champion. He's ex-world champion.
He can hear you. He's going, I'm not doing what he says.
Nah, he's
not
useless.
a chance.
Who is this? Nobody. Oh.
I'm with you though. I actually
that's
agree.
what I would have done
I thought you had
personally.
the better route there because with the route that you were suggesting, this
Guaranteed
would have
on the
been his
black.
last yellow. It's still not likely to go wrong, but the way that you said it, I think,
Wait till
had
you
a
do now.
slightly higher percentage of not going wrong.
He's just got to stun back now, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, it's not a problem, is it?
You're good at it.
And it's a nice angle. This. There's not really any danger of hitting it too hard. Yeah.
Nearly.
But even then, I mean, you know, that could run another 3 or 4
Yeah.
inches and he'd still have been fine. Craig Marsh leads 4-0 against Rob Donkin. This has been an absolute, well, demolition job to a certain extent, but equally, Rob's handed him the keys and the bulldozer.
Yeah, Rob's kind of throwing this one away at the moment. I bet he feels like that anyway.
Because he has.
Yeah, we are.
You know, there's no point sugarcoating it. It's been poor from Rob. I would argue he's even had more run than Craig.
Yeah, well, because he's done the fluke and that.
You know, the fluke.
Just the flicks are not come out, are they?
And yeah, but it's not that. It's not that for Rob.
You find Matt Davis just won that against McGee.
Yeah, I don't even think it's been the flicks for Rob. I think it's just been bad shots. Whereas Marshy, I would argue,
It's definitely rustiness.
when he's come back to the table after Rob, has been faced with trickier tables, but has, apart from the first frame, generally taken them out. I feel like he's taken quite a lot out of that break. I was about to...
No, I thought he still hit that quite clean.
It was clean, but there's normally a little bit more body movement from Craig. I don't feel like it was as big a hit as usual. It's clean.
It's because how fast the table is. You don't want to hit it too hard.
Yeah, and that's what I'm...
You don't want to lose control of the
has he
white.
taken some off?
Maybe. I couldn't tell you that. But surely just top this yellow through and then on the other yellow, where the three at the bottom are, between the reds and the yellow.
The middle of those three yellows in the bottom up, does that go?
It goes in the bottom left, and then top through, and then the yellow go in the bottom right.
It looks tight. I'm not absolutely convinced that goes.
It's that one blind.
It might be one of those where it's got 3/4 of a pocket, but
He's going reds anyway.
when you're choosing
or is he only
colour,
going yellows? I'm definitely blind.
oh, he's not going
Let's go
enough
for the
again,
skill
is he?
shot.
Did he want the choice? I don't know.
I still think yellows are the better option.
I don't think he's got much red to go at here, so yeah.
I thought yellows were the shot anyway.
But the yellow...
The
the three yellows we were talking about around the black, the left hand of those is a bit awkward. I don't think that passes the bottom left.
Well, still, go to the bottom anyway. When he lands on here, he's all right.
And
he's just got to be an inch short so he can come off one cushion, bounce in between the gap.
Yeah, I also don't know if the yellow close to the black actually goes. past the black. So that might have to go left centre.
Where's he gone there?
He's come round
I
to
see
take the
now.
last
Yeah,
one
yeah,
in
yeah.
balk.
I'm just shocked he's doing so much for the white. That's all.
Yes, the yellow above the black I think only goes left centre. So this pattern is getting tricky. This has got to be a really precise
That yellow
shot
goes in
now.
the bottom right. But it needs to be the other side.
Does it? I don't think it does.
It does, but it needed...
He's not taking it on. He's nowhere.
Oh, it's just unlucky that is, I think. I don't know. I'm shocked he's just done that, that's all, because I personally think that yellow goes.
I mean...
But I'm in blind
You
gate.
look from there, I agree it looks like
Big
it
double.
might, but if you look on the overhead, he's got
Double.
to double this and screw across.
He's got it.
What a shot that is. What a recovery from
And
Rob Donkin.
To be on it.
He's on the yellow.
I
Get
think
on
he
the
needs to
black
screw this
side.
over, screw this over. Like that. He's played the bottom right.
Doesn't want to be hampered. Oh, he's queuing over this red when you're 4-0 down on the stream table. Nowhere to put his hand either. This is tough. Missed it.
Yeah, he's missed it. Oh no, it's got in.
Whoa.
Rob Donkin. Wow.
I didn't even think that was going to hit the jaw. Well, Rob Donkin's penultimate yellow was a glorious shot. Terrific position. Everything about that shot was good, but there's the one. That 8-ball.
Them last 3 shots were
Well, it
class.
actually looked it looked closer from the overhead.
Yeah. It looked like it was...
Yeah, well, we were
Knuckle
both
all day,
watching
but-
the main camera angle, and it really did look like he'd missed. On the overhead, it's a little wide, but not nearly as wide as I thought it was.
Yeah,
anyway.
any more pace, it don't go, I don't think.
No, you're probably right.
Needs a big break now. So you're going to talk about today's performance, Dan?
Mine?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
You've had a tough draw, haven't you?
I mean, it was reasonably tough, yeah. Rob Wilson's...
You don't like 9 o'clock, do you?
I don't like mornings. I'm not a morning person.
Double vision.
If you show me a pool player who's a morning person, to be fair, I'll show you a liar. But, yeah.
That's a break, innit?
Just wasn't good enough.
It's a break to get back to 4-2, innit, I'd say.
Yeah, it's, again, difficult to see where this could go too far wrong. But he doesn't want to pop both these yellows.
You know, what's he doing? I'll make it sound like I'm an expert.
Well, you are. You're a professional player.
Yeah, only by look.
That's a...
I would have... The last shot, I'd have probably... Only because the reds weren't on, I'd have took the top yellow, top left bag. Only because it was dead straight, and then he would have been on his bad ball. Because he's ended up about 2 inches out where he's wanted to be.
Yeah, and Rob... You just felt like he might be getting into his rhythm again. He was...
Yeah, I thought
he was running around the table there, and that's how he plays.
Yeah, I thought he was getting into a rhythm there. I thought we were going to see an exciting end to this match, but it's just it's definitely rustiness, isn't it? Lack of match practice, I'd say.
We still could see an exciting end to this match yet. He can cut this yellow.
Sun this over onto the yellow.
Oh, he's gone...
He's tried, I think. I think he's trying to stun on either yellow, then he's on the yellow in the middle.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
It's not going right for him, is it? Oh, honestly, I hate games like that. You know, when nothing's going right for you.
I do. I think it's... I like Rob, right? Rob is... I consider Rob a friend. I get on really well with him. But I can't... This is self-inflicted. He has not been good enough. He has made a mess of clearances that he should be getting
Yeah.
comfortably.
Of what I've seen of him, yeah. It's a shame.
from what you've seen of anyone, there's a couple of finishes, particularly frame 1 and 2, where you don't expect professionals
Trust
to
me,
miss
this table
those.
can make you look like an idiot at times, can't it?
Yes.
Look, it's
Yeah,
mean,
and
I
Craig's
think he's
done the
still on
same
that
thing.
red. I think he's on that bottom red.
Oh, he is, yeah. But that's your ball to get on the black. This is tough now for Craig. He's underdone that one. Yeah, you're not wrong. The tables can make you look silly.
Oh, trust me. With all, well, I've been there anyway, plenty of times now.
And they do.
And I'm shocked. Rigged missed that by so far.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got
It's such a
position
shame
anyway.
because they are two fantastic players, aren't they?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everyone knows that. They're class. It's just a little bit of a bad day at the office and a little bit of ring rust, as you said. Oh, that was...
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
It was a slightly risky way to play it on these tables, though. That check side shot can really bite on that cushion and kill the cue ball, and that's why he's a bit short of pace there.
Like that.
Yeah. I quite like... Sometimes you can use that to good effect.
Yeah.
To really kill the
That's
cue
why I
ball.
like watching people like Farnsworth, Boyle, Clint. You know what I mean? Like when they've been on the table too. You know what I mean? They know the table.
Yeah.
Even when it's sliding, they just know still how to control the ball.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, certainly.
To a degree.
And those players don't...
That's why they win events. Dunsters especially. Forgetting Dunster. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, all of them, to be honest, are masters at adapting to the conditions
Yeah,
quickly.
that's the best way of saying it. Yeah.
You know, they've got a feel for a pool table, I think, that a lot of players don't have.
Yeah, I 100%. I don't have it. I just think it's amazing what they do.
Because it's not like the thing is, it's not like those players play every game on the stream table either. We have introduced the professional tables for the professional events
Yeah,
this year,
it's
which I
probably
think
the best
has
thing you could
probably
done.
helped.
Yeah. 100%.
But
this year's been tenfold better.
Nevertheless,
yeah.
when these players get to the Open, they still
I
play
wanna
on
break
all
again.
of the outer tables. This is monstrous.
Oh my god! You see what I mean? He's broke. He's broke really well there.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's still got a bit of work to do, even to get on the black. Or realistically, he'd want that yellow go past the black, and it's happy birthday, really.
But it doesn't.
No.
Yeah, so
he's still got a bit of work to do on the last red he's on.
Yeah.
To make sure he gets on that black. And yes, there is a big gap in this bottom right area where he's going to land. Doesn't want to be on the cushion.
No, that looks... this slightly overscrewed that, I think.
I think you might have to top through now. And then land...
in the balk area.
Yeah, that's
take
it.
the
Yeah,
top
you've got it.
red. Yeah.
I think he's short again.
No, I think...
If the yellow wasn't there, it'd be perfect now. He needed to be like another 2 inches up so he can just drop it in and land here, innit? In this area, on the baulk line, like you said.
Yeah.
And then stun down.
He's stunning this now. He's punching it round.
He's about... That's what I mean. You see what I mean now? By that last ball.
Yeah, he just...
I still think he could clip this in if he can hit that yellow thick and it's tight, because I think he's going to hit it thin by what I've just said now.
He's trusting to luck, and he's had some...
Oh my god,
he has had a huge...
Oh my god,
huge touch there as Craig Marsh. Careful, Marshy.
Oh, Marshy wants that over.
Well, he very nearly fouled.
Yeah.
He very nearly potted to black before that yellow had stopped moving. And he
was
just turned his head in time.
Yeah, I just think he felt bad there, because...
Oh, I agree, but...
He's hit a lottery there, isn't he?
That was... He
the black's just
nearly
got
lost
over the
frame
bag.
there.
He knew.
It's one of those. You say he's hit the lottery. He has. He's run out of position. He's played a really nice pot, to be fair. But he knew that the cue ball could have gone anywhere. Equally, he knew the 8 ball was practically over the pocket.
Yeah.
So if the cue ball doesn't go in, then he'd have been really unlucky not to have had a shot. So yes, it was luck, but it was luck that he knew he was trusting to.
Yeah.
5-2. to the Welshman. And Rob Donkin staring down the barrel somewhat. 3
Still
frames
time
behind.
in this match.
Sorry?
Still time in this match. There's
Yeah.
plenty, there's a lot can happen there.
Struck those nicely. He struck those really sweet.
Yeah. And the yellows or reds? What would you say?
I'd say yellows. It'd be if he could land nicely on the yellow on the left-hand side now, from the yellow on the balk line over on the left-hand side. He's seeing it differently, but
I think it's the right shot.
basically, he wants to take these 4 yellows out in the top half of the table.
Yeah.
If you can then come down and leave the cue ball somewhere
In the gap between the 2 yellows on the side-ish cushion.
Yeah,
Like that.
That's
There you go.
just about enough. Nathan Bridges. See, live score. Leading Liam Roberts by 5 frames to 2.
That'd be a good result for Nathan because.
Would you class that as a shock? Because I think
Yes.
I might.
Yes, I'm going. No disrespect to Nathan. I think that will be a shock result. Only because Liam's been on form for the last 18 months.
Number 1 amateur last season,
Yeah.
and that takes some doing.
Yes, he had a good Worlds, didn't he? He had a good run.
He did.
You know, he's probably the most improved player I've seen over the last little while.
Yeah, fair enough. Nicely worked out, this finish from Robin. The positional shot previous to the one he's just played was exceptional, actually. Controlled it beautifully and finished in such a way that there wasn't too much that could go wrong. And as I say that, as I even think that, he finishes slightly hampered and ever so slightly awkward.
I think he's better when he's hampered.
Maybe. But in the end, he finishes up. He does the business. Rob Donkin back to just 2 behind.
Donkin plays for England, doesn't he? We used to.
I don't know where. Yes, Donkin. Rob has played many times for England. He's been in that England side with Dean Shields and Clint Jansen and Toby
So
Bolt.
you got to remember, I'm from the dark side. So.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, Rob's played. Rob was a fixture in the England A side for a number of years. I've got a feeling that he has retired from international pool, or if not retired, then taken a break from international pool. Been one of the most consistent players, I would say, on the tour.
He's
for a number of
he's a
years.
player I've wanted to play for a little while now. I've never get close to him in the draw.
I mean, if
So-
you play him exhibition style, where it's just a knock, he's really good fun to play. He's got a lot of tricks in the locker. And, he may have a chance to use 1 or 2 of them here.
Oh,
because
the
Craig's
Reds,
gone dry.
Reds all day. If you can see that one bottom left, it's Reds all day, surely.
I don't think he
I
can, but I'm
can't.
not sure I agree, to be honest.
No?
No, I think...
I think he's going to nail this red top bag.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see it.
Unless, unless he plays red in the middle now.
If I think the yellow that's to the left of the cue ball passes, so I think either of them are probably all right.
There's a reason why I'm saying reds. Only
Which
because
is-
look at the top. Oh, that red must go top left. Oh no, it's gone middle.
It's gone middle.
Told you.
Oh.
Flick.
A nice touch.
And this
for Rob
could
Donkin.
be game back on.
Yeah,
Could be, I'm saying.
would agree. Got to be just a little careful in a shot's time, coming back down the table with the cue ball. Depending on where the cue ball ends up after this shot.
You got anyone you've not played, you've never played before?
That's a great question, actually. I've played most of the players that I'd really like to play. I've never played Mark Farnsworth. Yeah, I'd enjoy that game. It's nice to watch him up close and personal. Because that's, I suspect, all I would do, but, you know, I'd do my best.
I'm shocked he's going this way. I'd go the other way, but fair play to him.
Yeah, I've never played Mark Farnsworth.
I think he changes to someone else.
I've never played Mark Boyle either, actually. I'd like to play either of the Marks. Yeah, that would be...
Yeah.
I think the rest of them, I've played Marshy, I've played Ben Davis, I think I've played all of the other world champions that are still on the tour. Yeah, I've played Fernie.
Played Clint, obviously, then.
Played Clint, yeah. Fernie gave me an absolute hammering one Sunday morning. I didn't see the table, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think he beat me 7-1 and he had 6 dishes. It was
that's a joke when he does that.
Sick. Astonishingly talented young player. One who has found his feet on the tour in the last few years, but fully expect him to go on to bigger and better things. What about yourself? Anyone you want to play that you haven't yet?
So I've been quite lucky.
Mm-hmm.
So when I agreed to take the pro status last year because I wanted to play the big boys, alright? I wanted the challenge to see if I could do it, blah, blah, blah. I've been lucky. I've played nearly everyone in the top 8. So I've been quite lucky.
You say nearly?
So the only one I haven't played in a longer race than 4 is Dunster. And I've only got a couple of ones I like to play. Hibbott's a dream one for me. Ever played Hibbott?
Yeah, I don't think I have actually either. Well, yeah, not in the IPA I haven't. Had a frame against him. Not the best contact there with the pack from Rob. And
I've been quite lucky. I played. Actually, I've quite a weird thing against the big boys. I keep getting 8-7 losses or something. So.
If you're getting close against players of that calibre, then you're doing well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've had.
Yeah, if you want to kick on, you've got to start winning those.
Yeah, well, yeah. So. Yeah. You need to. Well, they're just different level, aren't they? It's hard.
Tricky table here for Craig. You look at it and you think the reds aren't bad, but there's that one over on the left-hand side which is not great. Does have an opportunity to move that. But yellows it is. And they all go.
Yeah, you might be tempted to play this a little bit right inside and come through the gap between the black and the yellow. I know the Enos close.
Well, it's either
actually, no,
it
he'll come out fine. It'll come out with left hand side, so he'll come out.
No,
oh no, he's gone right hand side. He has gone.
Oh, see, I was about to suggest that he played it with more and just tried to nudge the yellow, because it couldn't really have gone that wrong, because you could have still played the plant up to the top.
He's still got a chance. To be fair to him, I know he's not seen it. I don't think he's seen it kind yet. If he lands here and short, he can play the yellow into the yellow in the middle.
He's still okay here, but yeah, I expected him to play the shot he played, but he's played it with too much side and actually gone into the red. I thought he could have moved the yellow.
I think he's going to do. Oh, he's too straight. He can screw back and be near the middle bag, like in that area. It needs to be straight so he can stun it to play the yellow into the yellow on the side cushion.
Yeah, so here we go.
That's still alright, because it means he can drop this in, but it needs the white to be off the cushion.
And yeah, if he drops it in,
he doesn't want, or he can stun it back about half an inch, like top of the red, but off the cush. He's gone too far. So the only thing I can think of now, he's going to go roll it in, play at the top bag.
Oh, I don't even think. Can he do that? I mean,
he'd
he'd
have
have to leave it quite thin.
I think he could stun it and be on the top side of the red.
Oh, he can't.
Oh, he's unlucky. He's unlucky.
He can't.
You see what I mean? He's trying to stun.
Yeah, and I did wonder if he had enough angle to do that. He's nearly javelined his cue across the room trying.
Oh, you're going to be annoyed, didn't you?
There is a suggestion that Craig Marsh may have used some unsavoury language there. We apologise if anyone caught that.
It's a big
We can't
key
hear it
time.
in the commentary box, but it's just
Only
what
mine.
we've heard. So yeah, apologies to all viewers. Rob Donkin, though, has a chance to level the match, and I have to say, after the first 3 or 4 frames, that's not a sentence I expected to be saying out loud. Absolutely no pressure on that pot, of course, because it was a free shot, but it was a nice pot. Rob's just slightly in no man's land here. I think he might have to screw into the 2 reds. No, he got past them.
Look at some live scores. Obviously, we can see the Craig Marsh is 5-4. Dan Davey against John Herridge is 2-0. Dan Davey. That's where he just started in the last 20 minutes. Nathan Bridges has gone and built his lead up to 7-2 against Liam Roberts, aka Ed Sheeran.
There's someone magic in the production desk, because that's just come on the screen as you said it. It's almost like they knew it was coming.
It's miracle. It's like I have a button. What happens if I say Kev Barton's match? Will that come up?
Apparently not. It would appear, because it hasn't yet.
I thought I'd clip my fingers and it appears.
Yeah, I mean, keep trying. I'm not sure they'll like you. Rob with an unorthodox bridging style there. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone cross their legs on the table quite like that. Now he's getting to grips with the pace of the table. That's much better. I think early on in the match, he might have been faced with a slightly trickier one here.
Yeah, he's growing with confidence now, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like it's gone the opposite way around. The Paul gods, as they'll say, have turned on Marsh here a little bit.
They have a little bit, but what's actually happened is that Rob started playing well.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Craig's been more steady throughout, I think. Take another look at this. Look at that. Athleticism there from Donkin.
I don't think I could do that, can you?
Definitely not.
Near
Absolutely no chance. I mean, they call Craig Marsh the Buddha, but I don't think he can cross his legs like that either. Yeah. He looks in pretty serious mood, does Craig. And you can understand why. Craig's now at the point in the match, headspace-wise, I would argue, that Rob was in early in the match, where Craig will now be the one thinking, I should be well ahead in this.
But he can take his frustration out on the break.
Can, but that can go wrong.
It can, but
we've seen his break in this match has been reasonably controlled. Sometimes when you just go, oh, I'm going to leather it, it goes really badly. Other times it goes very well, of course.
He's that clean, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's I don't think he's changed that there. I don't think he's actually taken out any frustration.
See, the worst thing is he's hit that clean.
Now.
He's hit that clean, all right, and he's got nothing for it.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy there. The cue ball rolling up to that 8 ball there is quite frankly disgusting. Actually, it's left Craig nothing. He's got a long red down the rail. It's really tricky.
No. He's got 2 options, but I think he can take the yellow at the top bag, and he might just accidentally skill shot the yellow onto the red.
You are quite correct.
Oh, like that.
That is exactly what's happened. I thought the
and
cue ball was actually.
I tell you what, that yellow's carried on. That white's carried yellow. That white's carried on. I thought it was going to plumb from, but
I thought the cue ball was just that too close to the 8 ball that he couldn't see that ball.
yeah, only reason I thought he could get it is because there was a little bit of a gap, and obviously.
Well, still an open table.
Now he's yellows.
Yep. It was a bit of a result potentially, bearing in mind where he ended up.
I'm trying to work out. He needs to go middle now. He needs to go middle so he can get back in probably, middle of the table. All there.
Needs to slow up. Just alright. Just alright.
Just needs to stun this in now. It
Yeah.
might, tell you what. We take the top yellow. Top left yellow. He's fine. Let's come down the table now. Needs to be kind of straightish on this. Whatever, he's on it, isn't he?
I think he's on it. I think he might play
he's
this
on it.
with just a trace of left-hand side.
He's on it, it's laughing
Just
his
come
head
down
off.
the left-hand side of the table. I still think he is. It's just maybe just a trace of swerve.
Lays it cushion first. Oh, Greggy. Can't believe that.
Well, well, well. Another twist in this match. Rob Donkin would have been... He might have written off that frame in his head. Because you just expected Marshy to get them.
Yeah. You see why I said now, that yellow he's potted and stunned and obviously not gotten onto the other yellow. It might have been best if he took the other yellow, come back down now, and that yellow's his last ball.
Yeah.
To get on the black.
It's a great opener.
Shot to nothing though, wasn't it?
I almost wondered whether he was tempted to play it off the yellow. I don't know if the red passes the yellow. That's the question for me there.
Quite sure he's not cutting the red now. Now he's perfect on it. He's going for a double then.
Must be. he's a long way out of position if not.
yeah. I'm shocked he's not took the cut on there.
I mean,
oh, the man loves a double then.
Rob is one of those players that will view a double as a shot. You know, it's almost a guarantee for him when it's like that. Yeah, he really does have that weapon in his armoury. Lots and lots of right-hand side on this one.
Oh,
I'll tell you what, if that goes...
Might have to play another double. Or slice this into the middle.
Does that double is the yellow in the
The black don't go, does it?
I don't think so. And this is why I thought he might have played that first red of this finish off the yellow. Had a chance to clear the pocket.
I think you have to go middle there. Yep.
Oh, this is thin.
Oh, he's gone for another double. Oh, it slid. That's only not took because of how brand new the cushions and the cloth is.
Yeah. I think this might be the lesser spotted Craig Marsh safety shot. It is. How often do you see that? It's a once in a blue moon occurrence. What does Rob Donkin have?
Hard to believe I've
locker
actually
now?
seen this shot today.
Sorry?
I've actually seen this shot today.
Which shot?
Side cushion, loads of side, ping the red in the top corner. He's left the big side of the cushion.
Oh, hello. You've called it, and it's absolutely magnificent. What a shot from Rob Donkin. That is a shot of the tournament contender for sure. And a commentary of the tournament contender.
Oh, it's guaranteed.
From Scott Anderson, calling that. Terrific stuff from Rob Donkin. Let's take another look at this.
You're impressed I called that now?
I am. I mean,
I've seen it. Honestly, it's because how slidey they are. It sounds horrible, but it was going to happen.
I'll be honest, I am more impressed at the shot than your call.
Well, thank you.
But, wow. Absolutely astonishing piece of cuemanship from Rob Donkin.
Just started playing all night long for Kev Byron's table.
Lionel Richie?
Oh, God knows.
Go on, give us a few bars, Scott.
all night long.
Okay, no, don't. Please don't. Yeah, but I don't think we've got the rights cleared. Sorry.
Oh, White. White is in. Marsh is back at the table.
I'll tell you what. Just when you thought this game had everything.
This is going to be the first 8-7 on the stream today.
I mean, it's hard to bet against it the way it's going.
It's like a tug of war, isn't it?
Rob's got all the momentum, but what a chance this is.
Reds or yellows? Where are you going?
Oh. I mean, you could use your free shot to clear the yellow on the balk line, and then you could go yellows.
I'm going reds.
I think it's either or. I think this is one of those tables where you'll get a better idea after the free shot.
He's playing the yellow onto the red. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's 100% going reds now.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. He might play the big plant down the rail. Go yellows. Oh, he's played the plant on the red though.
Yeah. But I mean, you could have done anything there to open up either colour set. I think they were both pretty nice, to be honest. Especially when you've got that free shot. The one place I would say Craig's got to mind his work here is...
He's absolutely plumb.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to find something.
He just doesn't need to be in an awkward place like this. Next shot's key. He needs to be like stood over to this top of this other red. If that makes sense. See, now he's got a fine cut. So now he's got to play with a bit of side to hit the yellow. There's a little bit of right hand side. Yeah. He's stretching. There you go. So now stun.
This might be the point of which I was going to say what I was thinking, which was he wants to be away from that yellow when he plays it onto the black. So this shot here,
he's just going to top it with loads of left hand side.
Yeah.
Slide it up the table. Oh, he hasn't. Wow,
well,
I'm shocked. I'm just shocked.
Yeah, same, because that is exactly what I was worried about, but I thought you were right.
That's why I thought the other thing you could do with the last two reds is stun down to the bottom of the table on the bottom rail and then stun up like he's tried to do there. Or top it with right hand side, it comes on the side cushion still.
What now for Craig Marsh?
Oh, you got to whack it one. Top left. I would have gone top right maybe.
Well, he pointed out, I think, what he wanted to do, and he was just trying to push a yellow safe. I think he decided that might have been his best bet from there.
Like I said earlier on, it's just horrible when it's not going right for you. Yeah. And it does make you feel horrible on this table sometimes.
Yep. Nice little shot there. Controlled Callan. Keeping life simple for Rob Donkin. This would be a pretty monumental comeback, really. When you look at the scores,
how many chances there are each frame?
How many chances there are, but also how far behind Rob was early doors.
I don't know.
It looked like Craig was going to run away with this. Craig's let him back in.
There's still chances, weren't there?
Oh, of course.
For how... I'm not like... But they're both class players, yeah? It's just been an unfortunate... You can tell it's been a few months off the game. The tables killed them off a little bit.
The tables clearly caught both of them out.
Yeah. And Rob's just got hold of the conditions a little bit better now.
Rob Donkin has adjusted. He's found his rhythm. He's found his roots. He leads by 7 frames to 5. 1 away from a place in the last 16. But at 3-4-0, you can't have seen 7-5 coming.
No. Anything could have happened in this game.
Yep. Well, yeah, it generally does.
Got another game on tonight?
Sorry?
Another match tonight?
Great question. I don't.
Ah.
It would appear not. No. we're
I
being
didn't know.
told
I thought there was another one, Simon or something on, but obviously not.
I mean, that's fair enough. People do have to sleep. It's been a
Overrated,
long
isn't
day.
it? It's a poor weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, but there are people here who aren't pool players.
Yeah.
We're used to it.
Are we?
I am.
What are you on about moaning about 9 o'clock for then?
Because if you don't sleep at night, then 9 o'clock is the time when you are normally asleep. Or at least the time when you are maybe just having your coffee, in my case.
He's just going to put his arm through now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he can be dangerous in this type of situation.
I don't blame him.
No, of course not. That's nice.
That's a great
really
shot.
nice. It's finished actually a little bit in between everything, but I think
you can clip the red on the far side in, Finn.
Yeah.
Miss the yellow, sorry, and be alright. Or he might go middle, the other.
I mean,
or that might go bottom right.
Yeah.
There's options here.
Yeah. Again, little straight on the one in the middle. Could go top now.
Oh, no. Come through.
Yeah. But going away from it a little bit here, is he just going to screw back? I think there's a bit more angle than he wanted here, to be honest. I think this is actually just a tad awkward. If you just screw back, you're heading up towards the cluster of yellows in
forced to
balk.
study or screw back.
Yeah, just taking his medicine. It's a nice split for Craig Marsh, and he has at last made the most of one. 7-6, first to 8.
Still got 8-7 on this.
Piles a lot of pressure back on top of Rob Donkin. It's a tricky game like this when I think when you're involved in a game like this where you know that neither of you is playing all that well.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
It can be hard. Yeah, you know,
Just got Rob's. Craig's just got out for another chance and takes it, innit?
But you get into some games, don't you, where you sort of almost pull each other along and you both get better as you go through. And sometimes you have games like this where they're almost dragging each other down at times.
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from, yeah.
I think certainly early in the match, I think they were dragging each other a little bit. You know, I think it's possible to look at your opponent missing a couple of easy ones and then maybe start to overthink things yourself, like the tables playing different. And you know, I think...
And it's their first match of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And you can watch your opponent and actually lose a little bit of faith in yourself if you're not careful. Huge
No
split.
ball. Oh.
And a yellow finds gravity at the last possible second. It was hanging in the jaws, and another yellow. Keep an eye on that top right pocket from this camera angle. Just came and did the business.
And yellows are there, aren't they?
They are. They are indeed. Nice opener, well controlled. The worst thing I'd say is...
Force the top through?
Yeah. The worst thing I'd say here is just...
Make sure you're on that other red near the yellow near the red, sorry.
A little.
Make sure you get on it.
Yeah, and there's a bit of distance to come down for the black.
Yeah. Oh, there's a
No,
gap, there's a gap, yeah.
It's easy enough. It's just make sure you get on it. You know, make sure you get nicely on it. With the tables playing this fast and this reactive.
Yeah.
It's easy to come down and finish, for example, sort of level with the black and make it awkward into either pocket. Really, the key shot. Coming up now, to be honest, if he leaves a nice angle here.
It's perfect, studied the gap.
This is, yeah, ideal.
It's been a weird match, hasn't it? It's just been...
It has been pretty odd.
Class sometimes, then... Very poor. It's a shame because such both quality players. Both a game that both want to forget quickly, isn't it?
Well, it is, but Craig will want to forget it quicker because it's he who will be exiting the tournament in this first round, showing his displeasure on the way out with a slightly petulant slap of the balls. While Rick Lloyd congratulates your winner, Rob Donkin. A match that had it all. Scott, I would say thrills, spills, some good, some bad, and some very, very ugly.
Yeah, 100% I agree. It's just unfortunate. It could have been a very exciting game, that could have been, couldn't it?
Yes.
It was just a
I
shame.
mean, it was. I think it was.
Yeah, it was
definitely
exciting.
entertaining.
Yeah.
But it had moments of
Class and disappointment. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, absolutely. That pretty much nailed it, to be honest. I think we'll be seeing that red from Rob Donkin for a little while to come as well.
Oh, yeah.
That was a...
And the call of the century.
Yes, absolutely. Of course. We'll make sure you're heard on the replays, I'm sure.
I hope not.
But, yeah, overall, a fascinating game between those two. But it's Rob Donkin who progresses, and he's with Mark Pickworth in the interview room.
Thanks, guys, and I'm joined by Rob Donkin, who just won that last match. And Rob, I've not had many conversations with you in this studio. You're not going to tell me it's your first time, surely?
Yeah, I can't remember last time I won a match. So, yeah, it was a bit. I'm still in shock myself, to be honest. Craig just didn't turn up at all there, did he? But yeah, I don't know what went on. It was like a comedy of errors at the start there. After that, I just said, my parents have always told me throughout my whole life playing snooker, pool, anything with my cue in my hand, just don't give up. And somehow it turned around.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the thing, isn't it? I mean, well, obviously you were seeing quite a bit of frustration there from Craig, and I mean, how do you deal with that when you're seeing like your opponent being quite frustrated, and you know, because you've got to try and not get involved in that moment, and you've got to keep away from it.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you remember, it was a long time ago, but 6-7 years ago, the one I actually won here, I was 7-1 up on him, and he started throwing his cue at balls and that, but he's such a good cueist, he just pops balls without even trying. All of a sudden they started going in, and then he ended up clawing me back and beat me 8-7. And for a long time I didn't actually beat him after that. He become a bogey player for me. It was at the time when I actually felt like the way I was playing, I didn't really fear anyone. Whereas over the last few years, I've got a bit of fear come back in me, which is really, really frustrating, and it's doing my head in, to be honest. But when you're at that stage, I think I kind of took it for granted that I was going to beat people, and things just started falling away. But yeah, like I said, I know how quickly he can turn the game around, even when he looks like he's not bothered anymore. And then all of a sudden, it'll just take a couple of frames of him clearing up. And how easily does he clear up a lot of the time? He can just break off. He's got that silly break. It just hits it so hard, and balls it's like they're scared of him. They just fly in the pockets, and then he just pots them all from there. And like I said, at the start of this conversation, I've been on the other end there, and it's not nice. But yeah, today I just said to myself, just concentrate on my own game, and hopefully we come through in the end, which we did.
Yeah, and I think, you've got to take some credit yourself, because you've turned that game around a little bit, and whether he's made some errors or showing frustrations, whichever one it is, you've got to take some credit and take a bit of positive out of that. Even the clearance at the end, it just shows you what capabilities you've got, and it's all about belief with you, isn't it? And you
Massively,
just need to try and get in there, because, you're in the last 16 now, and then all of a sudden, you've been in a quarter-final before, and you have pushed on the door, years ago as well, haven't you? So you're no stranger to it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know deep down it's in me to go far in these tournaments. I think I had one semi-final in Newcastle, and I think it was only because I gave Gareth Hibbott a 5-0 head start that I didn't go closer to him, you know. Like once I got my head in it, I find it so hard to get used to that match table that I'm usually 3-4 frames down before, as it happened today, before I even know what I'm doing on the table. Even I think one of the shots where I was trying to play a double into the corner pocket, and I missed by about a foot. But it's just where it's a brand new cloth and it slides off the cushion, it makes you look silly. And I promise I can play the game sometimes, but it's knowing it's there. It's just believing it's there as well. And I just need to get on a run. Once I get on a run and get a bit of momentum, hopefully it's still inside me that I can beat people.
Let's talk about running momentum. I mean, you played a tournament recently, didn't you, back at somewhere around where you live, and you did pretty well in that, didn't you, looking at social media? Yeah, ended up winning it on a blackball shootout, which is they're nerve-wracking in themselves. Yeah. Because a lot of the time I walk into the local tournaments and a lot of people think I'm big favourite, but it was a best-of-threes tournament, and you know yourself, anyone can win a best-of-3. But yeah, I was proud of myself, to be honest, because I hadn't played a tournament all through the summer. I haven't even picked up my cue all through the summer, really, just because the weather's been nice, been away on holiday, and just the odd little tournament here and there has just G'd me up a little bit to put a bit of practice indoors and that. And yeah, it's just like I've actually been going back to like the old school way of playing ball as well, trying to enjoy it more. I've got a few mates from work who we go down the pub and have a few pints, and that's how it all started. You know, it's just trying to get the enjoyment back again. But it's proving difficult when you come up against these top players, because you start feeling like you're knocking your head against the brick wall, when and a lot of the time it's not me playing bad, it's because everyone's so good. But I mean both myself and Craig were terrible at the start, but somehow I turned it around there, and I'm proud of myself, to be honest. I don't say that very often. Well, good. I mean, it's good to see you back to winning ways as well. You're in the last 16. You'll be playing tomorrow now, so you've got a little bit of a rest now, and good luck for your match tomorrow. So
thanks,
well done.
Thank you.
Well, some nice words there from Rob Donkin. Just he's been away from the win. He said this is all strange, like to be sat in here talking to you. I mean, I think it's the first time I've spoke to him, but I know what capability Rob Donkin's got. You know what capabilities Rob Donkin's got. You know, it's no surprise that he's in the last 16. No surprise that he's beat Craig Marsh, whether it's an out of sorts Craig Marsh or whatever it is. You know, he's a good player.
Oh, Rob Donkin, he's probably in my top 5 of players who I like to watch. The way he plays, he's ultra aggressive. He doesn't take a back step, and I just love watching him the way he plays. What a lovely cueist. You know, you can see that snooker background, and he has won an IPA title before. It's been a few years ago, but it won't be a surprise if he's in the winner's circle, you know, in a tournament for the rest of the season. And what a popular winner he would be, because you know what a great guy as well. And a lovely player.
Well, I think we better get over to the action, and they've started already. I know Rob Donkin, he was excited to talk to me and that, so we're going to go straight over to the comms box now with Dan Fairway.
Oh, I think it should be half the size.
Plus, if you go with early ball, that's virtually the whole tour.
Is your player left or right-handed?
Right-handed. Now the hard bit, you've got to remember who's left-handed.
That's true.
It's a mental question.
What a stupid question.
Meanwhile,
That's
back at the ranch.
That's not helping you at all.
Wait, they've not knocked ended. That's really helped you a lot there. Is your player a world champion?
No.
No.
I think more sensible question. Is your player Scottish?
No.
Well done, Dave.
Has your player won a ranking title?
Yes.
Yes. Right, anybody got a list? Right, don't think so. Don't think so. Don't think so. No. Yes. No. 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 Yes. No. 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 Okay.
I'll throw a wild card in there. Is he Manx?
Well, that's a tough one. No. I mean, I reckon I could go home now and still win this. Is your player Scottish?
No.
No.
Is your player English?
Yes. Might get 2 down this time. Is your player from Wales?
Yes. Up against the odds here, so I'll try a wild card. Is my player South African?
No. You're going with this, the ambitious questions. Has your player been in a world final?
Yes.
Yes.
Is my player Gareth Hibbott?
That is amazing. No. And if I've done this right, your player Simon Ward.
Correct.
Yes.
Well done.
Well, I got caught up in the moment there, Kev. I saw that there was a game going off, and I've just got so involved with Rob's conversation I didn't realise there's not another match on. But there is another match on that table. We're just not showing it you live, but we are still live at the moment, and we're just going to talk about a bit about today. Do you want to start us off with some of the games that's happened today?
Yeah, I think we've seen a bit of everything today, haven't we? You know, we've seen outstanding play from the Godfather, who defies time. Fantastic performance from him. We've seen the world champ dumped out in the first round. He's had a bit of everything, hasn't he? You know, Tom Barley, we've talked about him many a time. You know, the semis man. So can he go one further? We've seen Rob Donkin and Gav Robinson. So that cohort of players who are just knocking on the door waiting for that opportunity to take home the silverware. So I think it's been a fantastic opening day to the international professional event here, and hopefully all the viewers on YouTube and Billy TV have enjoyed it as much as we have.
Yep, we certainly have, and that is it for us tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. with plenty more matches, and who is going to be winning this professional event. Join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock.